This young man is Lee Min-chan, 29 years old, a web novel author. But his fate was tragic. A guy living month to month. So broke he'd borrow 100,000 won from friends. Min-chan's stories were always plagiarized by his PD who claimed them as his own. So his works faced constant criticism and tanked hard. Ultimately, Min-chan died from overwork, without even realizing it. His soul descended to the underworld and met King Yomra, who said Min-chan was quite lucky, being the 777th soul through the underworld's gate. He'd won a prize. The sudden event left him stunned, but facing the terrifying King Yomra, he wished to live inside a novel. And that novel was titled Becoming a Notorious Loser of the Hunter Training School. Finding Min-chan amusing, King Yomra granted him 2 more small wishes. So Min-chan wished to arrive 2 years before the story began, and to be handsome like a celebrity. Thus, Min-chan possessed the body of a minor character named Kang Shin-hyuk. Most who transmigrate possess the main character, but he ended up in a background character with no presence. But it was too late, so he had to accept it. Min-chan suddenly realized Shin-hyuk was very handsome, and an undercover rich guy, and so his comfortable retired life began. In the gloomy night, a room's light still shone late, a pleading voice was heard. "Can I just borrow 100,000 won? Yeah, I know. I'm only asking because it's tough." This person firmly asserted his trustworthiness. "I paid you back on time last time, didn't I? I promised to return it before the 15th. Of course. Hey, I feel really bad always bothering you like this." A young man with a scruffy beard and messy hair spoke shyly on the phone. Hey, thank you so much. I'll send my account details. Thanks a lot," he recalled. "I am an incredibly unlucky person, the kind who'd break their nose even falling backward. But why? The most vivid expression of at least I'm better than that guy is me. As a web novel author living month to month, a 29-year-old had to call friends just because he was short 100,000 won for rent. This young man stretched his shoulders back, cracking his joints, then sighed. Survived another month. And that's me. Lee Min-chan. When readers finished his story, they left critical comments. He read them and cursed inwardly. The comments section is a mess. These fools. This is all foreshadowing. I'll handle it, so just shut up and watch. Min-chan sighed, glancing at the novel beside him, then mumbled, "Seriously, I thought writing web novels would be easy that year." He rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment, then agreed. "Well, it's true. What fault do the readers have?" Min-chan's face was extremely tired. His nose even bled from exhaustion. If only I could write like that. Immerse myself in a character and freely roam around. When it dripped into his mouth, he tasted the metallic tang and finally noticed, then looked up. A nosebleed. Tissues. Tissues. At that moment, someone suddenly approached and handed him a pack of tissues. "Are you looking for this?" Seeing that Min-chan wasn't surprised, and replied, "Thanks." But looking closer, Min-chan realized he was in the afterlife. What? A servant in traditional attire announced. Lee Min-chan, 29 years old, web novel author. Then he delivered shocking news. Cause of death is overwork. Hearing these words, he couldn't believe his ears and stood dumbfounded. The figure seated high above with an imposing aura spoke sternly. "A pleasure to meet you. I am King Yomra Rakshasa. People usually call me King Yomra," he said coldly. "Welcome to the underworld." Min-chan, still in disbelief, stammered. "Huh? What do you mean?" King Yomra explained. "I mean it literally. Your life has just ended, but don't rush to blame fate for being too harsh. Actually, you're still quite fortunate." Hearing these words, he lost patience, pointing at himself. "Fortunate? I've never encountered such a thing in my life," King Yomra affirmed. "No, it's truly fortunate." Then he said seriously, "You are the 7777th soul to pass through the gate of the underworld, a fateful winning number." Taking this opportunity, he proposed, "As a reward for this, I shall grant you one wish." But then he reminded, "Of course, absurd things like becoming a god are impossible." Min-chan scratched his head, bewildered, still not fully believing reality. No. Why is this so sudden? I was working on my final manuscript, and then, suddenly, he questioned repeatedly. Besides, if it ends like this, my readers will. This made King Yomra lose patience and threaten angrily. I am not one who likes to wait. Seeing that seriousness, Min-chan began to feel scared. Wait, looking at that killing intent, he thought. So scary. Then Min-chan summoned all his courage and shouted, "Then, please let me live in a novel world." King Yomra asked excitedly. "Aha. What's the reason?" he quickly replied. "Harem. Adventure." "Harem," Hearing this, King Yomra stroked his beard and chuckled with amusement. Interesting indeed. Do you have a novel in mind? By the way, a novel written by yourself is not allowed. Min Chan felt like his weakness was exposed and thought guiltily. How did he know? After all, that would be no different from making myself a god. Then he remembered when he was pensively looking at the novel on his desk. I had to think about that too. As if finding a ray of light, Min Chan rejoiced inwardly. He calculated in his head. Wait a minute. Even if I don't remember everything, I still remember a good deal of that story's plot. The main character also lived quite comfortably. Right. After being sure, Min Chan clenched his fist and shouted decisively, becoming a notorious loser of the hunter training school. I'll choose that novel. King Yomra snapped his fingers and smiled benevolently. Live in a novel. Huh. It's been a while since someone wished for something so interesting. Then I'll allow you 2 more small wishes. The next second, a beam of light appeared beneath his feet. Min Chan exclaimed in shock, Really? Then first, please send me to 2 years before the story in the novel begins. In a few short seconds, he reconsidered, becoming a notorious loser of the hunter training school, or dropout hunter for short. The original story starts when the main character enters senior high. Right. Understanding the plot, Min Chan clenched his fists, full of anticipation for his new life. But the time he was really wrecking the neighborhood was in his 2nd or 3rd year of middle school, wasn't it? From the start, he struggled so much to erase that useless image. If I handle it beforehand, it'll be much easier later. King Yomra stroked his beard, observing intently. All right, live happily in that world then. So what is your final wish? Being too rushed. His body was gradually fading. He cried out in alarm. Wait, please give me time to think. Let me be handsome. Min Chan screamed frantically. Please grant me an unparalleled handsome face. Please take the eyes, nose bridge, and lips of famous celebrities and mix them all onto my face. Before he could say more, he was teleported from that place, and in a blink, only a faint glimmer of light remained. The place became completely quiet. The servant beside him exclaimed, Truly a different kind of soul, King Yomra replied. That's what I mean. Beyond my expectations. Min Chan's new body was now floating in mid-air. On the other side, King Yomra wondered to himself. Appearance is also considered a kind of talent, but I didn't expect him to value it so much. Normally, in such cases, wouldn't they ask to be transmigrated into the main character's body? At this time, Min Chan had entered a new body. The system chimed, replacing character's soul, transferring soul of replacement target Li Min Chan. The next second, this body gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening its eyes. The system announced again, entering the world of becoming a notorious dropout of the hunter training school. Upon opening his eyes, he looked around, bewildered in his naked body. This place feels like a dream. I must have really died. The system chimed again. Soul transfer of Li Min Chan into the body of Kang Shin Hyuk complete. Looking at the new body with this unfamiliar name, he thought, Right. I'm in the body of Kang Shin Hyuk, the main character of Delinquent Student of Hunter School. However, suddenly remembering something, Min Chan couldn't help but freeze in bewilderment. Kang Shin Hyuk. He shouted in panic. The main character's name is Lee Ki-seong, Kang Shin Hyuk. Who the heck is Kang Shin Hyuk? At this moment, the system displayed, retrieving memories of Kang Shin Hyuk. A headache struck, causing Min Chan to cry out in discomfort. Then a memory fragment appeared, in the world of becoming a notorious dropout of the Hunter Academy. Hunter talent manifests at the age of 10. If you are assessed as low rank or higher in the aptitude test, you will be admitted to the Hunter Academy. An image of a frail boy cowering in a corner appeared. However, Kang Shin Hyuk did not undergo the aptitude test, because the director of the orphanage where he lived secretly hid the test kit. Then, the director reported the aptitude of all children in the orphanage as the lowest, causing the children to only be able to attend regular schools, living lives completely unrelated to hunters. The system continued narrating with continuous memory fragments. Later, when the law was amended, he was retested, but with an aptitude only in the top 15% overall. He was not eligible to transfer to a hunter school. After graduating from a regular school at 20, Kang Shin Hyuk worked as a porter, following hunters. Eventually, his abilities awakened and he became a hunter, then joined a guild. Here the system paused. To avoid overload, Kang Shin Hyuk's memories will be unlocked in specific situations later. After remembering everything, Min-chan clutched his head and lamented. This guy's as unlucky as I am. Huh. Then he pondered deeply, tearing at his hair. Isn't this feeling like being cheated? No, it's true. I've been tricked. The more Min-chan thought, the angrier he became. If I requested to be sent to a novel world, then entering the main character's body is a given. At this rate, my second life will also be lived unhappily. His eyes gradually filled with sadness. Actually, thanks to the memories that just surfaced, I remembered what kind of character Kang Shin-hyuk is. Kang Min-hyuk is the homeroom teacher of the class next door. The subject he teaches is swordsmanship, arguably a side character of a side character, with a very minor role in the novel. Thinking of this, Min-chan flailed his arms and legs, punching and kicking the air in frustration. No matter what, it's not this. If I knew this would happen, I'd rather have asked to be sent straight to heaven. He calmed down, then sat reflecting. I really want to go back and question them, but there's probably no way to go down to the underworld except by dying. Right. Remembering King Yomura's deathly gaze, Min-chan immediately became fearful. If I commit suicide to question him, I'll only end up in hell. At this moment, the system chimed. You will wake up soon. Well then, good luck, Kang Shin-hyuk. He cursed, his eyes blazing. Don't joke with me. Live as Kang Shin-hyuk. That's absurd. Give it back. With no more chances, Lee Min-chan woke up in Kang Shin-hyuk's muscular body. He shouted, Give! Shin-hyuk, his face pale and drenched in sweat, panted heavily. It back. Sitting on the bed, observing the room for a while, he dared to conclude, It's not a dream. At this moment, the phone rang loudly. Hearing it, Kim Shin-hyuk turned to look. Then he picked up the phone and hesitantly answered. Hello, the person on the other end said. Hello, Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk. We are the finance team from the chase team. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it. So I really did possess Kang Shin-hyuk's body. The person on the phone continued. We're contacting you to confirm the payment of your severance pay. If there are any errors in the amount or if you have any questions, please contact us back here. Shin-hyuk scratched his head and replied. Ah, yes. The call just ended. A second later, the phone made a ding sound. He frowned and opened it to see. Huashan Bank Deposit 3,887 Southern 463-1. Sender's name. Chase Team Severance Pay. Balance 3095324851. The moment he saw that number in his account, Shin-hyuk's eyes widened. He stared blankly at the notification on his phone, then uttered, Huh. Shin-hyuk's eyes gradually lit up as he counted the balance in his account. Tens, hundreds, thousands. Realizing he was an undercover rich guy, he immediately felt revitalized. Standing up and throwing open the curtains, Shin-hyuk held his head high, basking in the sunlight, then laughed joyfully. I am Kang Shin-hyuk. Starting today, I am Kang Shin-hyuk, he thought with immense happiness. Indeed, a hunter is still a hunter. An account balance of 300 million won. Looking through his memories, his life didn't seem much different from my own. Shin-hyuk, full of life, crossed his legs and spread his arms, striking a pose. Maybe 300 million is nothing to some. But for me, a third-rate writer barely making ends meet, then dying from overwork. The more he thought, the more excited he became. Dancing around, this is a dream amount of money I've never had. But oh well, what's the use of self-pity? Looking out at the world, Shin-hyuk calculated, even if monsters, portals, and hunters exist, this is still modern Korea. He went into the bathroom, then performed his personal hygiene. Now my age is 25 in this great nation of Korea. 25 years old with an account balance over 300 million. Even. Shin-hyuk looked at his handsome, angular face with no bad angles in the mirror and admired himself. Absolutely handsome. So exciting. Perfectly awesome. Then he continued looking at his B-rank hunter certificate and exclaimed, young, handsome, quite good ability and financial power, of course. Later on. B-rank hunters like Kang Shin-hyuk will be a dime a dozen. He remembered the main character of this story, then judged. According to the setup, he's not as rich as the main character who is a tycoon, and because of the power inflation in the latter half, he naturally becomes an obscure existence. At this point, Shin-hyuk's face gradually turned gloomy, forgotten in the story's progression as a minor character. But the next second, he said excitedly, but that's actually good. Becoming a notorious dropout of the Hunter Academy. This novel has two main characters. This cold-faced young man is Kim Do-hyun, the original main character of the novel. And the red-haired youth with a bright smile is Lee Hae-seong, who possessed the body of a troublemaker in the novel. The main character Li Jixiong possessed the body of a rich chaebol son in the novel. He took advantage of knowing the original story's content. So he went ahead to find and monopolize the opportunities that the original main character was supposed to experience. Moreover, he used his financial power to consume all sorts of elixirs like daily meals. Finally, by monopolizing opportunities and using elixirs, he caught up to the main character's talent. Shin Hyuk thought to himself, once I've possessed Kang Shin Hyuk's body, my starting point and theirs are already different. No need to compete and not a competitor. His gaze gradually became serious. From the beginning, I had no reason to compare myself with them. My desire to become the main character was also just to live comfortably. So then, saying this, Shin Hyuk clenched his fist with determination. A life of working leisurely and playing around, that is possible. He imagined a portal opening in the sky with hordes of monsters appearing. Then one day, when the portal erupts according to the original plot and a worldwide crisis hits, and countless hunters appear to fight, when Kim Do-hyun and Ji Seong team up to stop the Grand Army. At that time, the civilians behind them with expectant faces shouted, "Can those kids protect the world? Now we can only trust in them." The blonde-haired man frantically yelled, "Those two are the world's last hope. Our job is just to cheer them on together." Behind those two characters and countless fans cheering, "Go Lee Ji-seong. You are the light of humanity. Go Kim Do-hyun. Save the world." They, hoping to live, cried out and shouted, "You can do it. Go Lee Hae-seong." Other young people continuously cheered, "Go Kim Do-hyun." In the crowd, Shin Hyuk calmly tapped his phone. His lips curled up slightly, then he slowly shouted, "Go." The next second, Shin Hyuk frantically looked at his phone and shouted loudly, "Go Samsung. Just like that, go up. Pesla, you show them too." Then he frantically tapped the phone screen. "Buy the dip. This is the apocalypse trading method," Shin Hyuk firmly asserted. "Anyway, the world will be protected by those two. In the meantime, I just need to collect the stocks that have plummeted." At this moment, looking at his account, he couldn't help but be surprised. The money keeps doubling. Shin Hyuk savored the joy, exclaiming, "I can see the future. A future of comfortable living without worrying about money. Is this how an office worker who won the lottery feels? Now that it's come to this." At this moment, a notification message arrived. "I am the person in charge. You have officially passed the final screening for Hunter position number 1 that you applied for. We have sent an email with instructions regarding the benefits agreement and start date. Please check and respond." After reading it, he laughed maniacally. "Until the day the portal explodes, I will live faithfully according to the original story. Well then, now I'll go make some capital." Very soon it was the first day of work. In the novel, becoming a notorious dropout of the Hunter Academy. Kang Shin Hyuk is a swordsmanship instructor who was originally a B-rank hunter. A blessing in disguise. The time I transmigrated was when Kang Shin Hyuk had quit the Chase Guild, and it was the time of his new appointment at the Hunter School. Before taking office, I had free time, so I investigated Kang Shin Hyuk, and after checking all verifiable personal information like contacts, transaction history, and so on. Looking at the information on his phone, he rubbed his chin and exclaimed in amazement, "What's with this guy? Does he have some problem?" I discovered that Kang Shin Hyuk's social relationships were as hopeless as an outcast's. There were only 2 people in his contact list. Shin Hyuk found it unbelievable. "I just write at home all day, so it's understandable that I don't interact with anyone. Is this a contact list of someone who voluntarily abandoned the world?" Then he remembered being teased by girls in his past life. "Hey, your boyfriend is passing by." Ah, damn it. Shin Hyuk trembled with anger, tears of self-pity streaming down. "In my previous life, I gave up so many things." Then he pulled himself together and sighed. "It's true that those who have it all tend to overdo it. In my previous life, I gave up so many things." Typical examples are love and marriage. Back then, with his weak personality, Shin Hyuk often went drinking with friends and lamented, "Have I married web novels or something?" to those around me. I said it was troublesome, but being alone was more comfortable. But those were just silly words. Although there were many reasons, including family matters, not getting a moment's rest. In his past life, he was always called by the PD to rush manuscript revisions. "Yes, PD, I'm currently out for a bit." "Ah, is that so? I'll go in and revise it right away." Yes. Back then, he could only blame fate for his bad luck. A third-rate writer barely making enough for 3 days like me. Dating. In that life, Min Chan had exclaimed with extreme unwillingness, "This is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable." Then he waved goodbye to his drinking buddy to go home. Yes, it's truly unacceptable. But now it's different. although not the main character I longed for. I've been given so many things. Shin Hyuk stood before the teacher's office door, mentally preparing himself for a moment. I will give everything I have to slowly do all the things I couldn't enjoy in the past. With that determination, he forcefully opened the door and stepped inside. Then he smiled brightly with a radiant face and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Kang Shin Hyuk. I've been appointed as a first-year swordsmanship instructor starting today. With that greeting, the whole room fell silent. No one responded. Seeing this, Shin Hyuk blushed with embarrassment. I overdid it a bit, suddenly feeling awkward. But then a voice spoke up. Ah, come in. The teacher sitting right by the entrance stood up to greet him. You must be teacher Kang Shin Hyuk who arrived today. Right. Very nice to meet you. I am Park Yeon Seok. You'll be sitting next to me from now on. He nodded and smiled in reply. Thank you. I look forward to your help. At this moment, some man-crazy female teachers rushed over to ask, Teacher. Oh no. Are you a teacher or an actor? The kids today are going to go wild. Shin Hyuk scratched his head and gave a radiant smile. It's not that much. Thank you. However, in his mind he was smug. Of course, this is a face exchanged for a lifetime. A curious female teacher started asking. Teacher Kang, which guild were you in before? He quickly replied. Before being appointed I was in the Chase Guild. Hearing this, both female teachers with admiring eyes praised. Chase, that's a prestigious guild. Amazing. Teacher Kang still looks young enough to be an active hunter. Teacher Kang is really cool, being praised by girls for the first time from his past life to this one. Shin Hyuk's nose swelled with pride and he beamed. What's so cool about it? While his inner thoughts were narcissistic, I heard it, the voice of becoming famous. Suddenly, a man approached from behind the two women and struck up a conversation. Chase Guild. The school has finally managed to recruit talent. He placed his hand on his chest with a feigned expression and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I am Jung Hyun Sik, teaching second-year spearmanship. I was in the Hwarang Guild and graduated from Hunter Academy No. 6. He laughed loudly, patting his shoulder, then asked directly, Which Hunter Academy did Teacher Kang graduate from? A handsome man like you couldn't possibly be unknown. Hearing the question, Shin Hyuk hesitated. I. But before he could answer, the pink-haired woman interjected. Let me guess. Hunter Academy No. 7, am I right? And that guy Hyun Sik also chimed in. I'll bet 1 vote for Hunter Academy No. 4. Seeing those two so excited, the remaining female teacher also joined in. If it were my school, how could I not know? Then I bet on school No. 5, but just then, Shin Hyuk spoke up. Teachers, he said frankly without any defensiveness, smiling. I didn't graduate from any Hunter Academy. Hearing this answer, all 3 teachers were so shocked they froze on the spot. Then the pink-haired teacher changed her attitude, asking, If you didn't go to hunter school, how did you become a hunter? The other one was also very curious. Did you study abroad? So you have dual citizenship? The 2 curious teachers gossiped. Can someone with dual citizenship apply to be a teacher? Shin Hyuk raised his hand and replied, I'm a full-blooded Korean. There are hunters who didn't graduate from hunter school too. Then he bluntly uttered a sentence. I'm one of those cases. These words made the faces of the other 3 change as they understood the problem. That guy Hyun Sik immediately let go of Shin Hyuk's shoulder. Then he showed his true colors, disdainfully dusting off his hand. So that's what you are. You should have said so earlier. He turned away disgustedly, exclaiming, I'm going for a smoke before the meeting. What a waste of time. The 2 female teachers also followed. Oh, Teacher Jung, let's go together. They made no secret of their ridicule. I heard it was Chase, so I was really looking forward to it. But it turns out to be a non-hunter school graduate. Their attitude was completely different from before, which surprised Shin Hyuk. Then he turned and saw Teacher Yeon Seok sighing in disappointment. The other 3 continued to mock. Isn't that right? The quota system for non-hunter schools is ridiculous. Only then did Shin Hyuk realize the problem, pointing at himself and asking blankly, non-hunter major. What's that? At the same time, the system chimed, user discomfort detected. Then it announced, retrieving Kang Shin Hyuk's memories. The Hunter Aptitude Test Kit. This is the most accurate way to test hunter aptitude. This kit contains the bodily fluids of a salmon monster and is worth up to 1,000 won. The principal who embezzled the kit and reported the children's aptitude as poor was arrested. And then, thanks to Chang Su's help, who had left the orphanage earlier, Kang Shin Hyuk was retested. However, those from non-hunter schools, like Kang Shin-hyuk and Chang-soo, couldn't integrate because those who graduated from regular schools were not provided with systematic education like hunter school graduates. Therefore, the difference in ability between the two groups was inevitable. They gathered and held a demonstration, demanding the enactment of a law prohibiting discrimination against non-hunter school graduates. Those from non-hunter schools, those who were discriminated against, united, and the Anti-Discrimination Act for non-hunter school graduates was passed. The system continued to transmit information. This is a law requiring the concealment of background information during recruitment so it cannot be identified. The law states, priority for individuals with national merit, registered disabled persons, employment protection beneficiaries, individuals with relevant professional certifications, individuals with work experience in the corresponding field, non-hunter school graduates, recruitment position administrative office. But some public institutions still reserve quotas to recruit individuals from non-hunter schools. Therefore, currently, hunter school graduates are at a disadvantage. The resentment towards those from non-hunter schools has become even more intense, going against the purpose of the law. Finally, it reminded, therefore, try not to reveal to those around you that you graduated from a non-hunter school. As a barrage of information appeared, Shin-hyuk's head throbbed as if hit by a hammer. Then he grumbled, "You're telling me now." Remembering those faces, he sighed inwardly. "Well, I understand their position, but I feel wronged. According to my memory, I never participated in any demonstrations or signed anything." Seeing Shin-hyuk dazed, Yeon-seok awkwardly comforted. "Oh dear, so much trouble on the first day. Please understand, Teacher Kang. That's the current situation." Hearing that, he silently accepted, telling himself, "What can I do? To have a peaceful old age, I have to endure it." Then he pretended to be fine and replied, "It's okay. From their standpoint, it's natural for them to dislike me." Shin-hyuk smiled awkwardly and said, "That quota system for non-hunter school graduates. How can anyone look at it favorably?" Hearing him say that, Teacher Yeon-seok scratched his head in confusion. "Huh. A quota system. What do you mean by that?" Hearing this question, he paused, then looked at him thoughtfully for a moment. Then he awkwardly pointed at himself. "Didn't I get into the school through a special quota?" Yeon-seok immediately explained. "What are you talking about?" "You passed the teacher recruitment exam and were invited here," he repeated. "This isn't a regular school, but a hunter school, a quota system. Bonus points for non-hunter school graduates. There's no such thing." Then Yeon-seok said, "Perhaps the teachers are misunderstanding something." Outside at the smoking area, smoke billowed up. The three teachers started gossiping. "I thought it was a teacher hired through the quota system. Our school must be really short on budget. Those first-year swordsmanship students are truly pitiful." The guy Hyun-sik, holding a cigarette and smoothing his hair with an arrogant look. "Anyway, first years are only taught physical training and basics, so it's probably fine. The school probably had that in mind when they deliberately assigned him to the first years." He also silently acknowledged Shin-hyuk's handsomeness. "But anyway, he's good-looking, isn't he?" The brown-haired female teacher holding a cigarette sneered, "Oh, Teacher Young, are you interested?" The other one with her hand on her hip looked disgusted and criticized. "What good is a pretty face? If you didn't graduate from hunter school, it's obvious what your level is." The brown-haired woman skillfully flicked off the cigarette butt with one hand. "If you didn't go to hunter school, then you probably came from an orphanage." "Right. Good looks, but no background. What a pity. What a pity." She unconsciously broke the cigarette, then threw it on the ground. "I'll have to secretly tell the kids to find private swordsmanship tutoring." The brown-haired female teacher walked while engrossed in gossip. "Anyway, after graduation, you have to risk your life to work. Learning from a quack like that. Who knows what might happen if something goes wrong?" But she didn't know someone was appearing ahead. Seeing Shin-hyuk appear, she felt a little guilty. "Teacher Kang, why are you here?" He scratched his head and explained with a forced smile. "Oh, teachers, you're here. I asked Teacher Park and he said this was the smoking area. It seems there was some misunderstanding earlier. Are you free before class?" "Teachers." That female teacher immediately showed her attitude. "Free or not? What's it to you? Were you eavesdropping on our conversation?" This made Shin Hyuk furious, but he tried to endure it. Ah, I didn't mean to. Inwardly, he tried to restrain himself. You flip-flopper? Endure it. Endure it. Think about the investment capital. He swallowed his pride and stepped forward to reconcile. I'm afraid your misunderstanding will affect the children. I didn't get in here through a quota system, or bonus points for Hunter School graduates. Shin Hyuk smiled friendly and said, I just wanted to convey that. That's all. I hope for your help in the future. Hearing that the two female teachers were ashamed, not listening to these words, the guy Hyun-sik stepped forward annoyed. Teacher Kang, it seems you're misunderstanding something. His hands were stuck in his trouser pockets, clearly showing his disdain. Whether it's a quota system, bonus points, or having connections to get in. We're not doing this because of that now. As he walked past him, Hyun-sik frowned and sneered. What's important is whether you've been properly educated or not. Don't try to force your way in, you non-Hunter School graduate. He arrogantly walked away, waving his hand and adding sarcastically, I'm leaving first, from now on. Don't let me see you, just walk around quietly. Okay? There are also regular subject teachers. If you want to socialize, just go try there. The two female teachers also followed with annoyed and contemptuous attitudes. Not stopping there, the two women chimed in mockingly. Teacher Young speaks so offensively. Even so, swordsmanship instructors should at least be B rank. Right. He probably used some trick. A non-Hunter School graduate being B rank. Hearing these words, Shin Hyuk fell silent and froze. Seeing him say nothing, Hyun-sik got cockier and provoked. Ah, hey Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, if you're dissatisfied, just submit a formal challenge. He confidently challenged. Next month I have my promotion assessment to A rank. If you submit your application after I get promoted, maybe it'll be a little less embarrassing. Kang Shin Hyuk, was this the reason he was isolated? In this situation he recalled his past life. This article seems pretty good. Right. Looking at his masterpiece of liver, kidney, and pancreas, Min-chan eagerly anticipated. Really, my work is getting published. At that time, the PD had sneered mockingly. Publish what? It's just a little better written than an average person's. You didn't go to a school like mine, nor did you take extra classes. That guy continuously uttered bitter words. Don't dream about getting published or anything. Just do it for fun. If you knew writing as a main profession, you'd hate it. But the next year, that guy debuted with content identical to my article. I wonder if he's living well now. After that, my work was labeled a copycat and started to plummet. Past memories of this world began to surface. I had temporarily forgotten that this guy was also an equally unfortunate person. If things continue like this, it will be no different from my past life. Returning to the present, Shin Hyuk clenched his fists. No matter how stable it is, if I live like this, what's the meaning? Then, as the three of them were leaving happily, he spoke up to stop them. Teacher Young, wait, just this once. Hearing his name called. He stopped, then turned his head to look. What is it? This time. Charge forward. With that anger, Shin Hyuk bit his lip and made a decision. Then with a confident face, he declared, Let's have a duel of honor. What's there to be afraid of? Then he resolved inwardly, for a comfortable future. Hyun-sik, hearing him say that, asked back in bewilderment, Are you serious? Teacher Kang. He put on a smiling face, his voice tinged with sarcasm. If you're feeling self-conscious because the female teachers are here, I'll let you off this time. Shin Hyuk very seriously refuted his words. I'm being sincere. Teacher Young and I, let's have a duel of honor. Duel of honor. Hunter's honor. This is a system in the world of hunters, where a one-on-one fight will decide everything when a dispute arises. Usually, the side that doesn't accept will suffer significant humiliation. However, there are no consequences after refusal if it's unreasonable or one party has done wrong. Shin Hyuk continued to propose a perfect solution. If this is preferential treatment because I didn't graduate from a hunter training school, then the only way is to prove it with the duel Teacher Young proposed earlier. He spoke towards Hyun-sik mockingly. It's okay if you're scared, if you accept after being promoted to A rank. He stood there listening to him ramble, then suddenly laughed coldly. This is crazy. Teacher, have you ever had a duel of honor before? His face filled with menace. He said in a low voice, It's called a duel of honor, but you know everything is allowed except killing. Right. If any injuries occur, will you not be responsible? Shin Hyuk, very indifferently, looked straight at him and said coldly, You're very generous. His next sentence thoroughly contorted his face in a grimace. It must be because you're in charge of spearmanship. Shin Hyuk, completely ignoring his mood swing, continued to propose. 1 week later, next Friday, we will proceed at the spearmanship training ground. You two teachers will be witnesses to today's promise. Hyun-sik's face now showed extreme fear and anxiety as he mumbled, I don't know what he's basing his confidence on. He'd better prepare to find a new job in the next week. Shin Hyuk stood there silently, watching their retreating figures. Then a day passed uneventfully. In the morning, the kids looked at him with admiring eyes. The group of students were overjoyed to see him and cheered during his introduction. This is teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, who just started today. The most worrying thing was about the swordsmanship lesson. Strangely enough, when I picked up a sword, everything was resolved. Kang Shin Hyuk's memories surfaced conditionally. Learning swordsmanship also naturally seeped into his body. Shin Hyuk practiced his sword with extreme seriousness. He was so handsome it was as if light radiated around him, like this, and like this. It's easy, right? The female students in the class, seeing him like that, couldn't stop screaming wildly. The first-year students' classes mainly consisted of basic swordsmanship and physical training, so it was quite easy, but the real problem still remained. His gentle voice rang out introducing, Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, newly appointed today. Let's help each other out in the future. The students' atmosphere was as if they were looking at someone about to die. Just as he turned to write on the board, a student's questioning voice came from behind. Teacher, is it true that you're going to have a spearmanship duel next week? Shin Hyuk quickly froze and spoke softly. The rumor must have spread far already. The result was obvious, so those two must have spread it loudly. At this moment, the students below were extremely worried about him. Are you okay? Sir? He's an elite hunter specializing in spearmanship. Shin Hyuk felt relieved hearing his students' concern and explained. Elite? We mustn't be discouraged by such things. What's important is a heart that never gives up. Shin Hyuk looked at the students' worried eyes and continued to reassure them. The rumor has surely spread and everyone knows, as a swordsmanship teacher from a non-hunter school. His face darkened at this moment as he whispered, Teacher can't be self-deprecating. Absolutely not a bit. At this moment, the expression on his face suddenly changed, turning sorrow into substance as he laughed heartily. What teacher means is not at all self-deprecating when losing. The students were also deeply moved by his words. Immediately after he reassured everyone, next week we'll know the results. So let's focus on the lesson. If someone asked if this was a psychological tactic through the students, it would be half right, because his confidence since morning would create an incomprehensible feeling. In the late afternoon, at the city bus station, Shin Hyuk's voice suddenly rang out, Chang Su Dai, 1 bus ticket to Daeseung-yong, please. He quickly boarded the bus at the driver's urging. The bus is leaving now. Please hurry up, sir. But half of it was me speaking honestly. Surely after just one night, many things will change. Night gradually fell upon the city. The bus he was on had arrived at its destination and stopped. Shin Hyuk got off the bus with a whirlwind of thoughts. Coming from a hunter school, elite education. If you look down on others just because of that, then I can also receive elite education. Before his eyes was an endlessly high mountain, steep and towering. The main character's first opportunity in Dream to Hunter is internal energy cultivation. I will go up and get that internal energy cultivation method. Although it seems a bit far from the Transmigration Academy novel genre, the first opportunity the main character in becoming a hunter receives is the internal energy cultivation method of a martial artist. If the first opportunity was an elixir or item, I wouldn't have been able to touch it because it would make Lee Ji-sung, who knows the future, suspicious. Shin Hyuk shone his flashlight deep into the large forest, walking and muttering. However, Lee Ji-sung in the original work also sees the opportunity of Kim Do-hyun, the original main character. The manual isn't depleted by looking, so let's share good things. Outside the cave opening, his voice continued to echo. From the beginning, my goal wasn't to become a hero who saves, so I don't need to be as strong as the main character. Shin Hyuk's hand slowly rested on the rock in front as he whispered. What appeared before him was a teleportation light circle nestled between the mountain crevice. I'll become strong enough to win the match. Shin Hyuk carefully observed the light circle, carefully assessing it. I found it. The first opportunity for internal energy cultivation. Hidden on the other side of that gate is the internal energy cultivation method and sorcery. Shin Hyuk, extremely determined, quickly advanced into the gate. Well then, please excuse me. His face and body gradually passed completely through the gate to another place. His eyes immediately widened in astonishment, observing the strange world before him. Shin Hyuk stared blankly at the white expanse in front. Puzzled. Snow. There was no description of this in the original work, so I didn't know. An absolutely beautiful scene. I didn't expect such a place to exist in Korea. But immediately after, Shin Hyuk slapped his own cheek and shouted, "Not now! This isn't the time to look and admire the scenery. Quickly find the martial arts and get out." Suddenly, he felt an incredibly strong and close killing intent beside him and trembled. At this moment, a large beam of light struck hard from behind him, startling him. Shin Hyuk was attacked and fell to the ground in pain, confused. What just hit me? Yu Riyang emerged from the thick, snowy mist with a faint laugh, though said to be weak. You avoided the first move. You are indeed no ordinary person. His sharp sword pointed straight at him. Yu Riyang threatened and interrogated. State your identity and name clearly. Which sect are you from? How did you get in here? Shin Hyuk carefully observed the person who had just appeared, marveling inwardly. Chinese? Huh. I don't know why I can understand it. Does Kang Shin Hyuk also know Chinese? Shin Hyuk sat up, carefully explaining to Yu Riyang. I am a teacher at a Korean hunter school. I entered here through a secret realm portal. Yu Riyang, hearing his explanation, became even more suspicious and frowned tightly. Korea, hunter school, portal. Huh. You speak only incomprehensible words. Shin Hyuk immediately pointed towards the gate beside him and hurriedly explained. Don't you see that white door? Yu Riyang heard this and immediately retorted. To me, the only white thing here is this detestable snow. He looked at the beautiful scenery before him, but hated it to the core. I don't even remember how long I've been imprisoned here. After the 30th year, I stopped counting the days. Shin Hyuk stared at him, his vigilance at its peak. What is he talking about? There's no martial arts manual, just an old man who looks like a monster. Immediately he became astonished looking at his back and with his next thought, wait a minute, could this person be, is your name Cho Yu Riyang? Yu Riyang standing before him suddenly chuckled faintly upon hearing this. I didn't expect someone to still remember my name. Yu Riyang looked at him kneeling in fear in the snow, puzzled. How do you know? Shin Hyuk stared blankly at him, unable to help but marvel inwardly. How could I not know? The person who left the internal energy cultivation method that the main character obtained in the dimensional gate. He stared at Yu Riyang's stern face in horror. It's him, but it's true. When the main character discovered the dimensional gate. Cho Yu Riyang did not appear. In the last words left with the martial arts, it was said that he had ascended to immortality. He suddenly remembered Lee Ji-sung's earlier words, take me to the time 2 years before the story in the novel begins. Shin Hyuk looked at the person pointing a sword at him and gradually realized, it probably isn't time for Cho Yu Riyang's ascension to immortality yet. I understand the situation, but I can't say I read it in a book. His voice gradually softened to a whisper. I once heard a story. Yu Riyang was a little surprised to hear his answer and inquired, a story? Tell me. Shin Hyuk very seriously recounted the story prepared beforehand. A long time ago, there was a story about a legendary swordsman who suddenly appeared in the Central Plains, confronted a ferocious dragon that harmed many people, then disappeared. Shin Hyuk calmly continued the story. The appearance of the hero in the story greatly resembles you. Yu Riyang smirked slightly upon hearing him. Could it be that someone witnessed that battle? Success. I just roughly pieced together the content I read in the novel. This old man. He let his guard down a little. He must be the type who is extremely proud of his martial arts. Shin Hyuk began to execute his plan, bowing his head towards him and thinking inwardly, follow the righteous path. His voice rang out respectfully as he explained to him. Sir, actually I heard that a peerless martial artist was in seclusion here, so I came looking. I am not a bad person. Please sheathe your sword and teach me. Yu Riyang immediately sheathed his sword. After hearing him speak, he laughed contemptuously, suddenly demanding I teach you martial arts. You are truly a ridiculous fellow. I refuse. I will spare your life. Go back. Yu Riyang immediately turned to leave. He seized the opportunity and shouted loudly, it's a spear. He was somewhat surprised and turned back to stare at him. Shin Hyuk remained kneeling there respectfully. I have a match coming up. My opponent uses a spear. He turned to Yu Riyang and continued to ask, sword and spear, which one will win? Hearing this, he pondered for a long time. Then he compared the characteristics of the two types of weapons. Compared to the shorter sword, the spear has far superior performance. If properly trained, they become powerful soldiers. Their length and destructive power are not lacking at all. The answer is spear. Shin Hyuk was somewhat horrified to hear his affirmation. What? Why did you admit it so easily? Yu Riang turned and spoke, shooing him away. Now that you know, go back. Cherish your life. Hearing his intention to dismiss him, he panicked. I can't leave like this. I've already been so outspoken. He quickly decided to gamble on this action. If I left just because he told me to, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. Yu Riang still stood there, his face dark, listening to his desperate cries. Indeed, a sword cannot defeat a spear. I rushed here thinking I could find an answer. Shin Hyuk slowly stood up from the snow, continuing to reason. Next week I have to duel in front of many people. I guess I should quickly go back and practice how to beg. Shin Hyuk acted extremely pitiful, rubbing his eyes as if about to cry. I don't know how to beg. Or maybe I should first wet my pants to show surrender and then figure things out. What should I do? What should I say to extinguish the spearmanship teacher's killing intent? Yu Riang still stood there indifferently, listening to all of his lamentations. I, as a representative of swordsmanship teachers, acknowledge the superiority of spearmanship. Before your heavy spear, my sword is just firewood. No, it's a toothpick. He was still lamenting sorrowfully. That's right, a toothpick is better. Yu Riang clenched the sword in his hand, enduring to the extreme, gritting his teeth and whispering. That's just a general story about swords and spears. I don't know how skilled the spear user you're facing is. Yu Riang turned his furious, enraged face and mumbled, My sword can tear a dragon in half. Yu Riang looked at him still grieving and sobbing, then asked sternly, The fact that you dare compare a sword to a spear in front of me, does that mean you're prepared to die? I appreciate your courage, so I will offer special help. Shin Hyuk hid his excited face under his arm upon hearing his next words. So stop crying. He was overjoyed inwardly. Success. Shin Hyuk slowly stood up, pretending to wipe his tears while speaking chokedly towards him. Thank you, Mr. Cho Yu Riang. But when you say help, what do you mean? Sensing an opportunity, he mentioned his purpose to Yu Riang, a hidden manual or an elixir. Whatever it is, I'm grateful. Yu Riang cut him off, puzzled. What are you talking about? Shin Hyuk's body immediately felt as if all his meridians were unblocked, and he cried out in extreme pain before his consideration. There's something much better. After he made his move, he couldn't help but lie prone on the vast snow, constantly crying out in agony. So hot. It's like my whole body is being beaten with a stick. Yu Riang couldn't help but assess him again. Although you are talentless, you have no ki in your dantian. Shin Hyuk endured agonizing pain as Yu Riang explained, I have infused a small amount of warm yang qi into your blood vessels. In 4 days, your dantian will be completely opened, and in 6 days, you will experience a change in your body, amidst the vast snow. His voice continued to echo steadily. I don't know the skill level of that spear user. With this level, you will never suffer defeat anywhere in this life again. Shin Hyuk was deeply skeptical of himself, silently perplexed. Is this it? Is this ridiculous thing an opportunity? Just as he was about to say something, Yu Riang's voice cut him off. If you win the match, then return here to find me. Yu Riang's figure flew through the snow, his indifferent voice echoing. Because I cannot leave this place. When you return to the world you live in, clearly declare that swordsmanship is the strongest. A week later at the spearmanship training ground, Shin Hyuk and Hyun Sik faced each other on the dueling platform. The group of teachers all appeared in the stands observing the match. Yeon Seok looked at him standing on the platform and couldn't help but exclaim, Teacher Kang has guts. He didn't run away and still dared to appear. Huh. Hyun Sik's voice rang out on the platform. Have you found a new job in the past week? Shin Hyuk very seriously got into a fighting stance and whispered, You're still as talkative as ever. Let's start now. Hyun Sik, seeing him so serious, couldn't help but laugh loudly, his tone extremely contemptuous. I'll specially let Teacher Kang strike first. Then he couldn't help but mock inwardly. Of course. The spear also has an advantage when striking second. He gripped the sword in his hand, surprised. My body feels light. Then he attacked Hyun Sik. Thank you, then I won't refuse. He meant I've become strong enough not to be beaten badly anywhere. But with just this, there's no way I can beat that person. Shin Hyuk frantically put all his strength into the strike. Even if I become a cripple in this match. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes as he swung his sword. I will never live cowardly again. Hyunsik was caught off guard by his powerful attack and couldn't react in time, taking the full blow. The two female teachers in the stands were extremely horrified when they saw that scene. Even the referee was so surprised he couldn't believe his eyes. Hyunsik's clothes were torn open by his attack. He was beaten unconscious, in a daze, before he could even register what had happened. Shin Hyuk was also bewildered by the effect of that blow. At this moment, the referee hurriedly ended the match. The match is over. Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk wins. He stood unsteadily beside, dazed, watching everyone busy. Call an ambulance. He's seriously injured. Damn it, bring a stretcher here quickly. He suddenly trembled all over, remembering Yu Ryang's previous words. In 4 days your dantian will be opened. In 6 days you will feel the change in your body. You will not suffer defeat anywhere. His hand gripped the sword, trembling with fear. That crazy old man, what has he done to my body? Before everyone's eyes, Hyun-sik lay unconscious, his hair fallen out leaving only the sides, his clothes torn to shreds except for his SpongeBob SquarePants briefs, his spear broken in half. While Shin Hyuk was still surprised, the referee stammered, The match is over. Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk wins." Everyone rushed to help Hyun-sik up. "Call an ambulance, he's seriously injured." "Damn it. Stretcher. Bring the stretcher quickly." While Shin Hyuk stood rooted to the spot, his eyes crossed. Unable to believe what he was seeing, he shivered. "In 4 days your dantian will be opened, and in 6 days you will feel the change in your body. You will not suffer defeat anywhere." Shin Hyuk sweated, grimaced, and clenched the sword in his hand. This crazy old man, what has he done to my body? The scene shifts to Lee Ji-sung, indulging in wealth and splendor. Lee Ji-sung, the main character of Becoming a Hunter, achieved remarkable growth after learning martial arts. Of course, partly because he drank elixirs like water, but even before that, he was already quite strong. He stared at his hand in astonishment, his mouth agape. "That's right, I knew it, but isn't this too strong?" Suddenly someone's voice shouted, "Teacher Kang." Teacher Park ran, panting towards Shin Hyuk, asking worriedly as he ran, "Teacher Kang, are you injured anywhere?" He turned around, startled. "Ah, Teacher Park." He scratched his head shyly. "Did you watch the match, sir?" He praised him enthusiastically. "Of course. It was amazing. I didn't even see what happened. Teacher Kang disappeared with a poof and the wind just blew my underwear up like this." Watching him talk nonstop with joy, his hair now with a bald patch, he thought, "That's right. For regular subject teachers, it probably looks like that. By the way, he seems strangely relieved. Huh. He probably has a lot on his mind too." Hyun-sik was carried away amidst the referee's concern and Teacher Park's excitement. "Anyway, it's lucky you're okay. This can't be easily overlooked. I'll treat today." Hyun-sik's face was purple, his eyes rolled back, teeth broken, nose bleeding, looking very miserable, surrounded by people's excited chatter. "Oh my, Teacher Park, I want to go too. Let me join. What's on the menu?" The two who came with Hyun-sik left in embarrassment. "Me too. I'll go too." Teacher Park was flustered. "Teachers, I'll collect 2,001 from each of you." Shin Hyuk was happily praised by Teacher Park amidst everyone's congratulations. The two clinked beer glasses with radiant smiles and laughter. After that, everyone went to sing karaoke, but it seemed his singing wasn't very good, causing everyone to have a headache and cover their ears. Shin Hyuk was dead drunk. He collapsed onto the bed. Saliva dribbled from his mouth, but he was still talking in his sleep. Stop, don't pour any more. Came home at 4 a.m. dead drunk. The dantian in his stomach emitted light. If it were an ordinary person, they would have suffered a terrible hangover until the next day, because Kang Shin Hyuk's dantian, having already undergone a transformation, had begun the process of self-purification. His sweat poured out, drenching his shirt. He was awakened by the morning sunlight, his face gleaming. Kang Shin Hyuk had acquired physical abilities far beyond his desires. Being drunk was nothing. He sat up startled, his whole body soaked in gleaming sweat. What happened to the drunkenness? He was in a situation where he couldn't go back to find the person who had transformed his body like this. Shin Hyuk walked through the door. In his hand was a very expensive-looking gift box. He walked while thinking, "I never thought I'd come to this place again. Thanks to him, I managed to stay alive, so I have to say thank you." The snow continued to fall, creating a beautiful scene. His feet moved heavily. Everything was white. The only things visible were snow and trees. Shin Hyuk walked while looking east and west for Yu Ryang. That old man. Didn't he say he couldn't leave the gate? There isn't a single animal. Even though it's a novel, the setting is too harsh. Suddenly the old man's voice spoke, "You've come again!" causing him to look over. He was meditating on a rock ledge, his back to him. He slowly turned around, exuding coldness. "All right, you defeated that spear user. Right, for Yu Ryang." He confidently approached while boasting of his achievement. "Of course I won." With just one sword strike, his underwear was exposed. Yu Ryang stroked his beard with satisfaction. "Really? That spear user was weaker than I thought." "Huh," he retorted. "No, sir, that spear user is quite a recognized person in society, but actually I came here because I wanted to ask about that." He asked his question curiously. Ultimately, "What did you do to my body that day?" "Sir." He looked at him suspiciously. "What do you mean, what did I do?" "I just opened your dantian, truly just enough so you wouldn't get beaten to a pulp." Yu Ryang asked a question that startled Shin Hyuk. "What martial arts did you use? How much internal energy did that spear user have? By the way, I'm bored right now. Come here and tell me a story." He looked at him dubiously. "Martial arts, now I understand. The reason I became unusually strong." He recalled the feeling when his dantian was opened. Why didn't I think that Cho Yu Ryang's manual was the hunter's first opportunity? The dantian that Li Ji-sung had to train hard to break through. I had a super master directly open it for me. Shin Hyuk interrupted the old man. Sir, I apologize for interrupting, but I haven't learned any martial arts." Yu Ryang was surprised. "What are you saying? What do you mean you haven't learned any martial arts?" He wondered. Clearly your dantian was blocked, but there was a small amount of internal energy. Hearing that, he looked down at his dantian. "I just swung my sword and fought, and it accumulated naturally." He thought, in martial arts novels, internal energy is accumulated through martial arts. But hunters are different. He criticized. Truly a crude method. He approached. "Sir, do you remember the name of the country you lived in before coming here?" The old man replied. "Of course. It was Great Ming. The emperor was Zhu Yuanzhang, Emperor Hongwu." Hearing that, his confusion was resolved. No wonder. In this world, hunters only awakened not long ago. Cho Yu Ryang turned out to be from a completely different world. It's natural that he doesn't know the situation outside. Shin Hyuk began. "I am very interested in old stories, so I knew about the legendary swordsman Cho Yu Ryang." He spoke the truth. "Sir, in the outside world, martial arts no longer exist." Hearing this, Yu Ryang was startled, his mouth agape as he shouted, "What? What?" He summarized the modern world. Outside. A lot of time has passed. A different kind of power has emerged, and martial arts have gradually been naturally forgotten. Explaining it as a different world is not the way. He silently looked at his hand. "I see. Being here for a long time makes one's sense of time become vague. Time must have passed more than I thought." Looking at him like that, he felt sympathetic. He looked so lonely. "But don't worry. Your tradition will be inherited by Li Ji-sung." Thinking this, he respectfully presented the gift. "I don't know if I can comfort you, but this is food from the outside world. Good for health." He mumbled while holding it. "Outside," Shin Hyuk instructed. "Yes, just suck on it like that. Suck." As soon as he put it in his mouth, he spat it out, his face pale with disapproval. Yu Ryang wiped his mouth and said, "Is there some kind of epidemic breaking out outside now? The pitiful commoners have to use such low-quality goods to take care of their health." He reminisced with pity. The time when even the beggar's sect performed lightness skills. 50-year-old mountain ginseng was eaten like a side dish. Truly pitiful people. He looked grim. This old man. Truly an easily annoying type of person. Thinking this inwardly, he still bowed and opened his backpack. "Sir, then do you like sweets?" He squinted. I'm this old. How can I like sweets like a child?" Shin Hyuk slowly offered it to Yu Ryang with both hands. "This is a chocolate bar I often eat when it's cold. Please use this for now." Seeing the chocolate bar, he was curious. Ho ho. This colorful silk. Is there food inside? Let's see. Let me taste a bit. He put it in his mouth and took a small bite. The sweetness of the chocolate melted in his mouth, making the old man satisfied and blissed out. with a very indescribable expression. Humph, humph. Seeing Yu Ryang's reaction, Shin Hyuk's face darkened completely, while he coughed violently. Cough, cough, ak, cough, cough, ak, humph. Then he returned to his cold expression as if nothing had happened. It's passable, if you have more. Take it out. In the forest covered entirely in white snow. Cup noodle containers, soft drinks, and water bottles were piled up, scattered on the ground. He praised lavishly, food crumbs still clinging to his beard. I ate very well. The outside world truly has many wondrous foods. He gathered the trash into a bag while looking at him helplessly. He ate all the emergency rations I brought in case of need. Suddenly he wondered, "Old man, ah no. Sir, how do you usually satisfy your hunger?" He was shaking an empty chip bag in his hand. After reaching a certain realm, I no longer need to eat or drink. I just taste. Then he asked, "Is there no more?" Causing Shin Hyuk to glare angrily, his face contorted. "I really want to go home." After cleaning up the trash, he stood up. "All right, then. Just now I didn't know how to console him. This is good then." While Yu Ryang stood on the rock ledge with his back turned. "Now, according to you, the Ming dynasty disappeared long ago." "Right," he pondered. "Martial arts have also been lost, and the world is overrun with monsters." He tied the plastic bag while looking up. "Yes, sir. Instead of martial artists, there are beings called hunters." He silently looked into the distance. Yu Ryang confided, "I haven't counted the days for a while now. Ever since I came here, I've only hoped to ascend to immortality." He asked, "Since I opened your dantian for you, you must be the only martial artist in the outside world now." He replied, "Yes. Yes, for now." "Sir," the sword at his hip flashed, "you've already felt it. The difference in power between someone who has comprehended martial arts and someone who hasn't is worlds apart." Then Yu Ryang turned around and asked, "How will you use that power?" He answered while fidgeting with the trash bag, "To live." "What else, sir?" "Just live normally. It's nice not to puke my guts out at company dinners." He looked at Shin Hyuk and smiled faintly. He grimaced, thinking about the future. "But hey, later if I want to play the stock market, I have to wake up early. If I want to play games for a long time. Back health is also important. This is quite useful." Suddenly he interrupted, "I haven't asked yet." "What's your name?" He replied immediately. "Ah, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk." Then Shin Hyuk put on his backpack. "I'm not ambitious. I have basic martial arts talent. And I'm a teacher guiding children. After teaching them, they probably won't do anything stupid." "Right." Suddenly he spoke. "I am Cho Yu Ryang, the world's #1 swordsman who slayed a dragon to save the Central Plains." He held his backpack. "Yes, I know." Amidst the white, snowy forest, his figure was imposing, his hair flowing in the wind, his stance proud and unyielding. As if defying heaven and earth, "Kang Shin Hyuk," he continued, "I will accept you as my disciple." His eyes were silent, speechless. Then he slowly began to speak. "I refuse." Yu Ryang was extremely bewildered and dejected when Shin Hyuk rejected him. He fell into deep thought. "I didn't mishear, did I?" Shin Hyuk smiled awkwardly. "No, sir. I appreciate your offer, but I'm really fine." He scratched his head, blushing and smiling. "From the beginning, I never wanted to become this strong. Thanks to your help, I overcame difficulties. So from now on, I just want to live a normal life." Yu Ryang was somewhat surprised. If you become my disciple, you could have the world at your feet." That gaze indeed showed no hesitation. He turned his head, gently waving his hand. "You may go. I also need to prepare for my ascension." He bowed in gratitude. "Haha. I will always be proud of this encounter with you for the rest of my life." Yu Ryang regretted. What a pity. If only I could leave something behind before ascending. Shin Hyuk listened silently to him, thinking, ascension. Was he originally supposed to ascend to immortality at this time? He slowly looked up. Sir, if one truly ascends to immortality, can one reach the world of immortals?" Yu Ryang still turned and walked away. When one reaches the realm of infinity, or a certain enlightenment, or if one accumulates virtue, it is possible. Snow fell from the sky, covering the green pine forest. His voice echoed. "In my case, the realm of martial arts is already right before my eyes. Helping you has also accumulated virtue. So I just need a little more cultivation and I can ascend immediately. It's also very convenient. No need to leave behind any troublesome manuals. Shin Hyuk was surprised and bewildered after hearing this. Huh. Sir, are you planning to leave without leaving any manuals? Yu Ryang glanced at him. This brat. Are you lusting after manuals? He crossed his arms and pouted. Anyway, there's no one to meet later, so what's the point of leaving them? Didn't you say that in the outside world? Martial arts have long been lost. Even if I write down the content, no one will cultivate it. Shin Hyuk was quite flustered. He thought, Chu Yu Riang isn't leaving any manuals. I didn't expect this. I was mistaken. My coming here has created a variable. If this old man doesn't leave behind a manual, then Lee Ji-sung won't receive the opportunity. Then Lee Ji-sung won't catch up to Kim Do-hyun. And Kim Do-hyun, without a sense of danger, won't become stronger. Ultimately, this world will be destroyed. I thought it was just taking advantage of a simple event in the novel. I approached it too superficially. Shin Hyuk hurriedly said loudly, Wait a minute. Sir, Mr. Chu Yu Ryang, I was short-sighted. Please accept me as your disciple. Yu Ryang sighed. He stood on the rock ledge. This strange brat. You've changed your mind already. He approached him. Isn't it a pity, sir, that your martial arts will be lost? Shin Hyuk clasped his hands, his face determined. Please accept me as your disciple, and leave behind your martial arts and manuals, he thought. Only then can I leisurely enjoy myself later. Yu Ryang looked at him. Such disrespectful eyes. Every time I come here to cultivate, I will bring lots of food. When he heard food, he immediately became serious, veins popping on his face, shouting, Cultivation will be very arduous. Are you mentally prepared? Shin Hyuk also shouted, feigning determination. Yes, but he really didn't want to cultivate. He thought, Oh God, my free time, returning to the school setting. The swordsmanship teacher from a non-hunter school subdued the elite hunter school teacher in an instant after the duel of honor. The academy was in complete chaos over the weekend. Two colleagues whispered to each other. Teacher Young. So those were SpongeBob underwear. Huh. Say no more. I can't believe I've been looked down upon by someone like that all this time. Although I didn't dare to cheer because I was embarrassed. Honestly, it felt really refreshing. The computer screen showed a group chat praising Shin Hyuk as cool. The invisible wall between practical subjects and regular academic subjects was also mentioned. So now I understand Teacher Park's relieved expression that day. The two staff members continued to whisper. I heard there are also rumors about a non-hunter school teacher selection system. Right. Honestly. I also used to think that people from non-hunter schools would be less skilled, but after watching teacher Kang Shin Hyuk's match, my opinion changed. While they were discussing animatedly, Shin Hyuk was approaching. Moreover, I heard teacher Kang didn't demand any reward after winning the match. Right. His personality is also amazing. Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. At this moment, Shin Hyuk was walking confidently, a friendly smile on his lips. I forgot to ask for a reward, but these admiring gazes around me. It's wonderful. I'm getting closer to the life I've always wanted. He opened the door, muttering to himself. All right. I promise to visit the old man every weekend. So on weekdays, let's focus on daily life again. When he looked into the classroom, he saw the students standing straight to greet him. They were unusually silent. The class president was quite tense. Class, attention. Shin Hyuk sighed. Oh my God. The whole class said loudly in unison, Good morning, teacher. Don't fall. The students in the class buzzed. Teacher. I heard about the results. How did you do it? Sir, not only did you win, but you completely crushed him. Right. Shin Hyuk was flustered. No. How did you guys know about that? Wasn't the match only for teachers to watch? The class president's cheeks flushed. Jinso's older brother is a middle school teacher. Sir? Jinso smiled. Can you tell us the story, sir? He was a little speechless. Shin Hyuk smiled, placing the documents on the teacher's desk. Now. Children don't need to know. Open your books. Today is theory. He wrote intently on the board. Unlike my previous life, in this life I have a healthy body, a decent job, a stable life. I will cherish and enjoy the happiness gained after overcoming this fear for the rest of my life. Just 4 hours after having that grateful thought, at the cafeteria, students were laughing and chatting merrily. Shin Hyuk's face was full of determination. More, please. But the cafeteria staff member replied decisively. Just enough. He grimaced, frowning. I must get more. The cafeteria staff member also replied to him with sharp eyes. The two of them locked eyes. Finally, The staff member gave Shin Hyuk 2 more sausages. He sat down happily, licking his lips. This is crazy. Is today the day I can do anything? 2 whole sausages. Boom. Kang Shin Hyuk. Has the Kang Shin Hyuk era begun? Suddenly a figure in a short skirt approached him. Oh, there's an empty spot here. Shin Hyuk looked up, his cheeks already flushed. Kang Shin Hyuk. That's you. Right. Teacher. Seora held her tray of food, her tray piled high with sausages. You're the swordsmanship teacher in the senior high division. Right, he thought. Sandami. Shin Hyuk was a little flustered. Ah, yes, that's right. Why are there sausages? Ah, moreover. Do you know me? She laughed after hearing that and sat down. Ho ho, your acting is still very stiff. There are no surveillance cameras in the cafeteria, so Shin Hyuk Sunbae. Just be yourself. He was bewildered, thinking, Shin Hyuk Sunbae. Is it someone I know? The people I used to know? Most of them bring back memories when I meet them, but Seora picked up a sausage and brought it to her mouth. Is it because I've changed so much that you don't recognize me? If so? That's sad. I'm Seora. Shin Hyuk was stunned after hearing that. He thought, Seora. Wait a minute. I think I've heard that name somewhere. He seemed to realize something, thinking non-stop. The contact in the phone, Junior Seora. Could it be? Shin Hyuk was flustered. Choi Seora. When she heard this, she giggled. You only recognize me now. I really am very different from before. Huh. At school. I'm a teacher anyway, so I maintain this appearance. Ho ho ho. Shin Hyuk's face paled, sweat dripping. The contact saved in the phone, and the way she called him Sunbae, Junior Seora. Seora continuously put sausages into her mouth. He continued to think. The reason the memory didn't appear is because I already know this woman. Choi Seora, the character who will take on the role of the main character's homeroom teacher in Becoming a Hunter. Moreover, not just the homeroom teacher. She is also a core character in the middle of Book 2, because this woman is a member of an international criminal organization. Antagonist. Kang Shin Hyuk's memories were recalled, causing him a headache, cough, until now. Antagonist, ANTAS for short, an anti-hunter organization. ANTAS, who has massacred countless hunters, is the public enemy of the International Hunter Federation. However, they are a dangerous group characterized by mysterious movements, organized in small network cells. He closed his eyes to absorb the information, and there have been almost no significant arrest records. Seora had finished all the food on her tray. She then reached out and took a sausage from his tray. Sunbae. Why that face? It's safe here. It's usually dark under the lights, so don't worry. Shin Hyuk was flustered, still lost in thought. But it's strange. I clearly read until the end. So I don't remember any content saying Kang Shin Hyuk was a member of ANTAS. He didn't even realize 2 of his sausages had been taken. Side story. Chapter opened. From now on, the story of Kang Shin Hyuk, assassin of ANTAS, will be recorded. Shin Hyuk was startled. What assassin? What? He was so scared that sweat poured like a stream. This bastard Kang Shin Hyuk. Shin Hyuk's face turned purple with fear. Goosebumps rising. What devilry have you been up to? Huh. At this moment, all the sausages on his tray had been eaten. Shin Hyuk sat still. I read very carefully until the end, even though I didn't intend to analyze it deeply. But I don't remember any content saying Kang Shin Hyuk was a member of ANTAS. Suddenly he widened his eyes. Wait a minute, could it be that? In the author interview I watched after finishing the novel, it was mentioned that a side story was in progress. Please look forward to it, because many details you couldn't see in the main story will be revealed. Side story. Chapter. Kang Shin Hyuk. Prologue can be viewed. He broke out in a cold sweat. View it immediately. After saying that, his head throbbed. The sudden pain made him grimace. Memories of Kang Shin Hyuk, assassin of ANTAS, were recalled. When operating in the guild, Kang Shin Hyuk initially had a teammate. His name was Kim Chang-soo. He was the one who exposed the orphanage director and rescued Kang Shin Hyuk 2 years ago, while on their way down Gwanak Mountain after completing a mission at a portal as usual. A nearby portal erupted. Countless monsters poured out in front of the two. They immediately requested guild support, but at that time, other teams were also experiencing incidents, so Kang Shin Hyuk and Kim Chang-soo did not receive support. Wanting to protect Shin Hyuk from the monsters, Chang-soo pushed him off a cliff with his hands, and due to inertia, Shin Hyuk fell. Only the faint silhouette of his brother remained before him. Shin Hyuk was extremely sad. Someone like a real brother whom he had known since his orphanage days was his only remaining family. On that day, Kang Shin Hyuk had to sacrifice his most precious thing. After the situation calmed down, the guild's stance was one. We were unable to provide support. The guild members bowed their heads, apologizing to Shin Hyuk at Chang Su's funeral. Monsters also appeared in the city, so they just said they had to sacrifice the small to save the big. But Kang Shin Hyuk knew clearly that all of this was ultimately just a matter of factionalism. He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face, because both he and Chang Su came from non-hunter schools and were always ostracized in the guild. Knowing the reason and feeling disillusioned with the guild, Kang Shin Hyuk volunteered for an overseas assignment. After completing a year in China and returning, he began to consider leaving the guild. Just then he was approached by Choi Seora, his senior and junior, who suggested he join Antis. His train of thought interrupted the memory. So, that's how it is. It's probably because it's a side story that the content is a bit dark. Huh. I never expected a minor character like Kang Shin Hyuk to have such a past. Kang Shin Hyuk, who had fallen for Choi Seora, joined Antis that very day. Shin Hyuk was surprised to hear this. Huh. After that, half of his income was sent to Choi Seora under the guise of funding Antis. He wondered, wait a minute, isn't this a pyramid scheme? Ah, by the way, Kang Shin Hyuk once confessed to Choi Seora and was rejected, to look cool. Kang Shin Hyuk continued to provide funding and decided to maintain a good senior-junior relationship with Choi Seora. But because he still had lingering feelings, he applied to the hunter training school to be near her. He studied frantically. Shin Hyuk was speechless. This crazy guy. The reason is just that ridiculous thing. What about Chang Su? What about revenge? Seora suddenly spoke, causing the memory to stop. Sunbae, are you okay? Shin Hyuk snapped back to reality. Cough. I'm fine. No, I'm fine. She continued to put food in her mouth. Are you really okay? You looked so surprised it startled me too. Shin Hyuk forced a laugh. He thought, if it were you, wouldn't you be startled? I thought spring had finally arrived in my life. Who knew I'd suddenly be called a member of a criminal organization? I really want to go crazy. Seora gently wiped her mouth. Even though I know Sunbae's abilities, getting into hunter school is very difficult. I thought when Sunbae said he would quit the guild and transfer to school, it would take at least 2 years. He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Haha, is that so? Shin Hyuk thought. But I got in on the first try. You really like her a lot. Huh, Kang Shin Hyuk. Seora's voice cut off his thoughts. So, how's school life? Is it okay? Yeah, it's normal. It's just the beginning of the semester, Seora wondered, resting her chin on her hand. Then why haven't you contacted me at all? If you passed the interview, you should have at least let me know. I felt very hurt. Shin Hyuk picked up his water cup, his hand trembling. Sorry, I was too busy. He sighed in relief. Good thing I didn't contact her. If I had called and misspoke, it would have been really awkward. It's okay. Sunbae probably has his reasons. Ah, has the donation stopped? I didn't see any money in my account this month. Shin Hyuk's face turned green. Water even dribbled from his mouth. How would I know to transfer money? There's nothing in the account history. No, in this case, for my future, it's better to be direct. I can't keep being drained like this. He hesitated. About that donation. He intended to stop. Is that okay? Seora looked at him silently after hearing this. Well, it's true. Sunbae has contributed a lot all this time. It's not mandatory anyway, even if there's nothing to spend money on. A teacher's salary isn't much. Shin Hyuk was stunned after hearing this. Seora smiled brightly like a little sun. I told you before, Antas absolutely doesn't force donations. So it's okay. After hearing that, he finally understood and thought, so it's voluntary. Kang Shin Hyuk, this bastard. Just how foolish is he? The organization also knows Sunbae's situation well, so there's no need to worry. From Antis's perspective. You're a demon. Academically gifted but arrogant, Seora added. On the contrary, you even passed the school interview immediately and defeated a semi-A rank hunter, so the evaluation of you has probably increased. Seora clasped her hands, her smile dazzling. A Sunbae like this helping me. It's truly an honor. Let's change the world together, Shin Hyuk thought. First, You'll destroy the world. Right. In academy novels, the purpose of criminal organizations hidden in schools is terrorism. However, although Antis is a criminal organization, they don't kill people without reason. There's also a rule that hunter school students who aren't official hunters shouldn't be touched unless there's a special situation. Perhaps Choi Seora's role is to recruit students with potential into Antis. Shin Hyuk kept thinking, these are just things I know because I read the novel. I wonder what other secrets the side story will hide. He looked serious. Hey, what should I do from now on? Seora scratched her face. For the time being, just focus on adapting to school life and make more friends. He said goodbye. I can handle that myself. Can't you roughly tell me what to do? I need to know what to do so I can make a plan. She picked up her tray and stood up. This can't be completed in a short time. And in the senior high division, it's only you. Sunbai, so it's fine. If that's the case, let's meet regularly. The last Tuesday of every month. What do you think? He frowned. The last Tuesday of every month, she added. There's hardly any partying on Tuesdays. Let's meet for dinner. Seora left. She turned her head and smiled, waving. Well then, I'm off. Let's meet often. Shin Hyuk sat there dumbfounded. He watched her back gradually disappear from sight. Then he slowly looked down at the tray with only a few vegetables left. Tuesday. The training with Cho Yu Ryang began smoothly. He decided to record the development of my body. He also instructed me on how to utilize the mental cultivation method and his martial arts incantations. Yu Ryang turned to look at him. I've already helped you open your dantian, but controlling it is entirely up to you. From now on, you can't rest for a single day. Perform the grand heavenly cycle. The grand heavenly cycle is the circulation of internal energy throughout the body. Do you understand? Shin Hyuk was currently meditating, his body emitting blue light. The two of them were enveloped in silence, not a sound. Yu Ryang stared intently at him. Then he punched Shin Hyuk hard on the head. I asked if you understood. The unexpected punch made him cry out in pain. Shin Hyuk's face turned purple with pain. He clutched his head. No. Why do you keep talking and distracting me? Sir, I'm still listening, Yu Ryang said nonchalantly. That's what I have to say. Aren't you the one who's not focused? There are distracting thoughts in the flow of your internal energy. You must be troubled by something. He frowned. Ugh. Can internal energy also reveal such things? He stroked his beard. The first heavenly cycle should be as natural as breathing. How could I not notice you trembling so slightly? Shin Hyuk scratched his head in confusion. Actually, my heart is very troubled because of something I was once attached to. Speak. I will lend you the wisdom of this old man. He looked up at Yu Ryang. Sir, master, what is your impression of me? Am I a good person or a bad person? Hearing this, he pouted. How would I know that? You fool. Shin Hyuk suppressed his anger. This old man is really annoying. You just have the appearance of a hateful rich playboy, as if King Yomra granted you a wish and you were reborn as a handsome man. Shin Hyuk smiled awkwardly, sweating profusely, thinking. I apologize for doubting you. Sir. Yu Ryang raised his hand to stroke his beard. With that face. Doing good makes you a good person. Doing evil makes you an evil person. That's all there is to it. One must have strength to have the qualification to think, no matter how grand the plan. The strong who survive are the norm in the world of blades and swords, only in dangerous places, fierce competition. And losers who cannot speak out are recorded in history as evil. He turned his back. Those who cause chaos in the world, like the righteous demonic Great War or the blood incident, all died young, from the beginning. Without strength, good or evil are just illusions, so was I helpful? Shin Hyuk was dazed. Oh, yes. Thank you, sir. Hearing this, Yu Ryang immediately said, then quickly go get some chocolate. Yes, master. Justice or no justice? What moved my heart was the old man's last words. Returning to the present, Shin Hyuk and Seora were eating together. He smiled awkwardly, thinking about the old man's words. Those who cause chaos in the world, like the righteous demonic Great War or the blood incident, all died young. I just want to quietly make money from stocks and live a peaceful, long life. Terrorism or assassination, avenging Chansu has nothing to do with me. I don't want to affect the world and die young. At this moment, Seora was engrossed in eating cake. She ate until cake was smeared on the corner of her mouth. It's really strange. Sunbae, I said to meet on the last Tuesday of every month. Why did you contact me so early? Shin Hyuk was restless. I have something to say. She looked at him. What is it that you're hesitating about? He was nervous, swallowing. Sweat had already started to flow without him realizing. Shin Hyuk smiled awkwardly, pointing at himself. Can't I leave Antis? Hearing this, Seora fell silent, slowly turning her fork upside down. Suddenly she shot up, lunging at Shin Hyuk's head with the fork, her eyes as sharp as a blade. Everyone around looked at him with surprised, wide-eyed, open-mouthed expressions. The receptionist who was calculating the bill turned pale with fear. The fork barely missed Shin Hyuk, making him tremble as he thought, I expected this, but I didn't expect this kind of reaction. Choi Seora froze, her eyes full of anger looking at him. She warned in a strained voice, Sunbae, what you just said, you better explain clearly if you don't want a few more holes on your face besides your eyes, nose, and mouth. At this moment, Shin Hyuk was so tense he could barely breathe. I will explain. But first, can we clean this up? We'll probably have to move. He continued to raise his hands in surrender before Choi Seora's terrifyingly threatening actions. He whispered, advising her. People are watching. Next to them, a couple was gossiping. The girl said, Honey, look, that guy must be cheating, the guy replied. He looks all right. But cheating, the girl warned him. If you cheat, you're dead with me, the guy quickly explained. I smoke. I don't cheat. Returning to Shin Hyuk, he suggested. First, let's go to your car. I have something I want to show you. On the bustling highway, his car neared a tunnel. In the car, Choi Seora wondered. You said you'd explain. But what's the meaning of heading straight for Incheon? I thought if I just talked, you wouldn't let go. So I wanted to show you something along the way. In the car, Choi Seora continued to threaten him with the fork. Well then, while we're going, you have to explain what you said at that cafe, Shin Hyuk replied, drenched in sweat. You brought the fork out here. That's theft. As soon as he finished speaking, Choi Seora got angry. She forcefully jabbed the fork into his neck. Shin Hyuk cried out in pain, his face pale, hurriedly explaining. The reason I joined Antis was because of the discrimination against non-hunter school graduates. His trembling voice continued. But you see at school now. Perceptions have changed a bit, Choi Seora replied sharply. Really? Sunbae just won one match. That won't change anything. He sighed and thought. Now she's even cutting me off and speaking rudely. Koreans should listen until the end, he continued to reply. It probably won't happen immediately. But after experiencing this, I think it's possible. He nervously glanced at her. Even if it's not Antis, I can try hard on my own, little by little, and Antis is too extreme. He gripped the steering wheel tightly. There are too many differences from the direction I want. Even the terrorism. And the bloodthirsty killing. Turning back to Choi Seora, the danger in her face gradually lessened. She spoke. I told you from the beginning. Not all terrorist acts are caused by us. It's the government blaming us. And those who died deserved to die. Shin Hyuk said sternly, Seora, no one in this world deserves to die. She frowned angrily and shouted, Sunbae, you don't do missions like that. And, are you afraid of those missions? At this moment, Shin Hyuk was so scared he was drenched in sweat. Drops of blood also began to trickle down his neck. Of course I'm scared. I'm very scared. Can you take the fork away? Seora. Seora gradually pulled the fork away from his neck. Coward. He felt somewhat relieved. Phew, it really isn't easy. His eyes lit up as he continued to think. But I've prepared myself for the fact that escaping a criminal organization won't be simple. It's not like I'm just leaving without any preparation, he suggested to her. Now please search and watch a news report I'm about to tell you. Search for the phrase, Assassination of Deputy Director of Hunter Management Min Young-seok, and it will come up. Choi Seora immediately took out her phone and checked. Min Young-seok. Then, he's that trash who embezzled billions of won from the budget. She cursed him as she read. Min Young-seok is a bastard who deserves to die, but when she read a certain part, she faltered. Collision with a freight truck. Min Young-seok, the driver, and 2 others also died. Turning to the image of the driver walking his daughter to school, Shin Hyuk told her. The driver, Mr. Kim, was a young man who had lost his wife and lived alone with his daughter. He wasn't a permanent employee, but a contract driver for the Hunter Management Bureau. The question here is, he looked at her, emphasizing his suspicion. What connection does a contract driver have to the corruption Min Young Seok committed? Surprised by such a question, she answered awkwardly. None. Next was the driver's daughter, a beautiful young woman. Lee Seo-ah, the top female lead in the Becoming a Hunter favorite character poll. She is an indispensable character who forms a love triangle with the main characters and also plays an important role in the latter half of the story. He continued, the driver of the car when Min Young Seok died was Lee Seo-ah's father. Antas publicly claimed responsibility, revealing they did it along with Min Young Seok's corruption. People's reactions weren't bad. Some even showed support for Antas. There were many indictments for Min Young Seok's crimes. However, Mr. Kim, who also died, and his family were forgotten in those matters. Choi Seora replied with a tense face. That must be a mistake. Antas doesn't harm ordinary people. Sunbae knows that too. It's clearly stated in the regulations. Shin Hyuk thought to himself, I already asked. Then he spoke aloud. Seora, are you being serious? A white chrysanthemum fell silently in the darkness. He continued to press her. Do you really think that Mr. Kim was the only one who died by mistake because he was near Antas's target? Shin Hyuk looked at Seora thoughtfully. She's just been avoiding it. Actually, she's aware of it too, isn't she? While she covered her face in confusion, he speculated further. It seems like things are clear now. From today, I can stretch my legs and sleep comfortably. Suddenly, Choi Seora changed the subject with a shy expression. I'll tell you why I rejected your confession. Shin Hyuk was surprised by that question. Why so suddenly? Not wanting to explain much. She acted with the fork instead of words. Faced with this killing intent, he finally relented. No. I don't need it now. She spoke. Listen to me, he replied to her. You have the right to speak. She recalled the past, the large-scale portal liberation incident that happened 15 years ago. Sunbai knows about it too. Right. Both my parents passed away in that accident when I was young. Shin Hyuk thought. It was never mentioned in the novel. Is it a side story? While thinking, he was attacked by Seora again. He frantically comforted her. You must have had a hard time, but what does that have to do with you rejecting my confession? I'll be quiet. You continue. Her tone grew increasingly melancholic. If the hunters had come, both my parents could have survived. The most dangerous area. The portal opened in my neighborhood had 4 D ranks, 2 C ranks at most. It was the area that needed the most care and was also quite close to the association. She faltered before those haunting images from the past, but no one came. Not a single one. While dozens of hunter teams from major guilds had set out for the wealthy neighborhood where 3 F-rank dungeons were liberated. That hesitant expression was clear on Shin Hyuk's face as he listened to her story. He also blamed himself. It's bitter. Kang Shin Hyuk also experienced something similar. At the same time, the fork was gradually withdrawn, blood still dripping. He continued to think, but if something like that happened, it must have caused a huge uproar in society. Was there such content in the hunter work? Returning to reality, Choi Seora reminded. By the way, this information wasn't publicized, because the powerful people who were protected at that time used money to cover it all up. She said through tears, if I hadn't cared and investigated, I would never have known. Besides, Shin Hyuk thought, Choi Seora didn't come from a non-hunter school like Kang Shin Hyuk, yet she joined Antas like this. Choi Seora burst into tears. It's strange, isn't it? Sunbae. I said I'd tell you why I rejected your confession but ended up talking about my parents. Actually, it's not because I hate Sunbae that I rejected you. I can't forget this feeling of revenge for my parents. She suddenly stabbed the fork hard into the seat. Luckily, he dodged in time, Choi Seora instructed. Sunbae, please help me when the revenge is done. Then let's meet then. At this moment, he was also scared out of his wits and said, please put that down and then talk. With the feeling of his head outside the car window at high speed, Shin Hyuk was thrilled. He was both scared and relieved. What parents in this world would want their child to join an organization for revenge? If it were the real Kang Shin Hyuk, he would definitely have said he'd help Choi Seora. Outside, People looked at him with surprise, but for him, even though her situation is pitiful and she's beautiful, Choi Seora isn't the only woman in the world. The car still sped along the road under the beauty of the late afternoon. He now just wanted to close his eyes and apologize once more. Life would be much freer. At this moment, Kang Shin-hyuk's body underwent a change. Two people were looking at him, King Yomra and Yu Ryang. He had read the novel, so he knew the future, and he had also interfered with the main character's opportunity. Now he just needed to cut ties with Choi Seora and escape Antis, and his life would be smooth sailing. Shin-hyuk was currently in a floating state. He wondered, but why? At the same time, a hand landed on his shoulder from somewhere. The male lead turned around at Shin-hyuk's surprised pat. A message was sent to him, counting on you. The male lead saw Shin-hyuk's surprised image and wondered, Kang Shin-hyuk. The car suddenly lost control. A loud scream echoed through the sky. Sunbae, look ahead. Choi Seora slapped Shin-hyuk hard on the head. He suddenly came to. Gasp, almost died. He wondered, what was that just now? It was clearly. Seora spoke. I'll put the fork away. I forgot the steering wheel is in Sunbae's hands. Suddenly, Shin-hyuk asked again, Seora, do you know who the target of revenge is? She was surprised by his question, then replied, Sunbae, have you changed your mind? He continued, it's better if you answer first. She thought for a moment and replied, the head of the Hunter Management Bureau at that time was Kim In-hak, but I don't think Kim In-hak was the only one who gave that order. He sighed. If it was the bureau chief back then, he's probably a bigger figure now. He blamed himself. Oh my God, Kang Shin-hyuk, this idiot. Choi Seora asked him, Sunbae, so what you said about quitting earlier wasn't true, right? He replied to her, no. It's true I have to leave Antis, but I will personally help you. She was surprised by that answer and asked again, what do you mean? Sunbae, how? Antis also said it was difficult. Don't be like that. The car neared Incheon City, his voice still ringing out. Well said. Antis also said it was difficult. Are they sure they'll bring Kim In-hak to you? Seora replied. It's difficult now, but they'll definitely do it later. He continued to argue. When is later? Do they really guarantee it to you? She stammered. Well, speaking of Kim In-hak, Congressman Kim In-hak. This is a character I've seen in the work Becoming a Hunter. Kim In-hak will rise steadily until the main character deals with him. Conversely, Choi Seora will be discovered by the main character as a member of Antas after 3 years and will have to go to trial. Not a death sentence, but according to my memory, she will be sentenced to life imprisonment without parole, meaning this girl will rot in prison for the rest of her life after 3 years. Back in the car, Choi Seora listened attentively to his questions and answered. Choi Seora answered him, if I complete the assigned tasks well, Antas will definitely. He cut her off. Antas won't do that, she said, annoyed. What do you know, Sunbae? He cursed inwardly. This brat. I've read everyone's future. How could I not know what kind of place Antas is? Shin-hyuk sighed and replied, Humph. Anyway, you probably won't believe me unless you verify it yourself. Huh. He gently told her, listen carefully, Choi Seora. I will help you. However, you must leave Antas with me. This is the condition. She asked him, puzzled. What do you mean? I have to be in Antas to get revenge, he replied to her. No, they won't help. Seora looked at him, continuing to listen to his answer. Originally, this was the last resort I intended to use when I couldn't talk. We've arrived. You'll change your mind too. She asked him again, speaking of which. Where is the final destination? He replied quickly. Antas Financial Source. Shin-hyuk smiled faintly, humorously saying, now you and I are going to buy drugs. Shin-hyuk's car stopped in front of the destination. Seora opened the door and got out, looking inside, puzzled. Is this the right place? The door isn't even open. The two of them stood in front of an old shop. He confirmed. That's right. Tian Shu Clothing. This is my first time here, but Shin-hyuk opened the door and stepped inside, thinking, at first glance, this is an ordinary old clothing store, but in reality, it's different. The shop owner was quite surprised to see a customer enter. In reality, hidden deep in the shadows, this is a distribution point for synthetic drugs established by Antas China in Korea. His eyes narrowed warily. Shin-hyuk asked in Chinese, Do you sell Genesis here? He asked back, confused. What are you talking about? Shin-hyuk knew he didn't believe him, so he had to say, I know everything, so just sell it. I heard you can buy it here. He reluctantly pulled open a drawer. I don't know which idiot showed him this place. He pointed a knife at his neck threateningly. This is a wholesale place. No retail. If you don't want trouble, get lost. Shin Hyuk smirked coldly, pulling out his trump card. You just call me an idiot. Right. What now? The person who showed me isn't an idiot. Shin Hyuk saying that name alone scared him. What's your name? I'll tell Mei Lin exactly that. He raised his hands in surrender. Miss Mei Lin. You know her. He held the knife, his face cold and assertive. Of course. We were quite close in China. When I asked about distribution points in Korea, she showed me this place. Shin Hyuk thought to himself. Of course. That's a lie. Shin Hyuk thought back to Mei Lin with her group of followers behind her. Mei Lin is both the daughter of the Antis China boss and the head of distribution for the synthetic drug Genesis, developed by Antis China in Korea. Although his face was extremely confident, his heart was very tense, afraid of being exposed. How could such a high-ranking figure know me? This is the last resort I prepared to convince Choi Seora. Shin Hyuk took out his phone to threaten him. If you doubt it, I'll call her and let you talk to her. However, you'll have to pay a fitting price for that suspicion. He panicked and did a 360-degree turn. No. I sincerely apologize for not recognizing you. I'll prepare it right away. How much do you need? Shin Hyuk was satisfied and requested. You know how to talk now. Just bring as much as possible. He asked for clarification. Yes. So, how much Genesis should I bring? He ignored him. What are you asking? The newest type. Then please wait a moment, Seora whispered from behind him. What have you two been talking about in Chinese all this time? Shin Hyuk looked around the old clothing store and said firmly, I said we were going to buy drugs. I thought you had to see it with your own eyes to believe it. This is where synthetic drugs produced by Antis China are sold. Seora asked him surprised. It's not a metaphor. Antis really produces drugs. I've never heard of this. Shin Hyuk didn't show much surprise. Of course, because Antis China only revealed its surface after the main character graduated, thanks to Genesis. He even recalled the city's future prospects. Thinking. Later. Antis Korea will also realize the situation late and oppose the Chinese boss. Of course, it's not that they can't sell, but they'll demand a share of the profits. A man with fiery red hair blew everyone away. Thus a conflict erupted, and the main character, as a messenger of justice, crushed both sides. To appear trustworthy, Shin Hyuk said, If you don't believe me, I'll have the other person speak Korean so you can hear directly. He brought out a lot of drugs and piled them on the table. We've only just infiltrated, so we don't have much Genesis stock. He grimaced reluctantly. Gathering it all will be enough for a month. Please put in a good word for me with Miss Mei Lin. Just as promised to her, he requested. All right. Now speak Korean, he asked cautiously. So, is it okay if the person next to me listens? Shin Hyuk pointed behind him reassuringly. It's fine. This girl loves Genesis too. He observed Seora's expression. She averted her eyes to the side. His eyes became even more suspicious. She pretended to roll her eyes, sweat and saliva dripping. I love Genesis so much. He was frightened by her exaggerated expression. That person should probably cut back on the drugs. He tried to hold back his laughter until his face turned red. I also don't know why she likes it that much. Turning back to him, Shin Hyuk discussed. Moreover, I heard a new type is coming out soon. It'll probably take some time to bring it to Korea. Seora listened intently to the conversation, her brow furrowed. It'll take quite a while. Yes. If you have a close relationship with Miss Mei Lin, it'll be faster to go to the mainland and buy it. Seora, skeptical, leaned closer and whispered, Sunbae, you've been saying incomprehensible things like Mei Lin or series or something. Could it be that this situation isn't something you staged? Shin Hyuk assured her. I understand you're suspicious, but would I really risk my life coming all the way to Incheon to do this? Shin Hyuk thought to himself. Indeed. Mei Lin of Antis China is a name Choi Seora would hardly know. He rubbed his hands and asked, Well, the quantity is quite large. How do you plan to pay? Without hesitation, he asked directly. Card okay? He was quite surprised and asked again to be sure. Card, really, don't joke. Pay up. Shin Hyuk cut him off. 3 months. He was about to correct him when something whizzed past his face. His nose started bleeding. No, paying by card is not okay. Installments are even less okay. Shin Hyuk had no such intention, he said directly. 3 months injury. Seora was surprised, her mouth agape. he thought to himself, punching the hippocampus inside the temporal bone with internal energy. One precise punch from him knocked him down. He remembered his master's words. Internal energy forced into the head will cause amnesia. If you need to use it, just use this method because you can't perform precise acupoint strikes yet. The person who guided him also said, if you're worried it won't work, then strike the Nahu point once, remembering that he searched and did it. Let's see. Nahu point. Even if he wakes up, he'll be an idiot, but don't pity this drug dealer. After finishing his business, he turned back and asked her, so, do you trust me more now? If this situation is still considered fake, then there's really a problem. Seora was flustered. She was extremely bewildered. Sunbai, how do you know these things? No. Since when did you know? He asserted. Even though I said I joined at a junior's suggestion, I at least have to know what kind of place it is. Shin Hyuk's hands holding the phone trembled as he pretended to say, when I was active in China, I knew Antis was involved in drugs. The truth was completely opposite. Actually, reading up to Book 3 of Becoming a Hunter would reveal it. He sprinkled drug powder on him. Let's arrange the incident here as this person alone being involved in opium and then leave first. Although no one is watching, staying here long isn't beneficial, Shin Hyuk decided. I won't report this place or anything. Convincing Choi Seora is enough. Both of them stepped out of the shop. He still muttered to himself. There will be countless replacements for the salesperson, so it won't affect the future. But if outside interference is exposed, Antas will conduct a serious investigation. Seora had been subdued and accepted Shin Hyuk. It's all true. I'll explain Sunbai's withdrawal clearly. If I say Sunbai kept bothering me, so I kicked him out, there won't be any consequences. Hearing that, he was annoyed. The reason for withdrawal is a bit irritating. Thank you for understanding. Sensing something amiss, Shin Hyuk stopped her. No. Wait a minute. Only I'm withdrawing. Could it be that you knew all this and still intend to stay in Antis? Seora stood in the cold night wind and said, unlike Sunbay, I have been in Antis for a long time. I also have assigned tasks and things I already know. If I suddenly leave, it won't be peaceful. Shin Hyuk imagined himself being freed from a loose rope while Seora remained chained. It must be so. Antis is clearly an international criminal organization. I'm a newbie who knows nothing but. This isn't a place you can just come and go from like a club. Suddenly remembering the request made him uncomfortable. I feel restless. I can't just ignore it. I should probably help somehow. He pondered, remembering the main storyline. No, this is the right thing to do. Because if Choi Seora leaves Antis now, I don't know how it will affect the future. Anyway, until her identity is discovered by the main character. Choi Seora must stay in Antis, Shin Hyuk asked worriedly. Have you had any particularly culpable missions among your past assignments? Seora rubbed her forehead tiredly. No. My mission is to recruit talented friends among the students, she added. But this isn't something that can be done in a day or two, so I haven't achieved anything significant yet. Hearing that, he sighed. Less worried. Then it's fine. We'll do this, he requested. From now on, you will become a double agent for Antis. She looked at him surprised, her mouth agape. A double agent. Shin Hyuk envisioned the organization's secret documents, instructing, so that later, even if your identity is exposed or you're abandoned by the organization, you won't be severely punished. You will gradually collect Antis's secrets to provide to the police. He further pictured a nonchalant face explaining more clearly to her. You will operate as a double agent, only perfunctorily carrying out tasks assigned by Antis, pretending to do them without actually doing them and without committing crimes. Seora worried, but there's no information worth reporting to the police. Shin Hyuk was certain, even if it's suitable information, just collecting it will be useful someday. If you get into trouble, I'll stand up as a witness for you. Seora thoughtfully considered what Shin Hyuk said. But don't trust too much. If it's dangerous, I'll also cut ties. Ah, no. I shouldn't have said that. She smiled radiantly and asked him, Sunbai, you must like me a lot. Huh. His face froze visibly. How did the story turn out like this? Seora leaned over, asking playfully, Come on, who would help to this extent without having feelings? Shin Hyuk turned away, ignoring her. Whatever, think what you want. Moreover, take a taxi back to Seoul yourself. She pointed at herself, confused. You're telling me to go back alone from here. What about you? He said directly. I have somewhere else to go. It's a different way, so it's not convenient to take you. Seora just pushed forward. Sunbai, really? That's not how you flirt. He recoiled in fear. This girl is really seriously ill. The next day on the snowy path, someone's footsteps advanced. Yu Ryang glanced back reproachfully. You're late. He bowed to him. Then the two had a short conversation. Your eyes have returned to normal a bit. It seems things outside have been resolved satisfactorily. Huh. It's thanks to Master. All right. That's that. But being late deserves punishment. His eyes filled with killing intent looking at him. Today, prepare yourself for cultivation. Shin Hyuk opened his bag. Today I visited Chinatown. He took out a bottle of wine to entice Yu Ryang. I bought bamboo leaf green wine to apologize. I probably can't drink it during cultivation today. Yu Ryang's mouth watered. He retracted his earlier words. Let's rest today. That morning on the snowy mountain, the wine bottle was uncorked, his voice praising appreciatively. Wow, bamboo leaf green wine really is different. Yu Ryang scooped up a spoonful of tofu to enjoy. And Sichuan tofu, too. How did you know I'm from Sichuan? Shin Hyuk teased. Just a moment ago. It seemed someone was shouting about why I was so late. He remembered the earlier scene and justified. No, that was. It was because the time you were supposed to arrive had long passed and I didn't see you. So I was worried, he thought fearfully. If I worried a little more, I'd probably be beaten to death. Yu Ryang poured wine and turned to ask him, By the way, what happened? That brat who's always looking for ways to laze around during practice. Shin Hyuk was swinging his sword up and down, practicing his arm muscles, he said. But today, he proactively came out to practice even though I said to rest. The sun must have risen in the west. Shin Hyuk modestly replied, There's no special meaning. Sir, your advice helped me a lot. This is a gift I bought to show my gratitude, so please feel free to use it. It turned out he was remembering that incident. From now on, you will be a double agent for Antas. Once I've decided to help Choi Seora, I don't know what dangers I'll face in the future. He plopped down in the snow, determined. I need to get a little stronger to prepare for possible dangers, because Choi Seora's double agent route wasn't in the original storyline in this life. Shin Hyuk thought of a few key faces, although I'm now strong enough to face A-rank hunters. If I encounter a high-ranking Antas official like Malin, a bloody scene appeared, he guessed, then the result will be catastrophic. Shin Hyuk practiced internal energy while contemplating the current situation. I forgot. My position. I'm just a B-rank swordsmanship instructor at the academy. I'm in no condition to help anyone. Thinking that, he curled his lip into a cold smile. Shin Hyuk's face showed extreme confusion, at least in my current state. Shin Hyuk recalled the original plot where Ji-sung ate while studying with determination. In this life, the first opportunity Lee Ji-sung seized was the manual containing Cho Yu-ryang's internal energy cultivation method. Lee Ji-sung cultivated the contents of the manual and used various elixirs to activate his dantian. He pondered for a moment, glancing at him. Unlike Lee Ji-sung, who could finally use internal energy after many ups and downs, Shin Hyuk looked at Yu Ryang with silent admiration. For me, that opportunity directly opened my dantian. He ate while blowing on his food, praising endlessly. This household chef makes delicious tofu, absolutely perfect. Shin Hyuk hesitated no more. He returned to his training. Come to think of it, he's the strongest in this world. Right. If I receive regular instruction, no matter what happens, I can protect myself. Suddenly he called out, Hey, disciple. Yes, master. Thinking Yu Ryang was talking about a new secret technique, it turned out to be about food. The ramen is gone. The sesame oil ramen. I really liked that. That jia kwang thing was also delicious. Go buy some and leave it there. He was red-faced with anger, but still told himself, endure it. He's the strongest in the world. Thinking that, he had to promise. Next time I come, I'll buy more, sir. He even added, Okay, buy on yasol and super spicy noodles too. Yes. This time Shin Hyuk tried his best to focus on training. He held 2 packets of chili powder and sprinkled them. Shin Hyuk pretended to ignore it. Yu Ryang poured boiling water, the aroma spreading everywhere. Though very tempted, he still tried to endure. Yu Ryang picked it up and ate, slurping loudly, making him unable to bear it and shout, That's enough, sir. Please don't eat anymore. He pretended to speak in another direction. What? You want to try a bite too? He shouted loudly. No, I bought a whole box last time. If you eat like this, how will there be any noodles left? He stammered in justification. That, because I'm alone. My mouth just wants to chew something. Feeling insulted, he shouted and punched him hard on the head, causing pain. Hey, this brat dares to talk about my eating habits. Aren't you the one who made me open up after hundreds of years? Yu Rayang scolded him. This brat who's always lazy suddenly has willpower. I'm really happy. But like the saying, pulling up seedlings to make them grow faster. The more you rush, the more you spoil things. Shin Hyuk clutched his head in pain and argued back. That's not it. But it seems you don't care about my cultivation at all. Yu Rayang scolded him. You're doing well on your own. What's the hurry? You can't achieve great success by rushing. Shin Hyuk refused to give in and kept talking back. Really, I've been practicing for a whole month, and I don't see any progress. He didn't blame him anymore. It's really because you're good that it's like this. Why do you suddenly want to become so strong? Shin Hyuk didn't want to wait, and hurriedly asked Yu Rayang to teach him the secret. Master, honestly, instead of paying attention to my posture. You're more focused on the amount of water in the cup, if you won't teach me properly. Do you have any tricks, precious medicine or something you're hiding? Before he could say another word, he smacked Shin Hyuk again. This brat, getting praised a little for being good and you start pushing it. Shin Hyuk clutched his aching head, rolling back and forth on the snow as Yu Rayang berated him. It's only been a month since you started and you're already asking for tricks. This brat. Do you want to become so strong that you can dominate the Central Plains? Shin Hyuk was resentful but didn't dare to talk back anymore. He raised his fist threateningly. Or do you want another punch? He stubbornly glanced to the side. You're really insolent. Yu Rayang helplessly waved his hand and turned away. I've already said, martial arts cannot achieve great success if rushed. It's absolutely not because I'm distracted by food that I'm neglecting your training. Right after that sentence, he dangled the bait. Ramen noodles. He whispered just loud enough for him to hear. Come to think of it, maybe I can't buy ramen noodles anymore. The prices have skyrocketed. What? Yu Rayang asked angrily. Are you threatening me? Huh. His face was clearly blank as Shin Hyuk ignored him. Threatening what? I'm just stating the truth. The more he listened to him, the paler his face became. Well, even on Yasul I probably can't buy next time. Super spicy noodles are selling too well. It's hard to find a place to buy them. He exhaled, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He helplessly had to indulge him. Oh, this brat. He rubbed his forehead and turned away, thinking. Suddenly Yu Rayang spoke. Oh dear. He placed his hand on his shoulder, reluctantly agreeing. I underestimated my disciple's enthusiasm. From now on, I will teach you thoroughly. All right. Huh, he replied. If that's the case, I will also try my best to find things you like. In the quiet forest, the voices of the master and disciple echoed. All right then, let's continue practicing. No matter how high the intensity gets later, don't complain. Okay. Yes, master. Please instruct me. The next day during lunch break at school, someone was tapping on their phone. Seora sent a message. This morning, Choi Seora sent a message. Written on the phone. Junior Seora. Senior. Everything has been handled smoothly. 2:14 p.m., he replied. Thank you. I heard that leaving Antas was resolved safely. He silently prayed. I hope Kang Shin Hyuk isn't hiding any other problems. I'll just help Choi Seora this one time and then I'll fully enjoy the rest of my life. Two little girls ran in calling him, Teacher, are you happy about something today? Shin Hyuk cried out in alarm. You scared me. He asked the two little girls, Unsu, aren't you two going to lunch? The two little girls denied. Of course we have to go. Today's lunch menu is cheese cutlet. Eat with us and then we can go to the auditorium. He wondered. Go to the auditorium. What are you talking about? Yunsu reminded him. Oh, teacher. This morning during roll call, the vice principal said something. Don't you remember? Yunsu repeated what was said that morning. He said our school is starting a YouTube channel and will be doing interviews. He pondered. I was so busy looking at Choi Seora's message that I forgot. I think he did mention that this morning. The little girl even emphasized. The vice principal said, you're the most handsome, so he wants to interview you first. Shin Hyuk was shocked. No. What kind of standard is that? The vice principal's standard. There's no way that's happening. Unsu persuaded him. Oh, teacher. You never know. If the interview goes well, You might even get a reward. Shin Hyuk was convinced. That makes sense. The little girl showed him a sketch. Yoon-soo will film, and the technical teacher will edit. Here's the questionnaire. Please look it over during lunch. He skimmed through it, silently praising it. Oh, it's quite well organized. I thought it was just for show. Yoon-soo added for his information. Before uploading, the student council president also reviews it. So, it's all thanks to you. Teacher. The two little girls quickly ran off at his words. You have my thanks too. Let's go quickly. The cutlets will get cold. Yes, sir. Yoon-soo lingered a little longer. Ah, by the way, teacher, there's something I haven't told you. Shin Hyuk was quite curious. What is it? Just say it. It's okay, the little girl said. The interview will be conducted by me and the student council president together. Yoon-soo next to her smiled brightly and continued. Initially, it will follow the questionnaire, but the student council president's personality is quite eccentric. There might be some strange questions that weren't planned. He was quite confident in himself, so he boasted. Strange questions. Huh. As long as it's not related to romantic relationships, it's all fine. Yoon-soo rubbed her chin thoughtfully. If it's about that, it's fine. But the student council president is a very special person. Ah, if you signal midway, we can stop. Don't worry. Shin Hyuk laughed out loud and instructed, All right, I trust you two. Make me look handsome in the photos, he thought to himself. Student council president. Huh. When I was a student, that was a legendary figure. After his thought came a flowing skirt. I wonder which kid it is. It seemed to be a mysterious girl, she said. Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk, the swordsmanship instructor. I heard he's very strong. She held several swords in her arms excitedly. I wonder what kind of person he is. The scene shifts to female students performing personal hygiene. Most Hunter School students live in dormitories, although students go home every holiday, because they spend most of their time at school. Many parents are curious about their children's school life. News articles speculated about Hunter schools, although it's said to be for security reasons. Going out on weekends or visiting family is also restricted. There are many opinions that Hunter schools are too closed off. So the policy introduced by the government is open YouTube channels for Hunter schools. Of course, this wasn't implemented immediately, but our school was chosen as a pilot school. Shin Hyuk sighed as he opened the door and walked in. Even the novel didn't mention Witubi, so I thought it would just disappear naturally. But I never expected to be chosen for the pilot interview. Suddenly, someone's voice cut off his thoughts. Oh my, Teacher Kang arrived early. Huh, he replied politely. Ah, hello, he said courteously. Ms. Min, thank you for your help today. A girl with a mole on one side of her mouth was smiling brightly. Oh my. I'm just doing the editing part, the technology subject head. Min Ji-hee. Shin Hyuk gave a thumbs up and praised with a smooth tongue. Ha ha. It's my first interview too, so I'm a bit nervous. By the way, Ms. Min, you also know how to edit videos. That's really cool. Ms. Min clasped her hands and smiled. No, the principal told me that as a technology teacher. I have to take on this task. I guess technology teachers are easy to boss around. Huh. Hearing that, he thought pitifully. Avoiding work. Huh. Poor Ms. Min, saying that she turned her back and clenched her fists. I won't get paid extra, so I'll just edit it superficially and go home, even if it gets a lot of views. I won't get a single penny. Shin Hyuk heard that and looked blank. Ah, so this is why Witube wasn't mentioned in the novel. Yoon-soo spoke up. Okay, camera setup is complete. Yoon-soo also paid attention. Good, just in time. The principal has arrived too. Ms. Min waved. Over here. Principal. Shin Hyuk also turned to look. His eyes lit up. The image of the principal reflected in his pupils. A beautiful woman with long hair and square glasses walked in. Hello, everyone. Everyone has gathered. Huh. The student council president of Hunter School No. 1, Kim Se-jin. He watched Se-jin talking to Yoon-soo and assessed. Incredibly tall. Probably around 170 centimeters. She looks full of confidence. You can see the aura of a student council president just by looking at her. While he was still thinking, she had already approached him. Such a character wasn't even mentioned in the novel. She spoke. Hello, teacher. You're Kang Shin-hyuk. Right. You're very handsome. I'm really looking forward to your expressions in the video. Please do a good interview today. Se-jin's unexpected compliment made him smile brightly. All right, I'm counting on you. This kid has really good communication skills. She doesn't seem as strange as Yun-Soo said. Huh. The video recording began. Ms. Min and Yun-Soo stood outside filming, while Shin-hyuk and Sejin were interviewed by Yun-Soo. The three of them chatted very happily. The interview went very smoothly. Yun-Soo smiled happily. Shin-hyuk's impression of the interview. Yun-Soo was no longer tense and kept teasing me as the handsome teacher, which made me a bit awkward. But when I showed my discomfort, she quickly realized and changed the atmosphere. The sunlight streaming through the windows also signaled the end of the interview, though it's a bit regrettable. The prepared questions have all been asked, and it's time to let teacher go. Teacher doesn't have afternoon classes today, so if we keep you too long, we're really sorry. He smiled courteously. Oh, the closing remarks mean the interview is over. Right. There's nothing to apologize for. Teacher also feels it's a pity, and it's all for the students. Then he gave a somewhat unnatural smile accompanied by a thumbs up, saying that is a bit dishonest, so teacher will apply for overtime pay from the school, which startled Yun-Soo. What? Shin-hyuk burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Just kidding. Ms. Min covered her mouth and chuckled. Ho ho, I'll really apply for it. Making Yun-Soo standing next to her look at her helplessly. Sejin had a faint smile on her lips. She called out timidly, Teacher, Kang Shin-hyuk. He turned around. What is it? Sejin, she said calculatingly. Just now. You said it was a pity. Right. If it ends like this. The audience will also be very disappointed. Then she gave a sly smile. Though it's sudden. How about a match with me? Hearing that Ms. Min was surprised. What? Why so sudden? Yun-Soo was equally surprised. Really sudden. His head was full of question marks. He widened his eyes and stared blankly at Yun-Soo, who was awkwardly fidgeting. I was planning to end it pleasantly. What the heck is this? Could this be the strange personality of the student council president that Yun-Soo mentioned? Yun-Soo tried to dissuade her. Hey, president, doing this suddenly without telling teacher beforehand. Sejin had no intention of stopping. Teacher also said it was a pity. And besides, I just want to show the audience something more. She turned her back. If I surprised you. Teacher, I apologize. I've always liked competing a bit. You also teach swordsmanship, and I'm also in the swordsmanship class, so... Shin-hyuk slowly thought. This kid, she's proposing it so enthusiastically. It seems she has no ill intentions. Then the three of them sat down again. All right, then let's film the ending scene. But she interrupted. Wait a minute. Teacher is fine, so just do it. Yun-Soo wondered. Yes, sir. I didn't say it beforehand. Are you okay with it? Teacher. He was confident. Everything is fine. But is your sword ready? Of course. I've prepared 2 iron swords used for practice. Then he sighed and stood up amidst their discussion. President, when did you bring this? President, it was just in case there was an opportunity. Thank you, teacher, he thought. Sparring with a student? Huh. Although Kang Shin-hyuk has good physical aptitude for swordsmanship. Now my master is a super expert. Ms. Min's face darkened, exuding a gloomy atmosphere, while Yun-Soo looked at her helplessly. Shin-hyuk was still calculating. Actually, I'm also in the position of a learner, so let's see how my recent progress has been. Yun-Soo shivered in fear at Ms. Min's lament. Oh my God, I'm going to be late. Ms. Min and Yun-Soo happily ate popcorn while watching from the sidelines. Sejin slowly tied up her hair. Entering a combat stance, he crossed his arms, confidently assessing. Honestly, I'm not nervous at all. Based on my previous dueling experience with Teacher Young, I know very well that the level of hunters is much lower than I thought. He recalled when he was training with his master. A punch landed squarely on Shin-hyuk's head, accompanied by Yu Ryang's scolding. Don't be careless. I told you so, he thought fearfully. If master were here, it would probably be like this. Huh. The two raised their swords in a fighting stance. Even though I spar with students during class, this is a third-year student and the student council president, so don't be careless. Perhaps it's better to consider her at the level of a professional hunter. He gave a confident smile accompanied by a taunting gesture. Come on, you go first. Sejin smiled and raised her sword in response to the taunt. Then I'll come first, sir. Saying that, she rushed forward as fast as the wind, her hands gripping the sword tightly. Yun-Soo was excited. Wow, so fast. Yun-Soo heard that and stopped her. You can't say that. He watched her rush forward, still in the mood to assess, indeed faster than the first years. But it's strange. I thought she would attack with a horizontal or diagonal slash, but seeing Si Jin point the tip of her sword towards him with a determined gaze, in swordsmanship, slashing is basic, but she lowered her body to thrust, while thinking. He tilted his head to the left to dodge the attack. Does that mean she's that confident in her ability to hit the target? Surely, if it were a student, they would panic and lose their composure here. But she quickly spun around. An upward hooking slash created a beautiful arc, but Shin Hyuk dodged it lightly. Next is an upward slash. Excellent. He retreated while blocking Si Jin's attacks. Seeing that, she shouted, "How long are you going to keep dodging?" "Teacher?" Shin Hyuk silently dodged her slash. His mind again conjured up his master, hitting him while laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha! I told you it would be tiring. Right. Come on. Dodge. Disciple," he thought. That old man. Because he holds grudges. I was beaten a lot. I'm still sore. Maybe that's why I can dodge this kid's attacks even with my eyes closed. Thinking that, he spoke. Si Jin is too focused on attacking, so her center of gravity is too far forward. She replied tiredly, "I haven't shown my full strength yet." "Sir." Saying that, she swung her sword horizontally, but to her astonishment, he quickly dodged behind her. "Stop it. If you're attacked from another direction, you won't be able to cope." Suddenly his eyes emitted a coldness. Bad memories resurfaced within him. The image of Mr. Yu Ryang laughing while beating him with satisfaction, and his screams. "Cough, cough. Fool. You've died 5 times already. If you keep putting strength into your hands and arms like that, you'll get tired soon." He was angry. "No. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." He angrily pointed at his elbow. "If it's discovered, should I cut it off?" "No. If I do that, he'll get even crankier. You're putting too much strength into your hands and arms. You'll get tired quickly that way," he continued. "If you learn to use your body from the shoulders down, your attacks will be better." Sejin blushed and let out an "ah." She quickly readjusted her sword grip. Shin Hyuk was quite surprised to see that, relaxed immediately. "Huh. Quick learner." He watched her adjust her sword grip, analyzing with admiration. Just changing the sword grip changes the atmosphere completely. The student council president is different. He slowly spoke. "Come on, Sejin." Shin Hyuk gripped the sword tightly. He gave a thumbs up. "Now teacher will also attack, so be careful." Sejin hesitantly gave a wary smile. Ms. Min's hand trembled as she picked up a piece of popcorn. She put it into her mouth with difficulty. Yunsu's eyes sparkled as she watched intently. Shin Hyuk shivered all over. His eyes squeezed shut. "Well then, I'm coming. Wait a moment. Teacher, what happened? Are you injured somewhere?" Si Jin spoke a little hesitantly. "It's not that. Sir, teacher, can I use mana? Of course I won't use it on my weapon." He was quite surprised and rubbed the back of his neck. "That's amazing. A student using mana. Since the end of our 2nd year, we've been doing internships at portals. Now I'm learning how to use it." "I know that already. Before graduation, students will visit F-rank or E-rank portals, and school teachers or national hunters will accompany them as protectors. Although it's said that mana is accumulated during internships, it probably isn't much. Yet she's really good. It seems she felt a difference in speed. I'm really curious about her actual strength." After receiving permission, a blue light emanated from around her body. "All right, feel free to use it. Thank you." "Teacher." With a whoosh, Si Jin's figure vanished. "When I fought Teacher Young, I didn't see much mana, and I couldn't control it well myself." She nimbly ran behind Shin Hyuk. "This is a good opportunity to control my power and experience mana myself." Sejin forcefully swung the sword towards his eyes. Shin Hyuk also quickly raised his sword to defend. The 2 swords clashed, and suddenly cracks appeared. My hand is numb. Just receiving blows without using internal energy is a bit too much. The clanging sound of metal colliding echoed. A spark flared in midair, even without channeling mana into her weapon. Her physical abilities have clearly surpassed. It's truly unbelievable that this is the mana a student accumulated during her studies. Mana, accumulated in the body when defeating monsters. In this worldview, mana doesn't accumulate indefinitely, but has an absorption limit determined by individual aptitude. According to Master, mana is like unrefined internal energy. I converted all the mana in Kang Shin Hyuk's body into internal energy, so its effectiveness will surpass ordinary mana. Si Jin continued to swing her sword, creating a whistling slash towards him, but I also have to maintain the dignity of a teacher. Winning without using internal energy would be more impressive. Right. After a few clashes, I can now clearly see her attack patterns. Shin Hyuk tilted his head slightly to dodge, then spoke. The problem with the swordsmanship hunters use is that the attacks are too straightforward and simple, mostly because they fight low-intelligence monsters, which is also why low-level hunters struggle against high-level, intelligent monsters. Her face was now drenched in sweat. See? Se-jin is also getting tired quickly. All her attack patterns are exposed, even slowed down, easy to recognize. You're planning a diagonal slash, right? Hearing that, Se-jin looked surprised at the hand holding the sword. She reversed the hilt of the sword in her hand. Then she continued to rush forward and attack, thrusting backward. Shin Hyuk calmly stood his ground and continued to speak. It's good to try a feint now. He stepped back. Se-jin lost her balance and stumbled forward. Shin Hyuk remained calm and continued, but the distance was too close for a thrust. The sword in Se-jin's hand fell, the clanging sound echoing throughout the room. The three girls standing outside continued to watch the two intently, not daring to move much. She sat up and rubbed her swollen knee. Just as Se-jin looked up, the sharp, gleaming tip of a sword pointed towards her. She sighed, looked up at Shin Hyuk, and said, "I lost, sir." He thought for a moment before speaking, his face angry. "I didn't notice when we were talking, but it seems she's quite competitive. An excellent skill, fitting for a student council president." Shin Hyuk extended his hand to Se-jin. "However, your swordsmanship is too monotonous. Mana does enhance physical abilities, especially strength, but applying variations in swordsmanship instead of just relying on mana would also be beneficial." She took his hand and replied, "Thank you, teacher. I've learned a lot." Ji-hee's body suddenly trembled. She suddenly spoke, making Yoon-soo confused. "It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Miss, what's wrong?" Ji-hee's face darkened. "The channel is going to explode. Then my life of leaving work on time." A week after the interview video was uploaded, the situation became extremely tiring. Students in the school rushed to ask Shin Hyuk, "Teacher, can you make 10 copies for me? My mom told me to get them." "Ah, go ahead. I don't have the cheap kind." "Ah, just sign it roughly." "Teacher, it's okay, because the sparring video with the student council president became a huge hit." He sighed, took the paper, and signed it, only during break time. "Okay, after this, I'm going to stretch and jog immediately. The rest of you prepare beforehand. Prepare the stretching formation according to student Lee Jin-soo's standard." "All right then, just take this." "Wow, thank you, sir." Another student suddenly appeared behind the boy holding the paper. "It's prepared." Well prepared." Everyone suddenly shouted, Now, let's start stretching, according to Lee Jin-soo's standard. Prepare." Nothing has changed. It's just a bit more troublesome because of the added fame. I don't get any extra allowance or share of advertising revenue either, while living day by day thinking like that. I almost forgot. The online world turned out to be a harsher jungle than I thought. Is the fighting level real? It's truly a battle of the strongest in the world view. What's all the fuss? This is a common sparring match between a reserve hunter and a school teacher. This kind of level is everywhere. Are your eyes for decoration? Look closely. The teacher isn't even using mana. The teacher is really good. I heard the student in the video is a fraud character, a 2-time martial arts tournament champion. Some even say that just completing the entire training process guarantees an A rank. Yet, she didn't use mana. Kang Shin Hyuk is a name I've never heard before. Does anyone have any information? Who is Kang Shin Hyuk? I'm a graduate of the first batch. It seems he was recently appointed. Shin Hyuk read those comments and stared in surprise. What is this? He thought in confusion. So the student council president is such a promising talent. Then why wasn't her name mentioned in the novel? It's clear that after Lee Ji-sung graduated, no character named Kim Se-jin appeared. Suddenly someone spoke. He also looked away from his phone towards the other person. "Teacher Kang, the WITube star. What are your thoughts on becoming a star?" Good morning. Teacher Park Yeon-seok? Good morning." Yeon-seok put the coffee cup down at Shin Hyuk's place, then asked again, making him a bit awkward. "Being famous is good. Why are you so shy?" "Teacher Kang, you're secretly happy too." "Right. Thank you. I'll drink it all." It was fun at first, but gradually I started feeling a bit pressured. He laughed out loud, then continued, "Come on, Teacher Kang is so handsome yet so timid. Take this opportunity. Try entering the entertainment industry. So I can brag too. Seriously, teacher, please stop teasing me. My dream is to live a quiet life." Yeon-seok took a sip of coffee, then said something that made Shin Hyuk ask back confused. "Quiet? That's good. but it seems like it'll be hard for you to live quietly today. What do you mean by difficult, sir? What do you mean? He spoke, his answer making him quite bewildered. On my way here, I met the vice principal. He told me to call Teacher Kang before the morning teachers' meeting. The vice principal. Why would he call me? Yan Xiaok still smiled brightly. Who knows? Maybe he wants to give you an extra allowance. Anyway, just go now. He'll be in his personal research room. Shin Hyuk placed his hand on the table and stood up. Extra allowance would be great. Thank you, teacher. I'm going right away. If I get a lot, I'll treat you to a meal. I'll pay for the soju. His face was slightly worried. His hand clenched into a fist as he took long strides down the hallway. It seems my intuition isn't very good at all. Usually, things like this aren't proven in front of other teachers. Right. It wouldn't go as far as calling me separately to the personal research room like this. Perhaps because of the recent surge in attention. I feel strangely uneasy. The most worrying thing is the vice principal calling. In becoming a hunter number 1, the strongest in the school, Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. Come in. He opened the door and stepped inside. The only S-rank hunter among the 10 in Korea. In front of Shin Hyuk was a large man sitting on a chair, Kim Man-dong. He placed both hands on the table, his expression serious. First time meeting you again since the interview. Long time no see, teacher. Number 1 hunter school teacher. S-rank hunter Kim Man-dong. He bowed his head slightly in worry, replying, I didn't attend the interview. But honestly, I'm under incredible pressure. Hello, teacher. Good morning to you. The two started chatting. All right, would you like a cup of tea? It's okay, sir. I have to prepare for class soon. Is that so? Then I'll get straight to the point. All the things in that parcel bag are for you, teacher. Shin Hyuk walked over and opened the bag. Inside were all letters, making him confused. What is this? All letters. Shin Hyuk picked up a letter and scratched his head, asking, Vice Principal, is this fan mail? Haha. If you're curious, just read it. It seems many people watched Teacher Kang's sparring video with student Kim Si-jin and were very impressed. Other hunter schools are normal. Even active hunters from major guilds have sent many. He opened a letter to read. Although it was a video uploaded for school promotion, it can be said that Teacher Kang's contribution was quite large for guilds. Dueling with Teacher Kang now would be more effective than any advertisement. Shin Hyuk's face turned worried. This is crazy. I didn't even expect to get paid extra. But this, all 923 letters in the parcel bag contain the same content. Man-dong's expression was terrifyingly serious. They are all letters of honorable challenge. He himself was stunned with surprise. Challenge letters, did I do something wrong? The vice principal began to address deeper issues. As I said, it's not because you did something wrong, but to strip you of your reputation. The fact that you come from a non-hunter school also contributes to that. His body seemed to freeze. How did the fact that I come from a non-hunter school get revealed? The other person's tone was very gentle, advising. Teacher Kang, as you know, some of the school's practical instructors don't have a good impression of you. He also affirmed some things. It seems one of the school's practical instructors revealed Teacher Kang's personal information. The problem is that malicious comments exploiting this are going beyond limits. Shin Hyuk's face darkened upon hearing that hypothesis. For example, there are opinions that the student council president rigged the match for the new teacher. Now even student Kim Se-jin's career, who was once a sparring opponent, is suspected of result manipulation. He silently recalled some comments he had seen. As a third-rate author, I remember very well the pain of receiving malicious comments. Those damn anti-fans. In this world, too. They don't know any limits. He clenched his teeth slightly, extremely angry. But no, as a teacher, I have to stop this. If I had just interviewed moderately, this wouldn't have happened. He remained completely silent, listening in his anger. The WeTubi channel will be cancelled. He sat calmly on his chair to inform him. Although the purpose of operation is for parents to see the daily lives of students. On the contrary, students are suffering a lot of harm. His gray eyebrows furrowed. What will you do, teacher? The person in front of him immediately clenched the piece of paper. What to do? I have to clear all suspicions, of course. The vice principal showed concern. Oh, can you tell me how you will clear them? He replied very quickly. It's very simple, vice principal. Shin Hyuk directly stated his solution from the letters. Among the malicious commenters, there are surely those who sent these challenge letters. I will choose those who are truly famous and highly ranked to duel, he exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? Are you confident you'll win? Among the applicants, there are quite a few A-rank hunters. Those people are not a good match. So you can refuse. Shin Hyuk looked up and affirmed, "No, sir, that's even better. I will only choose A-rank individuals to fight." The vice principal easily understood his intention. You plan to pick strong opponents to defeat, and the weaker ones will naturally give up. Huh. He punched his fist together as a sign of agreement. The expression is a bit vulgar. But yes, sir, in reality, I can't deal with everyone. The other person suddenly called his name again. Good, very good. By the way, Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. He curled his lips and proposed. Well then, how about a match with me? The young man was so shocked he exclaimed, "Is this old man crazy? I must have misheard." He suddenly realized something was wrong, so he fell silent for a moment. Then Shin Hyuk hesitantly said, I must have misheard. This old man is crazy." Huh. But the vice principal affirmed, "You heard clearly. Teacher Kang." The room suddenly fell into an awkward silence. His heart was screaming, "No, even if you're crazy, you have to be properly crazy. An S-rank hunter demanding to fight a B-rank hunter." He suddenly spoke, hitting a sore spot, causing him to turn away guiltily. "I understand. You might think I'm crazy. I watched you duel with Teacher Young last time. I was very surprised. Honestly, I thought you would lose." He calmly continued to share his thoughts with him. "Moreover, it seems you haven't shown your full strength yet." "Right. With that attitude just now, perhaps you're very confident you can suppress A-rank hunters." Shin Hyuk's face contorted in discomfort. "No, even if it's that high, it's still just A-rank. From S-rank and above, it's a completely different story. You know that very well yourself. Teacher." He imagined a teacher exploding in his head. Actually, there are only about 1,000 A-rank hunters in Korea, so they're not opponents to be taken lightly. Teacher Young only just applied for A-rank promotion. He's not a true A-rank hunter. Shin Hyuk also remembered his diligent training sessions. Of course, now that I've been trained by Master, I'm even stronger. Considering the difference in abilities between hunters and martial artists, I'm confident I can handle A-rank. He looked worriedly at the backs of the hunters in front of him. But S-rank? There are only 10 in Korea, even worldwide. There are less than 100. The magic they cast has immense destructive power. S-rank mages are even considered strategic weapons, and hunters using other abilities are also superhumans called one-man armies. And the vice principal before him was also formidable. This person is Battle God Kim Man-dong, among the top S-rank hunters. If you watch Becoming a Hunter, there's an episode where Lee Ji-sung, confident in his strength, challenged this old man. And of course, he was beaten black and blue, unrecognizable. The result was being crushed, not just ordinarily crushed, but completely shattered. At this point, he also reevaluated himself. Of course, I'm different from the main character who only learned one internal energy cultivation method. I directly learned martial arts from Master, and Master also said I would be much better than someone who just eats elixirs like rice. But still, S-rank. No matter how I think about it, there's no way to win. Mandong's call quickly brought him back to reality. "Hey, Teacher Kang," the young man immediately replied. "I'm sorry. I was too shocked," while the vice principal cheerfully persuaded. "Just think about it. Wouldn't fighting me once be much better than fighting a few A-rank weaklings?" He presented very sharp evidence. "After the sparring match, I will declare that Teacher Kang is truly a capable person. Then there will be no more challenge letters. Isn't it possible to resolve everything at once?" He hesitantly agreed. Really, sir." Mandong relentlessly attacked him with requests. "That's right. Of course. If you put on a substandard performance, I won't cover for you either. I'm not asking you to beat me. Just land one successful attack." Shin Hyuk began to ponder it. One successful hit. He says one time, but then sets such an unreasonable condition. Kim Mandong's body can even deflect an aurora sword. He closed one eye slightly and added fuel to the fire. "You don't want to." "Huh. More cowardly than I thought. Teacher Kang. Well then, how about this? If you succeed in attacking." This time he even offered him an additional incentive. "Then I'll exempt you from the 3-week training course that new teachers will participate in during this holiday." Hearing that, he also paid attention. Exempt from training. Shin Hyuk wavered slightly as he considered the surrounding gazes. Not tempting. Huh. Although the training course is mainly for teachers to interact. For you, someone from a non-hunter school, those 3 weeks would be like sitting on pins and needles. At this point, he played his final card. "Of course, you'll still get paid during the exemption period." Those words were like honey poured into Shin Hyuk's ears. 3 weeks of paid leave. However, the young man was still a little worried. Uh, uh, the training course is organized by the Hunter Management Bureau. Is it really possible to skip it, sir? The vice principal explained thoughtfully. There's an elite teacher system. Only 2 are selected each semester. Mandong asked him. If you become an elite teacher, you'll receive exemption benefits. Now do you find it tempting? His face had already transformed into a covetous expression. Of course it's tempting. 3 weeks of blissful vacation. It's truly too tempting. The person opposite him grasped his thoughts and immediately continued planning. To allow many people to witness. We should avoid chaotic times. Next week is the presidential election, so let's fight 1 month from now. Okay. Shin Hyuk hesitated, remembering. 1 month from now. Precisely on the day before the closing ceremony. He also added, That's right. If you say you won't fight by then, it'll be very awkward. Deciding this far, he also slowly said, a man's word. Mandong sighed in satisfaction. Is worth 1,000 gold. A word spoken must be kept. After reaching an agreement, he also quickly left the room. It's time for class to start. I'll excuse myself. The young man walked down the hallway lost in thought. 1 month. Within 1 month I have to find a way to land a successful blow on Kim Mandong. He saw himself as a puppy being lured by him. The conditions Kim Mandong offered sounded very sweet at first. Shin Hyuk then received a blow to the head, but just a little thought reveals how reckless a challenge this is. He assessed his own strength while imagining the battle. If it were in the martial world, Kim Mandong would at least be a super peak expert. This could be considered a diamond body, causing significant damage to me, who has just barely escaped the first rate and is on the way to peak or not, is no different from plucking stars from the sky. Shin Hyuk sighed inwardly. In a way, this is a malicious offer. However, there are times when I have to step up. The young man recalled the feeling of being left behind by someone, even if the goal is to live a comfortable, quiet life. I can't sleep soundly when I'm causing trouble in someone else's life. Colorful light suddenly appeared from the system. The side story chapter has been opened. From now on, the story of Kang Shin Hyuk, the vice principal annihilator, will be recorded. He also happily clenched his palm. Vice principal annihilator. The name sounds really. Anyway, it's fine. If this is an episode included in the side story, then this isn't entirely impossible, carrying that belief. He went to see Yu Ryang. Master will surely know how, but he bluntly said 1 sentence. No way. This crazy brat. Shin Hyuk knelt on the stone floor, begging. Come on, Master. Don't be like that. Just show me. His strict teacher turned away resolutely. No matter how hard you try. What's not possible is not possible. Yu Ryang began to ask him, Oh, what was it again? The Aurora Chaos incident? He quickly replied. Aurora Sword, sir, his master hummed. That's right. I heard it's a skill equivalent to sword chi in martial arts. He displayed his profound knowledge with explanations. To create even a scratch on a diamond body, one must create sword kwang. You guys call it sword deek or something, he reminded him again. Aurora Sword. Sir, Yu Ryang immediately agreed. Yes, that. Ultimately, he still shook his head in frustration. It takes a lot of effort to reach that realm. How can you defeat an indestructible diamond body at the peak realm, in your current state? You might be able to cut a few of his chest hairs at most. His student still stared blankly as he mumbled. Even if you use the same technique, you'd be lucky to land 1 effective blow at most. It's impossible, he asked curiously. Master, what is the same technique you mentioned? Sir, he immediately exclaimed. Shh! It's those dirty tricks you like, mountain ginseng or elixirs or something. If you have about 3 roots of 100-year-old mountain ginseng, maybe it's possible. Maybe you can use that Aurora Sword something. He had to help him correct his words again. It's Aurora Sword, sir. His master suddenly tapped him on the head. That's right, this brat. It's Sword Kwang. After hitting him painfully, making him clutch his head, he then whispered, Well, it's not as good as what a peak expert uses, but if you try a little, you can swing the sword once. Shin Hyuk's lips curled up slightly. Once. He raised his finger and suggested to him, That's enough. Sir, 1 successful hit. That's all I need. Saying that, he suddenly turned and ran. Thank you, Master. I'll be leaving today, sir. Yu Ryang asked, surprised. Where is this brat going? He exclaimed happily. Master said I need 3 roots of mountain ginseng. Those are very expensive. He also looked blank, not understanding the problem. Well then, this fool. Where would those come from? The young man hurried towards the gate. In the outside world, money can get you anything, just in time. Next week is the presidential election. He had a sly smile on his face with a hand gesture. I'm going to buy some mountain ginseng. A white phone was held out by someone with a sigh. What the heck? That person was Ciora, relaxing with her face mask. Since Sunbay quit Antus, he hasn't contacted me at all. I heard he's famous on YouTube now. Could it be he has a girlfriend? She was dejected and continued to scroll through her phone. Suddenly the bell rang along with the familiar words, Senior Kang. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. It has to be. Sunbay said it was only me. She quickly sat up, then hesitantly began. Hello. The person on the other end asked her caringly. Ah, Ciora. What are you doing? Ciora replied relaxedly. Nothing. I'm just reading a book at home. What's up? Shin Hyuk hesitantly proposed. Can I borrow some money? Not much. About 100 million. Ciora. Choi Ciora. On this side. She had already prepared to press the power-off button on her phone screen. Ciora didn't think much and pressed it directly. Shin Hyuk was forced to think of another way. Of course, I can't get elixirs like 10,000-year flower spirit inner core or 1,000-year snow ginseng, but, as mentioned repeatedly through Lee Ji-sung, mountain ginseng still exists in this world. That medicinal herb glowed brilliantly like gold in his eyes. There are many types like natural mountain ginseng, wild simulated mountain ginseng, cultivated mountain ginseng among them. The one that can be called an elixir is natural mountain ginseng. The scene shifts to a lively auction. The main problem is the insane price of this natural mountain ginseng. Even those less than 100 years old cost tens of millions of won, and if they are over 100 years old, there are cases exceeding 100 million won. He recalled Mandong easily defeating Ji-sung. Lee Ji-sung is from a chaebol family and even uses it to make kimchi, yet he ate ginseng like rice and still got defeated by Mandong. Yu Ryang's advice suddenly came back. Master said it's because he only ate it and didn't properly absorb the ginseng's qi. As for me, even if I only eat 1 root and have a martial arts master help me absorb it. Now the young man was standing somewhere. The problem is money. With a total asset of 300 million won, 3 roots of mountain ginseng will bankrupt me, in a situation where I need to increase my money. What I remembered was a word from the vice principal. Mandong looked straight at him, then slowly suggested, to allow many people to witness. We should avoid chaotic times. Next week is the presidential election, so let's fight 1 month from now. Okay? That word in his mind caused a perverted smile to bloom. Presidential election. No matter what anyone says. The purpose of the election, isn't it election stocks? That smile of his made the couple next to him turn pale, being troubled by practical instructors, withdrawing from Antus, becoming a WitTube star. I didn't think about it because I was trying to resolve everything to live quietly. Important keywords came to his mind. Presidential Secret Manual, Kim In, Hunter Management Bureau Chief, Atas Genesis Smuggling, Apocalypse Trading Method. I've reasonably exploited the content in the novel. But why did I put stocks aside? This fool. The restaurant staff happily informed him. Dear customer Kang Shin Hyuk, your loan has been approved. Congratulations. Sir. He also quickly replied, Yes, thank you. His former self was sneering behind him. Before. I was a third-rate freelance writer. The bank's threshold was impossibly high for me, but now I'm Kang Shin Hyuk, a hunter schoolteacher who can borrow a lot of money. The young man smugly thought of the result. Moreover, Kang Shin Hyuk miraculously knew that Kim Jun-seok, Kim In-hak's actor, would lose the presidential election and his opponent Kim Cheol-hwan would win. Shin Hyuk happily adjusted his tie, then quickly stepped out. Now, receive all the loan money. Kim Cheol-hwan themed stocks. Let's go. A few days later, a delivery man was panting, surrounded by pizza boxes. He panted while speaking to his customer. Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. Right. Sir, I'm here to deliver 42 pizzas. Because I'm so grateful. All drinks are free. He also appeared to receive the delivery with a relaxed smile. Yes. I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. We'll bring the pizzas inside. His students saw this and immediately surrounded him. Teacher, what is this? Shin Hyuk radiated a dazzling aura, then announced to them, "What is it?" "Huh, it's pizza. Of course. Each of you take one. Kang Shin Hyuk. Estimated assets, 1,486, 531,250, 1. The whole class immediately exclaimed in admiration for him. "Mom, when I grow up, I'll become Kang Shin Hyuk." The lively atmosphere in the class kept his smile bright. "Don't call teacher's name so casually. He is a god." The young man successfully rode Kim Cheol-hwan's coattails and soared straight up. The stock yielded a 500% profit. Initially, Kim Jun-seok, Kim In-hak's actor, Seora's enemy, had a huge advantage, but right before the election, a corruption scandal erupted, causing opponent Kim Cheol-hwan's approval ratings to skyrocket. Shin Hyuk chuckled ceaselessly in happiness. Therefore, borrowing to the max, miraculously using all loans and information from the novel, was successful. "Don't follow this, you kids. Eat too much and choke to death. I'll even buy digestive medicine for you." The female student spoke up while eating. "Curious. Is something good happening?" "Teacher." They obediently focused on eating while he continued to speak. "It's just that teacher made a little profit from stocks." There's one more piece of news." As soon as this news was announced, the whole class choked. "Teacher, on the day before the closing ceremony, you will spar with the vice principal." Everything fell into chaos again, making him feel awkward too. "I'm choking. Someone give me digestive medicine. Teacher is a god. Damn it." The female student still asked skeptically, "Are you serious?" "Sir, you're going to fight that muscular Kim Man-dong." He used a formal tone to remind her. "Hey, brat, don't call the vice principal's name so casually." He added a little more information for them. "Of course it won't be an even match. I will fight the vice principal with a handicap. As long as I land one clean hit, he'll count it as my win." Both students began to worry for him. A clean hit. Huh. Will a teacher like you's attack even work on the vice principal? "Sir, wrong. You'll die." Shin Hyuk on this side just smiled and sighed. "Anyway, just eat a lot. This might be the last pizza I buy for you. The general election is over, so Vice Principal Kim Man-dong will soon announce the news about our sparring match to the public." He carefully observed the students' reactions. One clean hit. One hit to win. The reason I proactively told the kids the rumor was to drive a nail, so the vice principal can't say otherwise. So I have to make the perception of a clean hit very clear. He leaned against the lectern and continued to think. Successful stock investment. The existence of super spirits. Now all that's left is cultivation. All good trends are heading my way. In his mind, he exclaimed with extreme determination, "Just you wait. Kim Man-dong. Now Shin Hyuk has returned to the familiar snowy region. All right, are you fully prepared?" Boxes were piled up on the ground by him. "Yes, master." 3 boxes of sesame noodles, 5 boxes of onyel-sel, 2 boxes of chocolate, and 4 boxes of Coca-Cola. In addition, I also bought all the best-selling instant foods in the supermarket. Yu Riyang still spoke to him with a stern face. "Very good. Your sincerity has touched me. Are those things also fully prepared?" He quickly opened the wooden box lid in his hand. "Of course, sir. Master said that elixirs can only be found with fate." The elixir in the box glowed brilliantly and attracted attention. 3 roots of over 100-year-old wild simulated mountain ginseng. "I've prepared them, sir. Wild simulated mountain ginseng. Remaining assets 1,186, 531,250, 1. Minus 300 million, 1. His master turned to him with a satisfied expression. "I didn't expect you to actually find them. I've eaten 300-year-old ginseng before. This seems a bit inferior, but both roots are definitely over 100 years old." He glanced away slightly, then whispered, "Before. Master said not to rely on elixirs or tricks." He suddenly cut him off. "What are you saying?" The young man immediately changed his attitude. No. It's great that Master confirmed it's real." Yu Riyang spoke sternly to him. "Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly, then practice. I will support you from behind." Shin Hyuk politely bowed his head and said to him, "Thank you, Master." The box was now empty and placed to the side. Yu Riyang's hand rested on his back and began to regulate the spiritual energy. Shin Hyuk also focused on feeling it, which made him a little uncomfortable. So hot. Sweat poured from his face like a stream. "All my life I've only eaten ginseng and samgyetang. Now I finally know why one ginseng root costs 100 million won. The amount of ki is terrifying. The master behind gently reminded, "Don't resist the flow of qi I'm transmitting. Accept it. You've already practiced with the same mental cultivation method, so it won't be difficult." The blue flame emanating from his body intensified. Not difficult, sir. In his mind, he imagined himself scooping water. If the amount of internal energy increased when circulating qi before drinking the elixir was only a few drops of water, then this feels like continuously scooping water with a ladle. He suddenly slipped and sank deep into the cold water. Besides, when the cycles repeated, I no longer felt like I was scooping water, but rather like I was immersed in a giant river. While helping him cultivate, Yu Riang spoke again. "Disciple, I have a question for you," Shin Hyuk immediately replied. "Ah yes, master. What is it?" He slowly opened his eyes and questioned him. "The ginseng you brought is indeed real, and its effects are good too. It must be very valuable. I don't know how you managed to accumulate such a huge fortune to be able to buy it." He forced a smile and explained to him, "Yes, sir. I also made a large sum of money." He suddenly pondered and suggested something. Then, "Forget about sword fighting. Isn't it done if you also quit that teaching job?" He began to ask more direct questions. "Tell me the reason you're trying so hard to become stronger." Shin Hyuk panted as he spoke. "Recently, I've had things I need to take responsibility for." He honestly told his master the situation. "I have to rescue a junior who's associating with bad people, and I have to restore the reputation of a student who got caught up in unpleasant rumors because of me." The young man hesitantly added, "If I were to give up everything as master said, my body would be more comfortable, but, well, then I couldn't live comfortably with my legs stretched out." Yu Riang smirked slightly. "Indeed, I wasn't wrong about you." He also looked surprised at him. "Sir, what do you mean by that?" But he didn't explain and just brushed it off. "You don't need to know." The master's eyes suddenly flashed a dangerous red. "But the effect of the ginseng is much better than I thought. Normally it would end here, but since the medicinal effect is still there, I'll give you a gift." He warned before unleashing a large beam of light behind him. "From now on it might be a bit painful, but try to endure it." Shin Hyuk was still gaping in bewilderment. "Huh? What?" "Sir, endure," without letting him ask further. A shockwave suddenly hit him from behind. "What?" The spiritual energy transmitted from Yu Riang suddenly erupted, causing lightning to flash around. The young man's face was contorted by the pressure. He could only groan. Lightning also struck from above, illuminating the entire forest along with Shin Hyuk's agonizing scream. Shin Hyuk, in excruciating pain and drenched in sweat, cursed inwardly. This crazy old man. Did I say something wrong? Then he gritted his teeth and asked, "Master, what on earth is this?" Yu Riang frowned. "I told you to endure. Stop screaming and focus." The pain intensified with each moment. He thought, "What the heck is going on? I really want to give up, but it hurts too much to speak. It's like having all my wisdom teeth pulled out without anesthesia." Shin Hyuk, drenched in sweat, looked ahead, outwardly appearing fine, but inwardly turmoil. Master's true key entering my body is heading towards a different acupuncture point. Not the original one. It seems there's a wall inside me and Master is trying to break through it. Seeing his master wielding a hammer and striking something, he thought, "No. Why are you chiseling acupuncture points that aren't in the mental cultivation method?" Then Yu Riang placed both hands on a transparent wall that was emitting a flickering light. Shin Hyuk frowned, gritting his teeth in anger. "I don't know how long it's been since I endured Master's true key just pouring in like that." The crack in the wall widened with each passing moment. It felt like something was being torn apart. Phew. How can a young brat's body have so many impurities? Yu Riang looked at the wall in front and confessed, finally broke through. "You endured well." He stepped out, his face filled with such joy that tears and snot streamed down as he pondered. "I don't know what it was, but I'm definitely not doing that a second time." Then he asked Yu Riang, "Master, is it over?" He had a stern face and said nothing. Yu Riang spoke while transmitting some kind of power into his body. "Not this place. It seems to be next to it." Shin Hyuk cried out in pain. "Ugh!" Lying there, a scent suddenly wafted into his nose from somewhere. Shin Hyuk shot up, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily, "I'm going to sue!" Yu Riang said while eating noodles. "Yeah, it's really delicious. Sesame noodles are the best. It seems you've regained your strength. Want a bite?" He was still angry and thrashed about, exclaiming, "No! Master, what on earth did you do to my body? Without any explanation, you suddenly told me to endure. What did I do wrong? He turned purple with anger and shouted, Collapse. What collapsed, sir? Oh my God, I'm furious. This brat, I worked so hard to help you, and you dare say what? Do what? What do you mean? Yu Ryang spoke while swinging his fist. I know you have no manners at all, but there's truly nothing you wouldn't dare to say. Shin Hyuk, with a cheerful face, dodged the punch and exclaimed, Haha, I dodged it. At this moment he began to doubt and exclaimed, Dodged it, me. He spoke from outside. Look, dodged it, It seems my efforts weren't in vain. He blankly pointed at his forehead. No, what is this? Master, can you do it again? Yu Ryang looked at him angrily. He spoke while forcefully kicking him. This brat just got a little elixir and already dares to be on par with me. This too. Dodge it, disciple. He clutched his head and apologized. That's not it. I'm sorry. Phew, master, please explain to me. What did you do? Yu Ryang sighed, then spoke. I said the medicinal effect of the ginseng was still quite strong. Right. It would be a waste to just let it dissipate. So I added a bit of my internal energy to open the Ren and Du meridians for you. The Ren and Du meridians. I've read about them in martial arts novels. They are the rapid flow of meridians running straight through the center of the body. Previously, when performing the Grand Heavenly Cycle, the meridians used were a complex flow called the 12 main meridians. Now I can circulate immediately through both the Ren and Du meridians. Shin Hyuk knelt down, scratched his head, and exclaimed, No wonder Master's blow felt so fast. I now understand the feeling of something being unblocked just now. Just as he finished speaking, a question arose in his mind. Wait a minute. In most martial arts novels, if this is unblocked, one becomes very strong. Hey, Master, so have I also become a super peak expert now? He replied coldly. Exploded. Shin Hyuk struggled to ask. Exploded what? Sir, what exploded? Yu Ryang began. Your conscience. A brat who just escaped the first rate wants to be super peak. Why skip the super peak in the middle and jump 2 levels from first rate? After speaking, he waved his hand and exclaimed, Dodge both blows. Shin Hyuk dodged, then replied, Well, anyway, it was so much trouble. He was punched on the head, leaving a bump. This brat. I'm the one who went through trouble. You went through trouble. Ate a bit of 100-year-old ginseng and already want to jump levels. Shin Hyuk raised both hands to the sky as if demanding justice. Crying out, Master said the medicinal effect was good. He sighed wearily. It was good enough to barely open the Ren and Du meridians. If you want to surpass 2 levels, you at least need 10,000-year snow ginseng or the heart of a flood dragon. He was somewhat angry and thought to himself, Am I really thinking this world is a martial arts novel? Where would I find such things? Yu Ryang's voice echoed. Reaching the peak realm is already a very fast achievement. So don't be too regretful. Shin Hyuk called out, Master, so can I use Sword Kwang now? Sir, he replied, that depends on you. You said that just landing one clean blow on the vice principal would be a win. Right, a cheerful voice spoke up. Yes, I went to find ginseng because of that, even though it's a bit overwhelming. Just once is enough. Master, Yu Ryang continued. Come to think of it, what's so great about just one blow? A brat who's supposedly the only martial artist in the world. Shin Hyuk immediately interjected. Don't say that. Sir, Master doesn't know how strong S-rank hunters are. He turned his face away and slowly whispered, What if it's super peak? When I roamed the martial world, those at the super peak level were everywhere. He quickly replied, Ah, yes, that must be it. Sir, Yu Ryang began to confide. This brat doesn't believe me. Back then. Those with considerable strength and the elders of major sects were mostly at the super peak realm. That level wasn't common. I always tell myself I have to know my place. Shin Hyuk smiled and boasted. Even if I lose, I just need to hit them once. Let's start practicing. Sir. Seeing this, he said, Oh dear, my disciple. You're like this so you can't get anything done. Yu Ryang said something that made him widen his eyes. Don't you feel anything when you train with the premise that you will lose? Yu Ryang bared his teeth and said, A mediocre super peak expert actually said that just landing one blow would be considered a loss. If it were me, I'd be furious and wouldn't be satisfied with just one blow. Shin Hyuk thought over the words again and again. I don't require you to beat me. Just one successful attack is enough. Then he exclaimed, come to think of it, it really is infuriating. Master's words weren't saying I lack self-respect or competitive spirit. The offer that just one successful attack would be acknowledged was made by the vice principal first. He clenched his fists and thought, this isn't a matter of winning or losing. I've recognized my limits are the standards set by the vice principal. His anger intensified. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said, Master. Disciple was mistaken. Sir. The vice principal said just landing one blow would be acknowledged, but I should at least hit him 5 times. Yu Ryang tried to emphasize, only 5 blows, 50 points. This brat. Shin Hyuk was bewildered. No, master. 50 points. What does that mean? Sir? He confessed. Cough. Cough. Follow me. I will help you. Who has reached the peak? Achieve 100 points. He couldn't believe his ears and was overjoyed. 100 points. Sir, no. If there was that, you should have told me sooner. Yu Ryang chuckled. It's not my martial art, so I was very careful when I brought it out. Hearing that Shin Hyuk was somewhat puzzled. Not master's martial art. What do you mean, sir? Yu Ryang began to tell a story. Long ago when I roamed the martial world, I met many people, but there were only 2 I could call friends. What I intend to teach you now is a technique that one of them used, Shin Hyuk asked curiously. A friend's martial art. Do friends also share martial arts with each other? He refuted his words. Nonsense. Unless it's a disciple. It absolutely cannot be passed on to others. It's just that I fought him many times, so I naturally understood its secret. Originally, in the martial world, stealing someone else's martial arts is a great crime, but now that no one else uses martial arts besides you, what does it matter? Oh, so that friend is also as strong as master. Not as good as me, but also a pretty good fellow. Back then, someone at the peak realm made me. Who was 1 realm above him, confused because of this technique. Oh, teach me quickly, master. All right, use this to crush that vice principal's arrogance. A week later, when I turned off the phone. You didn't say anything. Why are you contacting me today? Sayora laughed loudly, then replied, well, I didn't know back then that Sunbae would win big with stocks. The meeting today is because of the medicine incident from before, Shin Hyuk said softly. The medicine you're talking about. Is it the Genesis I saw in Incheon? She replied. Yes. My side has also received information about drugs being sold in China. It seems they even tried to sell it in Japan and got caught. Even though it wasn't us, I still have to share maximum information with Sunbae. By the way, Sunbae, is it true that Sunbae will spar with the vice principal? He said innocently. This is also spread among the teachers. Huh. The effect of pizza is really good. Sayora held up her phone for Shin Hyuk to see, then exclaimed, No, it's not that. An announcement was posted on the education information system. Shin Hyuk looked and was horrified. What? Announcement regarding the selection of outstanding teachers for the first semester. For outstanding practical subject teachers selected by the vice principal. The result will be decided after sparring with the vice principal. Advantages are given according to rank. How to register for sparring. Register directly at the vice principal's office. Registration and sparring period. From today until 1 day before the closing ceremony. Her face was somewhat panicked as she exclaimed, Who else is coming here? The worst delinquent in middle school. That's Lee Ji-sung. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk spat water from his mouth. Her face was soaked, but she said nothing, a smile still on her lips. He looked worried, his eyebrows furrowed, frozen for a few seconds. Sayora, her face covered in water, still tried to force a smile and exclaimed, Sunbae? Sunbae. Did Lee Ji-sung do something to you? Your reaction is so strange, Shin Hyuk quickly explained. Ah, no. I just choked suddenly. She rested her hands on her chin, sighed, and frowned, saying, Speaking of which, did something like that happen at school? How did it go? How could it be? His father is the director of Huaxin Electronics, and his grandfather is the chairman of Huaxin Group. I don't know if he pulled strings behind the scenes, but the student who was harmed also let it go. So I was the only one who looked like a fool. His attitude towards studying is so bad, honestly. If it were a normal personality, I would have dealt with him long ago. Shin Hyuk grimaced after hearing that. He has become the delinquent troublemaker of Hunter School. Currently, 2 years before the main character possesses his body in the novel. This is the time when Lee Ji-sung is truly a delinquent troublemaker. Thinking back, he chuckled. In the original work, Choi Seora also really hated the main character, so that's how it was. Shin Hyuk quickly waved his hand and explained, "He's still young, so he'll probably get better with time." Seora angrily refuted his opinion. "Well, Sunbae, people don't change." At this moment, Shin Hyuk thought to himself, "They do change, Seora. They change completely." Although the thing that will possess Lee Ji-sung's body 2 years later is selfish and tyrannical, it succeeded in repairing the reputation that the past Lee Ji-sung had caused. Shin Hyuk said, "No one knows the future, so just treat him well." "Who knows?" Seora tore at her hair, writhing and lamenting. "I don't like it. Later, if that guy goes to high school and gets assigned to Sunbae's class, Sunbae will understand how I feel." While talking, a staff member brought a plate of food, causing Seora to stop abruptly. Shin Hyuk slowly calculated, "There's really nothing left to say. I'm a completely harmless minor character. But speaking of Lee Ji-sung, the main character, I truly feel like I've entered the novel," she said while eating. "Hurry up and let the holidays come quickly so I don't have to see his face. By the way, Sunbae, the holidays are coming soon. Do you have any plans yet?" He replied. "Well, there's a new teacher training course, but I'm not too sure about it," she said. "Ah. That training course. Will Sunbae be okay if you go?" "It'll be all people from hunter schools," Shin Hyuk slowly drawled. "If things go smoothly, I might not have to go. But it's still not certain." Seora's cheeks puffed out as she spoke. "How so?" "Sir, the rookie training course is mandatory. I heard that if you become an outstanding teacher, you'll be exempted." The vice principal suggested it. Chewing, she suddenly stopped and smirked to one side. Seora jumped up and stood on the table. "No. Was that the purpose of the sparring match? This crazy old man." Shin Hyuk smiled awkwardly and quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "No, no. It's not just for that reason." Her face suddenly changed color, then she whispered, "That's Kim Man-dong, known as the strongest among the 10 strongest. Can someone mediocre like Sunbae even land a damaging blow?" He thought back. "Why is this girl so harsh?" Shin Hyuk thought to himself, "Putting my whole life on the line for a vacation. This is still pretty light." "Oh well, why are you saying it before even fighting?" Seora's face was blank. She said nothing. She pressed her face close to Shin Hyuk, making him blush and stammer. What's wrong?" Seora said with a serious face. "Indeed, Sunbae seems to have changed a bit. If it were before, he wouldn't have accepted such an offer." She didn't believe it and said, he thought shyly. "Too close. It's too close." Seora said. "Can people really change?" Shin Hyuk thought. "Sorry, I've also been possessed. Even if you wring the rooster's neck, dawn will still come. Time flies, and it's already the day before the closing ceremony." Ji-hee and Eun-soo stood there listening. A young man there held a can of soda and looked at it. Seora stood there coldly and said nothing, looking very tense. "You won against Teacher Young last time, so now you don't take anyone seriously." "Huh. On what basis are you so arrogant? Someone who didn't even graduate from hunter school. It's obvious what your level is just by looking. Doesn't know his place and still covets the title of outstanding teacher. People say there's an advantage, but who knows if it's true." Jinsu clenched his fists angrily listening to them. "Stop it. What kind of person is the vice principal? Even if he fights with one hand tied behind his back, he'll still win. But anyway, if the opponent is the vice principal, it won't end well. Poor guy." He angrily swung his fist and thought, "I hear everything. You guys, even though you didn't mean for me to hear, because my physical senses are better. I hear it crystal clear." Shin Hyuk saw this and reminded, Hey, that's enough, Jinsu. You should go too." He replied, "I just want to stand closer to watch. That's all," he said. "Ah, please, teacher." Jinsu mimicked. "Ah, please, teacher." The announcement posted by the vice principal was only on the administrative system that only teachers can access. It's normal for students not to know the time and place. The practical instructors who hate me probably intentionally leaked the information. Seora thought worriedly. Anyway, they want me to lose face in front of many people, especially in front of the students. Shin Hyuk turned and whispered to Jin-soo. "Jin-soo, is my reputation really that bad right now?" Jin-soo pursed his lips and said, "Don't even mention it. The other teachers are bad-mouthing you terribly, saying you're putting on a ridiculous show because you want to be an outstanding teacher." "Ah, of course we know you're not like that. Haha, this kid, that's enough." Everyone cheered for him in unison. Kang Shin Hyuk, fighting. "Let's go drinking today. Milk-colored." Kang Shin-hyuk. They were still very enthusiastic about him. Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk. Fighting. Shin-hyuk thought to himself, even if it's small. It's good to have my side. People's voices echoed. Oh, there's the vice principal. People's cheers. Kim Man-dong. Kim Man-dong, the strongest hunter, Kim Man-dong. He really made a grand entrance. That attitude of secretly enjoying it really infuriates me. Kim Man-dong put on his handguards and said, I didn't expect so many people to come. Are you well prepared? Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk. He thought to himself, what do you mean you don't know? This old man, you advertised everywhere. Then Shin-hyuk confessed. I tried my best. He said seriously, if you don't want to lose face, you have to do your best from the beginning. I'll let you attack first, so when we start, you go first. Shin-hyuk bowed his head in thought. Excellent, as expected. He's letting me attack first. It's a common rule for higher-ranked hunters to let lower-ranked ones attack first, but since it wasn't clearly stated, I was worried. Thanks to that, all preparations to deliver a fatal blow are complete, the referee said. Well then, I will announce the rules once more and we will begin immediately. With the application of the advantage, Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk only needs one time, just one successful effective attack on the vice principal, and Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk will win. Outside, the referee asked. Vice principal, do you agree to this condition, sir? He replied. Of course. The referee also turned to ask. Does Teacher Kang also agree? Sir, he cheerfully said. Yes, but please step outside when the match begins. Referee. It might be a bit dangerous. The referee turned his face to Kim Man-dong. What? No. Teacher Kang. A rank. Kim Man-dong gently uttered. I will follow Teacher Kang's words. The referee saw this and nodded. Ah, I understand. The referee blew the whistle. Well then, the sparring match to select the outstanding teacher for the first semester will now begin. Both sides bowed. To your positions. Well then, the whistle blew. The referee extended his hand to signal the start of the match. The sword fight begins. The cloth wrapped around his sword began to unravel. He remembered what his master had instructed. Disciple. Take this, he asked. Master, what is this? Sir, he replied. One of the two guys I mentioned is a pure swordsman. The blade is quite sharp. If you've learned sword techniques, your weapon should also be fitting. Shin-hyuk began to draw his sword. The opportunity is only once. That is the first attack when Kim Man-dong allows him to attack first. The sword blazed with a brilliant blue flame. Phew. Eun-soo saw it and wondered. Oh, it's an Aurora sword. The little girl was a bit puzzled. Isn't Teacher Kang B rank? Aurora sword requires A rank to use. Right. Shin-hyuk seemed to have anticipated something and thought. As expected, the students are surprised by the Aurora sword key. The teachers aren't showing much reaction. The vice principal saw this and also said, Aurora sword. Huh, that's not all. Right, Teacher Kang, he replied. Of course, vice principal. Shin-hyuk began to swing his sword. Kim Man-dong's eyes showed some confusion at the sight. Some students discussed. There. Isn't that an Aurora sword? What? What Aurora sword? That's a skill only S-rank hunters can use. It probably just looks similar on the surface. Strange. It looks like the Aurora sword I saw on WeTube. Master said it's a useless thing that can't be used in actual combat yet, but the vice principal's arrogance finally gave me a chance. Usually, the first attack is yielded for probing and only light attacks are made. Not like me going all out to prepare an attack in this way. Kim Man-dong thought worriedly. Is it an Aurora sword? The preparation time is quite long. It seems this isn't a mastered skill yet. The vice principal began to speak. Ahem, Teacher Kang. It seems you can attack now. He held the sword with both hands and said, Sorry to keep you waiting, but Vice Principal, it's not over yet. Then he thought, the ultimate martial art that Master taught me. I was very surprised when I heard its name. Shin-hyuk poured all his strength into the sword. Jin-soo exclaimed in surprise, Oh, damn it. I'm attacking now, Vice Principal, Meteor Burst Demonic Kuang. The Vice Principal covered his chest with both hands, preparing to defend, thinking. It can be inferred from the name of the technique. That's right. One of Master's two best friends and also the original owner of this martial art is the legendary Great Demon Lord, Tian Mo. What? The scream echoed through the mountains and forests. Shin-hyuk asked. Does Master really have a friend who is Tian Mo? He began to reply. So there's also a fake Tian Mo. Huh, but how did you get to know him? He exclaimed naively. Wow, he even has Tian Mo as a best friend, just by reading martial arts novels. Everyone would know. as a master of the demonic cult, also known as the Tianmo Divine Cult, a colossal force on par with the righteous faction, splitting the entire righteous and demonic martial world. Even when my story was still being released, Tianmo was already a very hot topic. Gloomy appearance, overwhelmingly powerful martial arts, an extremely captivating character with all the elements to satisfy readers. Recently, Tianmo even transmigrated to a fantasy world to hunt dragons, or reincarnated in the modern era as a gangster boss, or opened a bakery after reincarnating. For example, even if you don't read novels, you've probably heard that name. I don't remember clearly, but I think I saw it long ago when I was looking for old stories. Yu Ryang said thoughtfully. Well, he was quite famous in the martial world, but he never beat me once. Shin Hyuk pondered deeply. He fought dragons, so I guessed he was very strong, but his best friend is Tian Mo. Huh, he asked with suspicion. Master, you said you have two best friends. Right. Who is the other one? Yu Ryang explained. A guy surnamed Zhang named Sanfeng or something. Babbled all day about Tai Chi. Loved wine like crazy, and looked like a Taoist priest who liked to ramble. Established some sect called Modong or Wudong or something. Do you know him? His face was so blank he had nothing left to say. What? Zhang Sanfeng? Channeling Kuang Qi into the sword, and it absorbs it quite well. Continuously channeling new Kuang Qi onto the already formed sword layer. A martial art that cuts and tears powerfully and overwhelmingly. From the cracks born from that layering, countless Kuang Qi fragments burst out like meteors. Meteor annihilation demonic fang. They shouted together. From somewhere, a hand touched a glass-like screen. The blue-haired girl used all her strength. Miss Yu, there's only one barrier layer left. Please focus. Miss Yu replied while using all her strength. Ah, yes. She thought in fear. Oh my God, 3 barrier layers prepared to deal with the proctor and 2 of them broke. Teacher Young Hyuk Sik isn't weak. Have I been underestimating someone like that all this time? He lay down, tossing and turning, thinking, if I were still in the arena then, I probably would have really died. Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, I don't know how you did it, but anyone can see that your strength is completely wrong. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Shin Hyuk gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain. At this moment he thought, I've used up all the Kuang Qi I can channel into the sword. This technique cannot be used a second time. But just as Master said, the instantaneous destructive power is truly top-notch with this technique. Even high-level monsters would probably fall. Haha, how about it, Teacher Kang? That much. Can it be considered a clean hit? Of course, excluding that monster. The Vice Principal's clothes were scratched and no longer intact. Currently, Vice Principal Kim Man-dong is in an extremely awkward situation. His agreement with Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk was just one clean hit. Observing the honorable duel with Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk from afar, I soon realized he wasn't an ordinary B-rank hunter, Kim Man-dong thought. But my blood is flowing. Huh. It's been many years since this happened. I never expected to suffer such a strong blow. The Vice Principal exclaimed, Teacher Kang, far beyond what I thought. I couldn't imagine such an attack method with a sword, Shin Hyuk whispered. Just as Master predicted, this is a fighting method that cannot exist in a world without martial arts, Kim Man-dong said softly. All right. As promised, the troublesome debt is settled. Now then, let's try a match with me. A voice came from outside. Oh, Vice Principal, are you really going to let it go that easily? Look at your current state. Are you going to argue it wasn't an effective attack? The Vice Principal stammered. No. That is. He leaned closer and exclaimed, What? No. You yourself agreed to the judging conditions earlier. Right. Then he thought to himself, Haha, serves you right. I'm just a gambler who bet everything on getting the first move. I wasn't planning on fighting anymore anyway. Even though he only landed 1 blow. There were 5 holes in the Vice Principal's shirt. No, 10 holes wouldn't be an exaggeration. I told Master that hitting 10 times met the quota. The Vice Principal scratched his head and exclaimed, I did say that, but I haven't done anything yet. Ending like this. From the front, he said, Did I ask you to let me hit first? Teacher, you were the one who voluntarily yielded first. Right, Kim Man-dong tried to say. That is, Shin Hyuk exclaimed. If there's nothing more to say, then I'll call the referee. Okay, the Vice Principal replied. Teacher Kang, so many students are waiting. Don't you feel sorry? The students clamored. Our teacher is the best. Swordsmanship is the future. Taking advantage of students' admiration. Huh. How hypocritical. He feigned reluctance. But I don't feel sorry either. At this point, no one will probably dare to send challenge letters anymore. The goal has been achieved, so let's end it. Vice Principal, with the clean hit having been proven. I win this match. Mandong's eyes widened after that statement. Kim Mandong said, "That's right. A clean hit. If there's no clean hit, then the match isn't over yet." Right. At this moment, the Vice Principal radiated a brilliant golden aura. He spoke. "What do you mean, sir?" Kim Mandong replied, "I admit you're strong, but I also have a social standing. You know." His whole body glowed with golden energy. Kim Mandong smirked. "The challenge is considered settled. Now let's just enjoy ourselves a bit." A gust of wind blew, he thought. Wait, stop. Everyone was buzzing. Super regeneration. It's super regeneration. The young man pushed through, not expecting to see such a cheat skill in a mere sparring match. Kim Mandong, his body as if nothing had happened, said, "I told you it was a direct hit right on the money. Now look, I'm still standing here completely unharmed." The Vice Principal emphasized each word. I am man dong. This was S-rank arrogance. What else could it be? Shin Hyuk thought. It seems more like the Vice Principal is ruining his own image, he said. The others aren't reacting well either. Are you really going to do this? Vice Principal? The Vice Principal spoke confidently. Of course, I'm starting to get interested in your power too. Mr. Kang, let's continue the match, he thought. This is just ridiculous. In this situation, if I keep refusing, I'll be looked down on by the challengers. Shin Hyuk picked up his sword, his hands and feet trembling. My legs are starting to shake and my hands have no strength left. Maybe because I opened my Ren and Du meridians and reached the peak realm, my body is slowly recovering a bit. But don't even dream of using that last move again. I only have enough strength for one more aura sword strike. Still, this is the right path. Isn't it, Master? He confessed. Your student gets 110 points. I can't just not watch this. The Vice Principal lunged forward, exclaiming, Well then, here I come, Mr. Kang. Shin Hyuk's eyes widened in alarm. He struck a blow where Kim Mandong stood, as if the ground was about to shatter. He thought in panic. What? He collapsed the whole arena? At that moment, Shin Hyuk looked around. Where's the Vice Principal? He quickly dodged an attack. The Vice Principal landed a heavy blow, then gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Damn it! Kim Mandong's eyes were bloodshot, looking terrifyingly at him like an assassin. One punch sent him flying, coughing up blood. Shin Hyuk thought. He collapsed the whole arena? He scanned his surroundings, then thought, Where's the Vice Principal? Just then, someone appeared from behind him. Shin Hyuk quickly sensed it. Yu Ryang attacked with a powerful blow, shouting loudly, Damn it! His eyes looked incredibly frightening. That single blow made him cough up blood. Lying in an unfamiliar room, Shin Hyuk groggily woke up. An unfamiliar ceiling. He slowly opened his eyes, thinking, Is this the infirmary? He touched his head, thinking, I thought I was going to meet the Grim Reaper again. I must have really blacked out. Shin Hyuk had a headache, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, his eyes widened happily as he thought, That was fun. The moment the principal rushed in from a blind spot, smashing the stage, I thought of my master's mad dog tactic. Flesh for bone. I didn't use my sword to block that old man's fearsome fist, but used my left hand to parry. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of pain arose. Ugh! Even though I channeled internal energy into them, my bones still shattered with excruciating pain. I tried to endure the pain and swung my sword, slashing diagonally at the Vice Principal's left arm. It felt like scraping iron, not flesh, but right before being slammed to the ground by his fist. I saw it clearly. A small but clear gash on the Vice Principal's shoulder, and though it was a very small cut, less than an inch, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed, thinking, he probably won't stubbornly say it's an ineffective wound, right? I'll definitely go demand that training exemption. Suddenly, someone came, pulled back the curtain and asked, Oh, Mr. Kang, are you awake? He startled. Ah. Seonhwa smiled and said, You've been unconscious for about 4 hours. Luckily, you've woken up. She was the school nurse, Kim Seonhwa. Shin Hyuk sat up, thinking, She's the school nurse? I don't think this character appeared in the original story. He replied, Ah, thank you. You couldn't go home because of me. Then he gently wiggled his arm and said, Huh? She made him lie back down, saying, The bone was completely shattered. Even though it's been treated with magic, it'll take about 2 more hours for the feeling to return. So please rest a bit more, Shin Hyuk thought to himself. Oh, this is the kind of recovery I read about in books. I thought it was omnipotent. But it has inconveniences like this, Sion Hua instructed. The vice principal specifically asked me to look after you, Mr. Kang, until you woke up. Anyway, I live in the dorms, so don't worry. He smiled and replied, Ah, I see. That old man. No, the vice principal. I'm fine now. You can go back to the dorms right away. Surprisingly, she replied, I don't want to. Shin Hyuk heard this and was surprised. Huh? She sat down and began to tell her story. Actually, my dad also told me to go home by curfew, but I deliberately waited. Then she winked and said, I'm a little interested in you, Mr. Kang. He was stunned, so surprised it was hard to believe. Shin Hyuk said, Me? Miss? What did you just say? Sion Hua suddenly cut him off, saying, Interested. You say? He said, No. Just now you said, Dad. I must have misheard, right? She quickly said, That was just a slip of the tongue. Please pretend you didn't hear anything. No one at school knows about that. He was now deeply regretting. I'm sorry for calling him an old man, Sion Hua said. I was already a bit interested before today's match, but you were really cool. I totally didn't expect you, Mr. Kang, to be able to fight my dad like that. Shin Hyuk gave a strained laugh. Ha. But since I passed out, the vice principal probably won, she replied. Yes, that was the ruling. She looked at him and said, But I don't think you lost, Mr. Kang. The attack you showed at the beginning was truly astonishing. I'm sure many people think the same as I do. He thought to himself, she's much simpler than I thought, completely different from her father. Sion Hua picked up a bag and said, And look, Mr. Kang, these are the things the students left while you were recovering. Shin Hyuk was surprised as he took it. Letters? One read, Sir, even though you lost, you fought really well. Mr. Kang, when you've recovered, let's go grab a drink. He could quickly recognize. This must be from Yoon Seo. Is this from Mr. Park? You're so handsome. Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk. I believed in you, he immediately thought. Jinsu's attitude score for the second semester will be 0 points. Suddenly, a letter caught his attention. Shin Hyuk picked it up from the pile of letters. A letter read, Thank you, sir, after reading it. He smiled. He remembered someone's figure. All right, this is enough. Sion Hua smiled and said, How is it? You don't feel like you completely lost anymore, do you? He replied. Haha. That's right. Anyway, I hope they'll exempt me from the training course. She was a bit surprised to hear that and asked, Training exemption? Shin Hyuk said. Actually, I accepted because I heard that if I become an elite teacher with the rank of colonel, I'll be exempted from the new teacher training course. Sion Hua smiled and replied, You have your quirky sides too. Huh? Why don't you try it once? Though it's called training. It's quite interesting, Shin Hyuk said, because I came from a non-hunter school. I think it wouldn't be any good even if I went. Even my first assignment was for a similar reason that I had to fight that honor duel. Hearing this, she said, Mr. Kang, not all the practical skills teachers at this school hate you. Even though I'm just in the infirmary, I was very curious about you. Mr. Kang. She encouraged him, saying, Look forward to the next semester. No fool would turn their back on someone as talented as you, Mr. Kang, just because you came from a non-hunter school. He laughed and replied, Haha, you're even giving me psychological counseling. Shin Hyuk spoke up. Let's be close from now on. I'll give you my phone number, Sion Hua replied. Yes. I'll transfer the friendship fee monthly, he thought. Even though I'm a bit hesitant because she's the vice principal's daughter, I've made a good friend. Thanks to the fantasy world's recovery magic, I recovered in just 1 day, and was able to safely attend the closing ceremony the next day. A person stood up and announced, The outstanding teacher for the first semester is Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk of the swordsmanship class. He thought, luckily. The old man kept his promise, and I won the title of outstanding teacher. Suddenly, someone raised their hand with an opinion, saying, Vice Principal. I don't understand why Mr. Kang, who didn't even win, became the outstanding teacher. He knew immediately, of course. A few teachers objected, but the vice principal spoke up, saying, Mr. Choi, do you want to fight now? Then the man scratched his head and replied, "Oh, I understand perfectly." He had dismissed it by saying that Mr. Kang was the only one who applied for the fight, so there was no other choice. Speaking of which, a strange change had occurred. Suddenly, someone spoke. "Oh, Mr. Kang, congratulations." Shin Hyuk replied. "Ah, thank you." A few practical skills teachers had started talking to him. Of course, it was just a light good morning greeting. He scratched his head and replied, "It's a pity I didn't have a chance to greet you this semester. Please take care of me next semester." He thought, "It's truly miraculous. I didn't expect such an immediate change." On the broadcast, "So, students, finally, I just want to say one more thing. Summer vacation." He smiled, thinking, as I entered the classroom. The principal's speech continued, and the closing ceremony ended like that. Yun Seo asked, "Sir, we're gathering friends to go to the beach for the holidays. Will you come with us? Min-hee's uncle has a vacation home in Jeju. Come with us, sir." Shin Hyuk refused, saying, "I'm busy. On Seok." "You guys go have fun on your own," he thought to himself. "It's vacation, and I still have to see your faces. A teacher has his own life, too." Jinsu pouted. "Oh, sir, please come with us." A boy next to him covered his mouth. "Ugh. Lee Jin-soo, that's disgusting. Don't do that." He clapped his hands and announced, "No can do. I'm busy during the vacation. The closing ceremony is over. Go home." "Dismissed," the whole class shouted in unison. "Have a great vacation, sir." The sweet summer vacation obtained after the battle with the vice principal. His phone screen displayed a notification. "Miss Kim Seon-hwa, Mr. Kang. I've gathered enough members," he thought excitedly. "All right then. Let's make a big, exciting score together. I've decided to start a side job." Investing in election-themed stocks, scraping up every last penny, had been quite successful. Nevertheless, the reason I still thought about working a side job during these terrible holidays was actually because my bank account situation was no different from an empty barrel. He was like a frog thrown mercilessly to the bottom. Damn it. The amount to repay the investment loan was much larger than I thought. There was reinvestment money, master's food expenses, taxes, loan interest, loan repayments, and other expenses. Most of the remaining money had been reinvested in Lee Ji-seong's father's company, so there was almost no money left. Shin Hyuk thought, "The purpose is long-term investment, so doing it without debt is the right way. But right now, I have to work hard at a side job to increase capital for the next investment." He opened his phone to reply to the message. "Yes. Which day would be good? Miss," he thought, "but how do I increase my money?" Through a gate. Last night, after the fight with Kim Man-dong, while I was lying in the infirmary, I heard about the summer vacation schedules of other teachers through Ms. Kim Seon-hwa. Seon-hwa said, "Most of the practical skills teachers will probably do side jobs by going through gates. The salary for practical skills teachers isn't low, but the income from gates is incomparable." Then she asked, "Mr. Kang is also a hunter, so you probably know this well, right?" Shin Hyuk gave a strained laugh. "Haha. Actually, I don't know much about that. I came from a non-hunter specialized school, so I was pretty much just a porter." She was quite surprised after hearing that. "Oh my. Why would they treat someone so strong like a porter? If it were our team, we would have been desperate to recruit you." He smiled and said, "Just those words are thanks enough." Then he pondered something. Shin Hyuk suddenly realized something and said, "Miss, could it be?" Seon-hwa smiled and said, "That's right. To warm up our friendship and to tour a gate. What do you think?" He was about to ask. "Ah, by the way, how much is the income?" she said excitedly. "A gate. Let's go." Shin Hyuk thought to himself, "I consider the bet with Kim Man-dong a win. If I make a large sum from the gate and stock up on snacks, Master will definitely like it too." But on the other hand, to directly experience a gate that I've only read about in novels, it's truly thrilling. I wonder what kind of people the other team members will be. These things are important for synergy. He thought, considering Ms. Kim's profession, there should be a reliable front line, because in a team, a tanker to buy time for the mage is essential. Shin Hyuk thought to himself, "By the way, it would be great if there was also a bald guy with a free-spirited personality." However, when they met again, it was a girl. She greeted them. "Hello, everyone. I'm Hong Yi-seol. I look forward to working with you." He blurted out, "Bald. No. Nice to meet you." Yi-seol was surprised. "Bald?" Xianhua appeared and cheerfully introduced. Yi Seol is an old friend of mine and also my father's #1 disciple. She's a reliable teammate I've partnered with for a long time. Hearing this, Yi Seol whispered, Xianhua, isn't the fact that the vice principal is your father a secret? She smiled and replied, It's fine. This is Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk. He recently performed excellently in a match against my father. Hearing this, Yi Seol gave a thumbs up in praise. Ah, he managed to attack Master? Let's talk more details as we go. Xianhua asked. Mr. Kang, where are your things? I'll help you load them into the car. He pointed to the sword in his hand and said, Ah, I don't have separate luggage. This is all I need. Yi Seol was a little surprised to see that. She turned to discuss with Xianhua. Is that person really okay? No armor at all. Just carrying a sword? Xianhua smiled and replied, It's fine, it's fine. She still looked worried. No, but still. Isn't that a bit too much? Shin Hyuk thought to himself. I can hear everything. But I really didn't expect this. I thought a muscular and rugged man would appear, he thought. Instead, a monster far more rugged appeared. Currently, a hunter. Later to become a wrestling teacher at the high school. A rank hunter, Hong Yi Seol. As Kim Mandong's disciple, she was a formidable individual who had thrashed Li Jixiong throughout the semester. The final scene where she lost to Li Jixiong and fell for him truly left a deep impression. Yi Seol spoke up. All right, I'll explain today's schedule. Our destinations are a C-rank 4-person gate and a D-rank 4-person gate, so 2 places, she continued. Mr. Kang and Xianhua are both B-rank, and I'm A-rank, so we could enter a B-rank 4-person gate, but to ensure safety during the vacation, we won't enter gates from C-rank and above. From the highest S-rank to the lowest D-rank, gates are divided into a total of 5 levels. From what I've researched, even a 1-rank difference means a huge difference in profit. Shin Hyuk asked with curiosity. Ms. Yi Seol, I thought we were going straight to a B-rank gate today, she replied. Absolutely not. A 4-person gate isn't called that for no reason. Then she turned back and said, Moreover, with equipment like yours, it's even more impossible. We'll go to a C-rank or D-rank gate. We'll do a B-rank gate later when a 3-person gate appears. Hearing this, he replied with some disappointment. It'll probably be hard to achieve the expected profit then. Xianhua smiled and said, It's a pity. With Mr. Kang's strength, it should have been fine. But it's better to listen to Yi Seol here, Yi Seol thought to herself. That Shin Hyuk person is really arrogant. Master must have gone easy on him in that match. A B rank with no equipment and demanding profit. It's people like this who often get into accidents in gates, she thought. For safety education, I should teach him a lesson. Thinking this, she said aloud, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, it seems profit is very important to you. So, how about this? She said with a hidden agenda. Among the gates we're going to, you will complete the D-rank 4-person gate by yourself. If you complete it alone, you'll get exclusive profit, and once your strength is verified, I'll consider going to a B-rank gate. What do you think? Shin Hyuk was overjoyed hearing this. Really? If you do that, I'd be very grateful, she thought with surprise. Ugh, not even a second of hesitation. Although D-rank is 2 levels lower than B-rank, so it seems easy. It's not a 4-person dungeon for no reason. Let's see you struggle and feel the wall. Yi Seol went to the guards and said, A-rank hunter Hong Yi Seol here. This is my ID card. The guard checked and said, Identity confirmed. Please enter when ready. Then the guard said, The accompanying B-rank hunter will go in first. We will follow. Shin Hyuk stepped down, sighing. Phew, he observed ahead. That's the D-rank gate, he thought. For some reason, I feel like once I step in there, a legendary swordsman will be eating cup noodles. Yi Seol got out of the car and said, The time limit is 1 hour, if you don't complete it within that time. Xianhua and I will go in. He warmed up his body and replied, Yes, I'm very confident, so just leave it to me. He thought to himself, Good. This is the perfect opportunity for someone like me with no experience fighting monsters. This Ms. Hong Yi Seol is much easier to talk to than I read in the novel. However, Yi Seol thought, Why is he smiling so happily? What a greenhorn. Xianhua approached and said, Mr. Kang, even though it's D rank, the difficulty of a 4-person dungeon is quite high. Will you be okay alone? He gave a thumbs up and said, It's fine. See you in an hour then. the first gate that Li Jixiong transmigrated into as an ordinary student. Stepping inside during the internship, Li Jixiong also practiced transcendent swordsmanship like me and easily cleared the D-rank gate. Even the martial arts I started practicing for the honor duel with Mr. Zhang had reached the peak realm without me realizing. I thought I was just training to protect myself, but somehow it feels like I'm drifting further and further away from a peaceful life. But, in a way, as Kang Shin-hyuk, the Academy's swordsmanship instructor, I'm gradually adapting to this world. After he opened his eyes, Shin-hyuk was utterly amazed by the sight here. Wow, I heard that inside gates there's boiling lava or places like deserts too. He uttered a sentence. The scenery is absolutely beautiful, he thought. So this is the common mountain type. Shin-hyuk entered, saying, "The blue border around the gate is called the safe zone, right? That means from here on down, it wouldn't be strange to be attacked anywhere." He sat down and said, "Mountainous terrain, so it's unlikely that monsters using complex magic will appear, or undead types. Creatures that are dead but unnaturally continue to exist. In novels, terrains like this often have many animal-type and mineral-type monsters." He deployed his mana and said, "Let's find the nearest ones first." Then the mana began to spread wider. He thought, if it's hard to locate the enemy, sense in all 4 directions. Those with good senses might be able to pinpoint your location. But unless it's posting notices or asking around, there's no better way to find someone. Then very quickly, he detected it. Under the cliff, in the forest, 11 o'clock direction, there are signs, about 3 of them. Shin-hyuk stood up, sword in hand. When I was with Master, I was mostly the one being chased. But today, being the seeker feels strangely thrilling. Then he dashed towards the identified location, saying, "All right, let's go." D-rank 4-person gate. Very quickly, a monster sensed the unusual presence. They quickly detected him. This was my first experience upon entering the ruined hunter world. As soon as he stepped onto the ground, he could see beasts flying overhead, Shin-hyuk said. Adult human size, fast speed. He could very quickly identify. Good at climbing trees, and their cries are very unpleasant. He said, "Giant apes, right? The first hunt has begun." Giant ape. Compared to monsters in other rank gates, they are weaker, but the drop rate of mana stones is significantly low relative to their numbers, so hunters don't favor them much, Shin-hyuk said. In the novel, their pelts sell for a fairly high price, but compared to the effort of catching those agile creatures, it's hardly worth it. They quickly rushed to attack him. "Ah!" Shin-hyuk calmly drew his sword, saying, "Of course, that difficulty only applies to ordinary hunters." Very quickly, he was able to take down the first one. He laughed and said, "Each one's mana stone is worth 300,000 won. How much is all this?" He laughed menacingly, saying, "Summer vacation is awesome. Wonderful." Suddenly, they seemed to sense approaching danger. Giant apes have fairly high intelligence. If they determine an opponent is unbeatable, they will climb trees and flee immediately. Their thick hides, usable as armor material, combined with their speed, make pursuit not easy. Ordinary D-rank hunters would surely struggle quite a bit with this combination. But today, at the D-rank 4-person gate, a true picture of hell had unfolded. He just kept cutting them down one after another with his sword. Their pelts are expensive. If I just cleanly remove the meat, they should fetch a high price. Right? I don't know the unit price. But monopolizing a gate like this is quite lucrative, Shin-hyuk said. But then again, directly facing monsters feels a bit disgusting. It's much more repulsive than what I read in novels. Luckily, I previewed the audiovisual materials at the Academy. Suddenly, monster blood splattered on his face. He immediately turned pale and threw up. His horrifying retching sounds attracted a few more wild beasts. Shin-hyuk picked up his sword again and charged. "There!" he shouted loudly as he charged. The beasts, seeing this, scattered in fear. "Ah!" He covered his mouth to reduce the nausea. "Ugh. The smell of blood is really rank. It'll probably take some time to get used to it." I didn't expect the smell to be this bad, and the sight isn't pretty either. I need to adapt quickly to go to the next gate." He tried to suppress his nausea and chased after the monsters. Shin-hyuk thought to himself, "Wait there, Hong Yi-seol. I'll be right back." The guards outside seemed to sense something. One took out his phone to check and said, "Corporal Gill, the gate seems a bit strange, doesn't it?" he asked. "What's strange?" he said. It was clearly blue before lunch, but now it looks almost purplish blue. "Hey, what nonsense are you talking? Purplish blue means it's an A-rank gate." Then the two went to check, but still, damn it, he asked in alarm. "Hey, why are you only telling me now? How long has it been like this?" he said. I just saw it too. A hunter went in just a while ago. What should we do? He said. Okay, okay. First, report to the company commander. He asked, what about the hunter who went inside? Don't we have to go in and check the safe zone? He frantically pressed check. This kid, how could he go in there? If the safe zone is nullified, he'll die for nothing. Then he said, we're not hunters either. This is the best way. If this is really an A-rank gate, at least 4 hunters of the same rank need to come. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed. What the hell are you talking about? Xianhua shouted agitatedly. We have to find Mr. Kang right now. Yisiel quickly stopped her. Calm down, Kim Xianhua. First, let's report to the Hunter Management Bureau, Xianhua said worriedly, even if it's a rare case. The gate suddenly turned a rank. Even Mr. Kang can't handle an A-rank gate alone. Yisiel, you know that too. Why is this happening? She spoke up. First, calm down. You also know the main causes of gate transformations. Sometimes the rank of a gate changes. First, the case where monsters inside the gate continuously cannibalize each other and evolve. In this case, except for special situations, the difficulty will not increase suddenly. And second, the case of evolution by consuming hunters who have entered the gate. In this case, they are affected by the characteristics of the consumed hunter, and an unprecedented special individual is created, Yishol thought worriedly. And mostly in the second case. The difficulty increases significantly, though I don't want to admit it. Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk probably now has. Xianhua said, Don't look at me like that. It must be because the monsters ate each other and evolved. Yi Seol then said, Mr. Kang has been gone for over an hour. I'm just thinking realistically. Yi Seol blamed herself. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let him go in alone. Talking about safety. But I myself was too complacent about this emergency situation. Thinking this, she then said, if we absolutely must go. Xianhua, you wait in the Superman's safe zone. I'll go find Mr. Kang because I'm faster. Xianhua said. Yi Seol, she thought to herself, if it were Master, he would probably do this. She carefully instructed. If he's still stubborn inside, I'll knock him out and bring him out. Promise me that if the situation gets too bad, you'll come right back out. A guard approached and said, Hey, hunters, you've seen the state of the gate. Are you really going in? Yi Seol replied. We need to confirm his survival at least. Please allow us to enter. Hearing this, he said, Anyway, it's too dangerous to go in now. The other person then said, Let them go, he said. That person is Hong Yi Seol, Kim Man-dong's disciple. She'll be able to do something, she thought to herself. The worst-case scenario is that Mr. Kang has probably encountered the boss monster already. To call the boss of an A-rank gate, you need at least 4 A-rank hunters to take it down, perhaps a giant tarantula, or a giant cockroach, or an ancient orc. If truly unlucky, it could be an ogre, known as the Nightmare of the Deep Forest. That appears. Xianhua silently prayed, Mr. Kang, please, she thought to herself. Please just hunt in the entrance area. Shin Hyuk at that moment sighed. Phew, I've gone this deep following the monster's senses, he said. I've taken down about 50 of them. But why is there still no sign of completion? Could this gate have a separate boss monster? The gate disappears 12 hours after all monsters are dealt with, and the sky turning yellow is the sign of completion. I did sense a huge presence earlier, so I thought there was a boss, he thought. But no matter how I look at it, this is just a D-rank gate. It's strange. Suddenly, a large monster appeared. He was astonished. Why would an individual from an A-rank gate appear here? Just then, the system announced a monster called the Nightmare of the Deep Forest, Ogre. When 3 A-rank hunters fight an ogre, 1 will surely die, and when 4 fight, 1 will be seriously injured. So this is an individual requiring at least 5 people, Shin Hyuk thought. I knew it. In the novel. The main character also struggled against an ogre after a gate misassignment. Of course, that was a 2-headed ogre from an S-rank gate. If I fought with 5 A-rank hunters, I might win. But this overwhelming feeling is different from fighting people. An ogre is definitely dangerous. The system displayed a notification. An ogre's strong bones and highly elastic muscles give it excellent mobility. Its skin is also very tough. An aura blade slash only leaves a scratch. It quickly advanced to attack him. The ogre is a monster with a completely different mana stone level. Therefore, we advise you. He gulped, looking at the large dent in the ground from the previous attack. The system continued. You should try again after completely mastering Aura Blade. Shin Hyuk thought, this is crazy. Just 1 punch and the ground ended up like that? 10 punches would probably create a hot spring. He was a little scared. But then again, it keeps trying to stop me. What level of monostone makes it like this? The system displayed. According to Kang Shin-hyuk's memory, the value of an ogre's monostone is 10 million won per stone. Hearing that, he drooled. 10. His sword-wielding hand trembled. 10 million. Heavenly demon. Heavenly demon sword style. Meanwhile, Yi Seol was running as fast as she could to find a trace of him, calling out, Yu Seong. Shin-hyuk, on the other hand, was extremely excited and said, "This really stirs the blood. How joyful." Yi Seol kept running and running very fast, unsure how far she'd gone from the safe zone. As soon as she entered the forest, Hong Yi Seol started running at full speed. She looked around, examining, and immediately spotted the corpses of giant apes scattered everywhere. Yi Seol saw a long, dragging trail of blood on the path. She silently deduced. The traces weren't in just one spot but formed a trail. That meant there had been a chase between a hunter and monsters. She bent down and touched something on the ground, guessing. This is vomit. She worriedly imagined him being chased to exhaustion by monsters. Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk. Was he in such a difficult battle that he had to vomit? I really shouldn't have let him risk it alone. I should have gone in with him from the start. Yi Seol stood in the middle of the bloody path, guessing silently. No. If so, there are too many strange things. Yi Seol envisioned them being pierced by slashes, silently analyzing. The first corpse I saw was like that too, and all the corpses found so far are in the exact same condition. Most were decapitated, and the cut surfaces were perfectly smooth. Yi Seol processed the information she had about the apes. Giant apes are the fastest of their rank, and their flesh and bones are very tough. Moreover, they are pack-hunting monsters, so even I wouldn't easily handle each one in a single blow. The more she thought, the more confused she became. That filthy sword, no matter how famous a blade, couldn't cut like that. Did he use an Aurora blade? Why is this person B rank? After thinking in circles, Yi Seol considered the worst. Wait, if so, these aren't traces of being torn apart, but traces of them being pursued. She found it even more confusing, pointing to her head in puzzlement. Why the vomiting, then? Without thinking further, Yi Seol stepped forward. A beast let out a ferocious roar. The roar was so loud she could hear it from her position. Startled birds flew out in all directions. Seeing the cuts on the giant apes, Hong Yi Seol temporarily felt relieved. A helpless, fearful thought flashed through her mind. Hope lasted only for a moment, hearing the roar from the other side of the forest. Hong Yi Seol was certain Kang Shin-hyuk was dead. This roar was. She immediately pictured Shin-hyuk facing the monster. An A-rank monster, the worst kind, nicknamed the Nightmare of the Green Forest. Yi Seol remembered former members who had entered here. Ordinary hunters would freeze up and panic just hearing its roar, even if they regained their composure and fled. The result was the same. Its massive hand reached out and grabbed a fleeing hunter. The ogre's speed, crushing trees with its giant footsteps, was so fast it could easily hunt down even a giant ape running at full speed. Yi Seol anxiously crouched, bracing herself. There's no need to consider anything further. Mr. Kang's death is confirmed, and it must have sensed my presence. I also need to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, another sound, just as shocking as the last, echoed. A crash? She feared. Ogres often growl for no reason even when not fighting. But if that last roar was the signal for a fight starting, Yi Seol decided to turn back and find him. Mr. Kang might still be alive, despite that thought. She still felt fear trying to make her flee. The nightmare of the green forest. Something 5 A-rank hunters had to team up to defeat. If Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk was still alive, even if I joined, the outcome wouldn't change. I'm crazy. She headed straight to where the roar came from. Why am I running this way? If I ran towards the gate now, I could have returned safely. The scene at the magic circle appeared, although there was a small chance the ogre smelled her and came. But if Kim Seon-hwa was waiting in the safe zone to help, she could have survived. Yi Seol dreaded the thought of facing Seon-hwa. Even if something bad happened, could I go back and look Seon-hwa in the eye? After ignoring the possibility of saving Mr. Kang, after muttering to herself in circles for a while, Yi Seol regained her composure and kept running. Oh, goodness, all that talk about rationality and safety. And in the end, today, I'm truly a mess of contradictions. Finishing her thought, She called out loudly, "Mr. Kang, it's Hong Yi Seol. If you can hear me, please answer." Yi Seol ran very fast, sir. She was startled when she saw him again. Kang. Before her eyes was a brilliantly shining sword. Blue light emanated, shining on her face. It's an aurora. It's like... Shin Hyuk was holding the aurora blade. His eyes were milky white, like someone's soulless, a dreamlike scene. Slashes burst forth, illuminating the entire sky, a sight incredibly beautiful. The monster was almost surrounded by slashes, unable to escape. The monster was nearly exhausted, blood splattering all over its body. The ogre's outer skin, which had traded strong regeneration for extremely strong defense, was being torn apart like a wet paper towel. She was dumbfounded, thinking she was seeing things, even if Seon Hwa had told me. I absolutely wouldn't have believed it. But there's no mistaking it. That's definitely an aura blade. From within the thick smoke and dust, someone's voice emerged. "Huh? Yi Seol? Weren't you outside? That's strange. I didn't think it took that long." He waved his hand, explaining to avoid misunderstanding. "I tried to be as quick as possible because I was afraid you'd wait." But there was another leader, Yi Seol thought to herself. What the heck is with this guy? How can he be so calm? Yi Seol inquired. "Sir, how did you do it?" he casually replied. "How? Ah, are you talking about that ogre?" She rephrased her question. "No. Forget the ogre, that star-like thing. Was it an aura blade?" Shin Hyuk sheathed his sword and replied, "It's similar, but not perfect." The ogre suddenly appeared, so I had no choice but to use it. Hearing him speak, her face froze. Now I understand why Yi Seol wanted to go to a lower rank area. This guy, the gate here already turned into an A-rank gate. He pointed behind him excitedly. And hey, if it's an ogre, besides the mana stone, other byproducts will fetch a high price too. I wonder how much we'll get if we bring it back. Looking back at the monster, Shin Hyuk paused. Much. He vomited again. Now she understood. Turns out he has a weak stomach. Shin Hyuk lamented. "I've been vomiting all day. Everything's gone yellow." Yi Seol confirmed. "It really is yellow. This is the sign of completion. Let's go out and call the processing team." He called to her. "Hey, Yi Seol, before we go out, wait for me a bit." He wiped the vomit from his mouth and suggested, "If it's all right. I wonder if you, Yi Seol, could take credit for killing this ogre?" She was stunned. "What are you saying?" "Sir, why would you give me the credit you worked so hard for?" He explained. "I don't really like attracting attention, even if it was a newly spawned individual with no gear. If a B rank like me killed an ogre, it would definitely cause a huge uproar." Yi Seol looked at his innocent, smiling expression, pondering. This person. He clearly knew what he was facing and in what condition. Yet not only did he not run, he faced the ogre alone. She gave a relieved smile. Yi Seol confessed. "The careless one wasn't Mr. Kang. It was me. I'm sorry for misjudging you based on first impressions." She extended her hand, accepting the offer. "You probably have your reasons for not wanting attention, right? I don't know if people outside will believe it, but let's just say I'm the one who defeated this ogre." She awaited Shin Hyuk's reply, hoping. "I look forward to your help for the rest of this summer vacation." He stood there blankly for a moment. His hands, covered in filth and insects, reached out. "I also look forward to your help." Seeing those filthy hands, Yi Seol hesitated slightly. She immediately pulled her hand back. Yi Seol urged, "Let's go get paid." Yes, the system displayed A-rank gate completed. The gate opened. Seonhwa stepped out from it, looking distantly towards the forest. She stood there anxiously, clutching her staff. Suddenly, something surprised her. It was Shin Hyuk and Yi Seol approaching. They greeted Seonhwa. Seonhwa covered her mouth as if to hold back tears. What a miraculous thing. She rushed to hug him. Kim Seonhwa not only hugged me tightly upon seeing me, but Hong Yi Seol also apologized repeatedly, bowing her head. Suddenly, she smelled a foul odor. Immediately, Seonhwa stepped back. Shin Hyuk looked at the two girls and sighed, after hearing the explanation. I understood. Turns out the gate had transformed, so they thought I was dead. And it's quite surprising. If I were in their shoes, would I have thought the same? Seeing them run towards me even after hearing the ogre's roar, it's unexpected how loyal they are, too. After thinking, he spoke up. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Thank you for coming here. Seonhwa wiped her tears and replied, Luckily, you're safe and sound, sir. On the mountaintop, with just the three of them. Yisiol asked. Hey, Mr. Kang, do you know any unit? How should we handle the corpse? Shin Hyuk dodged the question. Yisiol, please ask someone you know to help. It's been a long time since I last hunted. After some discussion, he stepped out of the gate. As soon as Shin Hyuk poked his head through, he praised the fresh smell of fight inside. Shin Hyuk looked at everyone and observed. It's strange how different it is from the air inside the gate. He suddenly wondered to himself, what's this? Why is everyone like that? A soldier approached and inquired, Are you the B-rank hunter Kang Shin Hyuk? Shin Hyuk admitted, Yes, that's right. What's all this about? The man saluted gravely and reported. We received a report that the D-rank gate transformed into an A-rank gate. We received a support request from the Hunter Management Bureau and came from a nearby unit. Saying that, he surveyed the situation. I heard 2 other hunters went in for rescue. Why did only you come out? Could it be you're the only survivor? Now Shin Hyuk realized the issue. Ah, no wonder so many people gathered. They must have thought we were all wiped out in the transformed gate. Shin Hyuk reported, Everyone is safe. The gate has been completed. The soldier was alarmed. An A-rank gate. Completed? While he was smiling and talking. From behind, the monster's head emerged from the gate. That's right. Would I lie to you, military men? He quickly turned and warned, That's an ogre. All units, prepare to fire. The bloody head suddenly spoke. Everyone, calm down. Everyone froze. Yisiol stepped out right after and clarified, It's me, a rank hunter Hong Yisiol. All 3 team members are safe. The 2 of them struggled to get the monster through the gate. Mr. Kang. This won't come out. We'll probably have to cut it, right? Let me put it back in. I'll go in and cut it. The soldier was still dazed, thinking to himself, It really is an ogre. Not 4, but 3 people. How could they defeat an ogre? How could... The 2 guards over here were just as surprised. Wow. Corporal Kim, what is that monster? It's terrifyingly huge, he replied. You must have seen it during training. That's an ogre. I never thought I'd see an ogre's corpse with my own eyes in my lifetime. Wow, it's really big. He stood outside, watching Shin Hyuk bring the monster out, praising admiringly. Isn't an ogre a monster that takes 5 A-rank hunters to defeat? I heard that too. As expected. Kim Mandong's disciple is on a whole different level. They looked at him and whispered, I saw him come out first, so I thought he was the one who caught it. That scholarly appearance. Look at that shameless expression. You need to learn how to judge people. The guards discussed how the monster was defeated. Even looking at the ogre's corpse. You can tell right away. That person is a swordsman. How could he create such wounds with a sword? Well, anyway, it's not like he didn't help at all. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk felt more at ease. Luckily, looking at the wounds, they believed Hong Yi-seol handled it. Anyway, I did manage to cut it, but if the heavenly demon sword style hadn't worked, it would have been quite difficult. He looked over at Yi-seol, who was discussing, and pondered. The company they called is one Yi-seol knows well, right? I wonder how much they'll pay. Over here! The man rubbed his chin in admiration. Hey, Ms. Yi-seol, what method did you use in the end? This is the first time I've seen a giant ape in such good condition, and you're definitely Mr. Kim Mandong's disciple. This is also the first time I've seen an ogre tattered like a rag like this. Yi-seol gave a wry smile, brushing it off, and asked, It just ended up like that. So, uncle, how much can you pay? Hearing the price, Shin Hyuk's jaw dropped in surprise. Ah, the giant apes are in good condition and there's a decent number. So I'll pay 1,600, Shin Hyuk repeated. 1,600. Yi-seol accepted and then asked, Not bad. So, what about the ogre? The man turned away, scratching his head reluctantly. Tisk. The ogre's bones are okay, but the skin is too damaged. He made a decision. It's hard to use much of it. So, 1,300, not including the mana stone price. What about that? Yi-seol, disheartened, turned to ask his opinion. Ugh, the price is a bit disappointing. What do you think, Mr. Kang? Shin Hyuk was so happy he wanted to cry, unable to say anything more. Mr. Kang, his hands trembled. 1,300, 1,300, no way. Tears streamed down his face as he thought to himself. Plus the mana stone price. How much is the total? Shin Hyuk shouted. 4,000. 4,000. He shouted with elation. 40 million won. The man didn't understand what he was saying and sighed in exasperation. What a strange friend. Yi Seol caught it. So why is he so happy? She also laughed it off. I have some reasons, so please transfer the money to his account. Uncle, Shin Hyuk shivered as he recalled the old days. I once made hundreds of millions by accumulating stocks bit by bit. But this is a real explosion. Just one corpse and it's 40 million. If it weren't for Lee Ji-sung, I would have quit teaching to become a hunter. Soon after, Seon-hwa saw the money had been sent. The payment was made in an instant, plus the tax exemption benefit for hunter school teachers. The two of them had their schedule disrupted due to the gate transformation. Each received 10% of the income. Iseol and Seon-hwa were flustered. Mr. Kang, you really don't have to do that. That's right, I didn't do anything either. Shin Hyuk explained, hearing what happened outside the gate. My heart felt a bit uneasy. I apologize for making you two worry, and I'm giving this as thanks for you two coming all the way to the gate. Please accept it. Seon-hwa was awkward. This makes us feel too indebted. He had to change the subject. We're not just meeting today. Are we? Is our group ending today? She waved her hands in denial, flustered. No. Summer vacation is still long. We'll continue. After that, he cheerfully put his hand to his forehead. That's right. So don't worry too much about it. I look forward to your help in the future. Iseol's eyes widened in surprise. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Even while eating, she was dazed until someone called out loudly, Iseol, Hong Iseol. Seon-hwa, while eating, waved her hand and asked her, Are you okay? Ever since Mr. Kang left, you've been acting a bit strange. At my place, you didn't say a word and even seemed to have no appetite. Iseol sighed and corrected. It's nothing. Today, I only transported corpses and drove. And hey, thanks to Mr. Kang, I earned 4 million without doing anything. She hesitated sincerely. Honestly, I still feel awkward about it now. So I'm wondering if I should return it, Seon-hwa said. 4 million isn't that much money for an A-rank hunter like you. Is it? Are you really dazed all day because of that? Iseol looked as if she'd just been enlightened. Her eyes brightened. She recalled what she had just witnessed and analyzed, the terrifying aura blade that could overwhelm an ogre. That was a technique no hunter had ever displayed before. After pondering for a while, Iseol said to her, Seon-hwa, for me, someone whose growth has stagnated after reaching a rank. Perhaps Mr. Kang could be the key for me to become stronger. Suddenly, someone approached and agreed with her words. Those words indeed make sense. Man Dong emerged, wearing a pink apron. As soon as she saw him, she called. Master, he asked, I heard you went hunting with Seon-hwa today, didn't you? I heard news about the gate transformation. Man Dong put down the bowl and stated clearly, Even as my disciple, you still don't have enough strength to defeat an ogre on your own. Considering Mr. Kang effectively attacked me, if anyone here has that ability, it's him. Iseol didn't hesitate and admitted, That's right, he's a B-rank hunter. Unless you see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. Mr. Kang also doesn't seem to want his strength revealed. She asked further. By the way, last time, Master, you said there was a vacant position at the school, right? Man Dong was puzzled. The vacant position is for spearmanship, she said nonchalantly, as if it were a piece of cake. It's just teaching kids. What's the big deal? A little practice and it'll be fine. He recalled scolding her back then. When I told you to do it then, you had no reaction. It was truly disheartening. Iseol decisively stabbed a piece of meat. Master, you're happy. Why say such things? Coincidentally, my guild contract is also about to expire. She lifted the meat to her mouth with interest. From next semester, I'll be the spearmanship instructor. I look forward to your help. Master, meanwhile, on the snowy mountain, I went to find Master to report the victory. Shin Hyuk excitedly said quickly, There! I cut off that monster's left arm completely. Before I fainted, I saw it clearly. He was really injured. He dejectedly reached out, pouting. Hey, Master, are you even listening to me? The Master replied perfunctorily, wanting to continue eating. I'm listening. I'm eating. He looked at him helplessly, speechless. Shin Hyuk assessed. He's smiling, right? What a shy old man. Yu Ryang, after listening to his story, remarked. Using an ultimate technique on a mere nobody? That monster didn't want to lose either. Huh, he eagerly asked, as if expecting the desired answer. How about it? With this. I deserve to be a 110-point disciple, right? The master simply replied. 90 points. Shin Hyuk wondered. Huh? Why is that? Because you were too arrogant. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk kowtowed, his head touching the ground in gratitude. Anyway, thanks to Master's help, I overcame the danger smoothly. I also used it very effectively when I killed the monster before coming here. After finishing eating, Yu Ryang let out a sigh and scolded, This brat. If you're grateful, buy me a plate of dongpo pork to eat. Hearing that, he immediately replied, Oh my, I didn't come empty-handed. Shin Hyuk opened his bag and said, I was going to give it to you before fighting the monster, but this is the gift I prepared for you. Master, please accept it. Colorful books lay on the ground. He was puzzled. What are these books? He explained. These are textbooks for learning the language used in the outside world. Shin Hyuk recalled his master's words. Master, you once said you wanted to know how the world outside this snowy region has changed. The master held a large device in his hand, curious as he didn't know what it was. This brat. How did you even think of this thing? And what is this book? Why is it so unusually large and heavy? He turned it on to show him more clearly. Ah, this? You just open it like this. Seeing the screen light up, Yu Ryang was aghast. No, what in the world is this? Many music videos appeared on the screen, and he clicked on one of them. A currently popular female singer appeared, dancing and singing. Yu Ryang snatched the device in surprise. There are people in the book. Hey, he reassured. Master, please calm down. This is how human images are recorded. He examined it and then lectured. No matter how you gesture, I won't understand. The computer screen continued to play that music video. Seeing Yu Ryang was interested, Shin Hyuk explained. This is the most popular idol group right now. You can consider them dancers. Aside, Shin Hyuk smiled faintly, satisfied. For Yu Ryang, he had endured a long period of solitude, even though he said he was used to living alone. He thought of the image of him trudging alone in the snow. Certain, but no one in this world truly gets used to that. The time that has passed was surely a fierce battle against loneliness. He remarked, So this is what the outside looks like. The world has changed so much. Shin Hyuk chuckled and acknowledged. Yes, that's right, technology and culture. Before he could finish, Yu Ryang criticized. How pathetic. He shook his head dejectedly. Even famous dancers don't have a decent set of clothes? The world has completely rotted, he corrected. No, that's just how it is. Shin Hyuk wanted to explain the matter to him. No, Master, that's not something. Yu Ryang smiled amicably. I'm truly old now. Seeing this magical book and Perilla sesame noodles, I understand. He crossed his arms and asked him, Disciple, this outside world has truly developed splendidly, hasn't it? Shin Hyuk could only scratch his head and reply, Yes. Well, apart from the gates appearing everywhere and causing chaos, since he had the chance. Shin Hyuk continued, By the way, I'll be quite busy tomorrow. Today, I have to teach you how to use the laptop and then go. Yu Ryang doubted him. Does training require rest? That's not like you at all. Shin Hyuk shrugged and retorted, Master, you said the best training is real combat. This disciple will go out, thoroughly wipe out monsters, and then return. Then they both sat down by a rock, and he began his lesson. Now, look here. This round thing is called a mouse. If you move this white thing here. Shin Hyuk rambled on, explaining all its functions. Yu Ryang didn't pay attention to it. He looked at him. He let out a helpless sigh. The next morning, Yiseol and Seonhwa had been waiting for him for a long time. Mr. Kang, over here. Upon meeting them, Shin Hyuk greeted. Good morning, you two beauties. Have you two had breakfast yet? She answered honestly. Yes, I ate with Seonhwa. What about you? Mr. Kang. The three of them stood there chatting for a moment. I've eaten too. You two ate together. So you must have met up very early. Ah, last night I slept at home. Let's go in my car today. With that said, the car rolled off. Shin Hyuk noticed a bag on the back seat. Curious. I've never seen this in the back seat before. What is this? Yiseol replied. Ah, That's a collapsible spear. I plan to try using a spear today. Shin Hyuk, puzzled, unconsciously repeated. Huh? A spear? He silently pondered. What's this? In Becoming a Hunter, it didn't say Hong Yi-seol used a spear. The strange question kept circling in Shin Hyuk's mind. Her special skill is hand-to-hand combat techniques. Why is she suddenly using a spear? Seon-hwa explained to him. This time. The spearmanship teacher position at our school is vacant. Her every word struck Shin Hyuk's ears like a punch. Yi-seol said she's going to apply for it. He recalled someone's bright smile, yellow pants, and figure, wondering. Spearmanship. Spearmanship refers to Mr. Jong's position, who quit after losing to me. Right? But not a hand-to-hand combat teacher. A spearmanship teacher? This. He worriedly thought of the worst. The original plot has been changed. Shin Hyuk worried. Did I do something wrong? I didn't advise her to use a spear, without thinking much. He asked to clear his doubts. Hey, Ms. Yi-seol, why did you suddenly make such a decision? She glanced at the rearview mirror to see his foolish expression. It's just, Yi-seol straightforwardly stated the benefits it offered. I think life at school isn't too bad. You get to rest during summer vacation and also earn a salary. Shin Hyuk furiously clenched his fists and cursed inwardly. What the heck is that lady saying? How much money do you even make from one gate trip? She's clearly too comfortable for her own good. Finally, he decided. Anyway, I have to stop it. If Hong Yi-seol, of all supporting characters, changes her setup, it's a major disaster. Thinking this, he spoke up to dissuade her. Spears seem hard to use. If it's not your specialty, won't it be difficult? She just said, hunters who use spears usually have a slight advantage in exams, but the spearmanship taught at school isn't too difficult, so it should be fine. Seon-hwa, also looking expectant, turned to ask her, Hey, the teacher recruitment exam isn't easy at all. Don't you think you're oversimplifying it? Buddy? Yi-seol brushed it off. There are bonus points for being an A-rank hunter. What's the problem? Her next words eased his tension. Besides, it's only temporary for this semester. Temporary? A temporary teacher? He quickly asked Yi-seol. Yi-seol, you mean a temporary teacher? Yi-seol admitted. I plan to try teaching for just one semester. She cleared up his doubts. If I find teaching suitable, I'll take the exam again and switch to hand-to-hand combat techniques. So that's it. Phew. That startled me. Seon-hwa suggested. The gate assigned today is a place with undead monsters. By the time we get there, it'll probably be lunchtime. Let's eat first. He was excited and curious about the meal. All right, what's on the menu? I brought a lunchbox. I've also prepared my own. Hearing that, he felt flustered. Oops. If you were making lunchboxes, you should have told me to bring one too, Shin Hyuk thought, scratching his head sheepishly. There probably aren't convenience stores in the mountains. I haven't prepared anything. Seon-hwa tilted her head sympathetically, correcting him. Huh? I prepared Mr. Kang's portion too. Did you want to eat something else? Sir? Shin Hyuk blushed bashfully. My portion. You made one too? I completely didn't expect this. A lunchbox prepared by someone else. He remembered the sad old days. When I was a student, I didn't even have a lunchbox for picnics. I was just grateful for the few thousand one my parents left on the table. He innocently expressed all his thoughts. I thought you only prepared for the two of you. Seon-hwa smiled teasingly. Oh, come on. It's not like we're ostracizing you that we'd only prepare our own, she asked curiously. Do we look that cold? That's too much, he denied. No, it's not that. To live until now and experience this day, it's truly touching. The car continued to speed along smoothly, mingling with their conversation. Look, there's a park on the map. There's a mat in the car. Let's eat there. Yes, anywhere is fine with me. A little later, the lunchboxes were all ready. He happily ate his portion. Actually, when preparing his, she had accidentally put a whole container of salt in it. As soon as he took a bite, his face turned pale. Seon-hwa invited Yi-seol to try, but she fearfully avoided it. After eating for a while, the gate opened. After eating that disgusting food, those two just wanted to deal with her and be done. But Seon-hwa still smiled undeterred. Monsters with frightening eyes gradually appeared, but the two of them easily sent them to meet their ancestors, while Seon-hwa stood by cheering. He punched the monster, his decision firm as a nail hammered in. From now on, I've decided to buy food instead of preparing it myself. Yi Seol shouted a warning. Mr. Kang, right now, he recounted. After that, my team, Kim Seon-hwa and Hong Yi Seol, supported tirelessly for several days. He covered his hand, dodging blood and strong attacks emanating from it, to conquer quite famous B-rank gates in the country. Everyone emerged in high spirits, just like that, when they had cooperated well in many aspects, except for food. Suddenly Yi Seol's phone rang, catching her attention. Who's calling at this hour? She answered the phone and asked, "Ah, uncle? What's the matter?" Yi Seol suddenly exclaimed, making the other two look over. "A whole week? I have time." "But, yes," she kept repeating the other person's words vaguely. "An A-rank gate? An emergency situation? If needed. Seon-hwa can also provide rear support." Before she could finish her sentence, something caught Yi Seol's attention. "Moreover, I also have to ask about the others' schedules." He stood there, shining like a god, giving an okay sign with a smiling face. It seems it's all right. Shin Hayuk thought to himself, I'm about to face a major turning point in my second life.